Take you back. And good morning to a beautiful Sunday. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, year number 12, 2025. Kyle Heyer joined by Ido Waxman. You can sort of hear in my voice how exciting of a weekend it has been. Last night, absolutely thrilling. Sullivan King up on stage and a whole host of other artists absolutely throwing down. It was a wild night, Ido, but it's time for Sunday morning action. It's a matinee of sorts with the TrackBattle Time Attack session, the last qualifying heat before Podium Sprint later today.
Yeah, and this is the competitor's last chance to get into Podium Sprint in arguably the best conditions of the weekend. We have some cloud cover that's keeping the sun from hitting the track and warming it up too much. It may not be as fast as the Friday morning session, but it's really great that in this new format, we've got 3 morning sessions for competitors to really try and get their best lap time in. So this is most competitors' last chance here.
Yeah, it's a little cooler than it's been the last few days. 62 degrees and cloudy this morning in South Haven, Michigan. You can see that has been a radar graphic all weekend long at the bottom right, but there's been nothing on it. So you can see just a couple little patches. Overnight, there was a few little sprinkles. I woke up at about 3 in the morning when the festivities were still happening to run to the bathroom, and it was like just a couple sprinkles here and there, but nothing to soak anything down. The track is still pretty prime this morning, although we did not see any improvement in the Club SC cars in Group D.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising, although David Best did get within about 1/10 of his record time from yesterday morning. So it seems like the conditions were good enough to repeat a good lap. It's just not quite as good as, I would say, Friday morning was.
All right, well, here's Ben Boltyson, the number 40 Toyota GR Supra in Street GT. This is Group C that we have on track now. A couple more groups left to go, of course, but morning sessions, Ido, always good for the car with the cool air and the cool track, but this is your last opportunity to qualify into the Podium Sprint. So if you want to be in that show later today, you've got to throw down a lap time now if you haven't yet this weekend. And I think it's important to note that it's only the top 5 from each respective category. So if you have been kind of flirting on the edge, or you're within a 10th or 2 with a driver ahead of you in the overall standings, this is your last opportunity, the go time to be on the biggest stage in grassroots motorsports in Time Attack.
Yeah, and it's interesting because your mentality changes depending on where you are within the top 5. If you're in the top 2 and you've got somewhat of a comfortable gap to 6th place, you treat this morning session as a chance to put your name in the record books and get that lap time record for your class. But if you're in the, say, 3 to 7 range, all you care about is getting a top 5 time to try and get into the show, into the Podium Sprint at the end of today. So those are 2 totally different approaches. One of them, you're taking big risks, you're taking more risks, trying to find that last little bit of lap time. The other one, you're trying to be consistent. You're trying to hit your marks. You're just trying to set a good, consistent time that takes you into the big show.
Down the backstretch, there's Ben Boltyson, that number 40 Toyota GR Supra. Off into turn 11. We'll see what he's got on this opening lap. You'll see the Club SC cars here this morning. No improvements from any of the cars. It actually ended under yellow flag with Chris Rice, the number 91, having an issue at 10B. Didn't exactly see what happened, I don't know if it was mechanical or off, but that car came back on a flatbed.
Yeah, I saw his front left tire was actually deflated and coming off the rim, so he must have had some sort of flat out there, or he could have caught too much curbing somewhere and caused his tire to unmount from the wheel.
So there's Dan Mai in the number 169 BMW in Falcon Club TR. And again, this is going to be a fun session to watch in Club TR. I was just going through to see where the bump line is here, and it seems to be Peter Granberg and I think Ian Flavin in the number 199, who we should see in the next group. But it's very, very tight at the moment, about half a second between Granberg and Flavin to qualify into that Podium Sprint.
Yeah, and it's worth noting Ben Boltyson actually set a personal best for the weekend with that 39.785. So that was about a 0.4 of a second improvement. He needs to find a 38.4 to make it into the top 5 in the Podium Sprint.
See Dan Mai there in that 169 BMW working his way through turn 2. How's the track on a morning like this? It's a little bit more humid than it's been the last couple of days. Is that going to be a factor at all this morning?
Yeah, it's a little bit more humid, but I think what matters more is the cloud cover that's shielding the track from getting too hot from the sun. So air temperatures means it's good for intake air temperatures. Intake air temperatures are going to be nice and low. And it means track temperatures are going to be low. So these tires, these Super 200 tread wear tires that most of these competitors are on, it's really going to let it perform at its best.
Spaz Miller Showed up real late in this number 55 Ride Hangs racing car. Didn't know that they'd make it here this weekend. but has been sort of charging up through the order here. Again, I don't know that this car has gotten the lap time that they've been hoping for quite yet. Currently 10th in street class.
Well, it's pretty difficult when you blow up a motor about 3 weeks ago at Road Atlanta, a motor that you spent a lot of time and money on the offseason building, and they actually put a new motor in it, put it all back together, and now here they are once again. And hopefully him and his team can make the podium sprint with an effort like that.
He just did, at least for now. 138.5 puts him above Will Dries, which knocks Will Dries out in the Hyundai Elantra N. So that's a good enough time to put him into the podium sprint at least. So that's a solid effort here, especially for a car that really didn't have a good enough grid time to move up into the group where that car probably really belongs. So pretty impressed by that by Spaz.
Yeah, and it gets really difficult if you're not gridded up within people that are around your pace by the second or third heat of the weekend. It becomes more and more difficult to set your pace because you're more and more around competitors off your pace who are themselves trying to compete. So it becomes a little bit less. Everybody gets a little bit less gracious, a little bit less generous with their point buys when you get deeper into the weekend.
Yeah, King Tao and that number 23 Honda Civic. We've seen this car quite a bit, currently 8th in Falcon Club TR, but is knocking on the door of an improvement. He's still about 4/10 off of his best of the weekend, a 141.256. There he is in that number 23. Currently leading this group, but again, as we move on through the groups B and A, we're going to see faster and faster times top that pylon.
Yeah, I mean, the top 5 in Club TR, Peter Granberg is currently in the 5th position, 39.136. Ian Flavin's right behind him, 39.6. So you need to be really in the 38s to kind of feel comfortable getting into podium sprint, especially because all the fastest Club TR cars are in Heat B, which is the next one.
Jonathan Dank in the 67. We saw this car sort of stuck trackside yesterday. It had an issue leaving turn 11, but we also saw him in the grip lift session later that day, so got retested and made sure that everything was working quite nicely. This is a street mod car. And he is currently scored in 13th of the 15. I think this car is certainly battling above its pay grade in the street modified category.
Yeah, I think street modified has really moved in leaps. So it looks like a car is pulled off there in a relatively safe spot, which is good. But yeah, street mod has really moved on into into quite a different territory. It looks like Spaz Miller did a 37.975, which is looking through our. It is enough for 4th now, so he displaces Mike Coons down to the 5th spot. So yeah, now the benchmark time to make it into podium sprint is a 38.4. So to be safe, and I know this because there's going to be a lot of street competitors who are in grid or in pit right now listening to this, you got to look for a 38. Basically a 38.0 if you want to guarantee your spot here in the podium sprint this afternoon.
See if Ruben Manrique can do it in the 7:18. There he is, currently 2nd on the board in street class in this session, but 3.5 seconds behind Spaz Miller. So he needs to find a lot if he wants to qualify his way in. As you just pointed out, that 38.4 is that in time, and he's got some work to do.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a fun fact. This car is affectionately known as the GT Poor, and the yellow 718 is called the GT4-ish. So a little bit different characters between these two 718 Caymans that are both driven by Brad Moore, and the yellow one, Zach Moore, is co-driving this one with Ruben Manrique.
Yep, and no pickup there that time for the Cayman. Love these cars, though. They're really sleek looking. Mid-engine platforms, and again, I think great value for money, especially if you pick up an older one. I think, like, for example, Aaron Lichty's Porsche Cayman 2010 model year. There's still a lot of really cool tech in those cars even a decade and a half ago.
Yeah, Aaron Lichty's is a 987.2, which is known to be a very, very reliable tracking platform. And then that generation we see on screen is a 718. They're the first generation with a turbo 4-cylinder instead of the naturally aspirated flat 6.
This is the 15 here of Adam Roble. Indeed it is. Jumps up to 11th place on the track at the moment, but Roble is 9th in Falcon Club TR so far this weekend. A 141.262 is the best he has gone. And he is not anywhere close to that here this session. Arthur Dvortson in the number 26. That's an NC Miata, currently 3rd on the board in this session. A little bit of dust kicked up ahead of him, huh?
Yeah, that dust is really at the forefront. Somebody must have gone for a real ride out there. But yeah, I was talking to Art yesterday night as well, and he said he actually casted his own K24 crank.
Wow.
He got the data from Honda and then hand-built his own crank somehow. I can't even imagine doing that.
Is the front bumper, does I see that wrong, or is that front bumper got a crack in it or something? No, maybe I'm going crazy. Either way.
He's got a cool livery on the car. I think he had some sort of a wall contact and turned it into like this cartoon graphic to hide it, which I think has done a pretty good job.
It's a 410th pickup for him on his weekend best, but not enough to move him up any positions. Currently 12th in Falcon Club TR. Unless he can pick up another 10th or two, he would jump up ahead of Garrett Glossery in the 238 Mazda RX-8, that red car that we've seen at times here this weekend.
Yeah, both. It's basically the same platform. The NC is a shorter wheelbase than the RX-8 is.
Subi Mods WRX that is on track at the moment, and again, this is driven by Chuck Meyer in the 541.
Dewey listened to the Time Attack Bad Boys broadcast yesterday afternoon, and he has informed me that that is a VA. That is a VA.
Would you
WRX.
misspeak? And Dewey's ready to knock you off a cliff for it?
Well, I just want the credit.
Okay.
Look at me. I know Subarus.
That time, Chuck's got 2 lap times scored. I'm not exactly sure why, but 43.6 is the better of the two, and he has not quite matched it. Here's the checkered falls here on Group C, so he won't get a chance to go any quicker than that. The big note here, Charles Miller qualifies into the podium sprint, and well, I guess we'll see what happens with Group B, because that's where I think Will Dries is scored in the 466. So Will Dries has an opportunity to bump Miller out. Actually, it would be Mike Coons that would be bumped out.
Right.
So that's going to be a fun battle to watch on the cut line in street class next session.
And I think Mike Coons is also in the session. That's the kind of interesting dynamic here, is that this last qualifying heat is not gridded in class. It's gridded by a time order, and what could end up happening is somebody who was initially gridded slower than somebody in the top 5 in podium sprint, they can set a time that beats their time, gets into the podium sprint, and then they once again get kicked out this next heat. So most of our podium sprint competitors, or I think all of our podium sprint competitors for street, are in Heat B, and it's totally possible that Will Dries, who did just get displaced out of the top 5, can make his way back into it.
Yeah, so for Group B, we'll be primarily watching Street and Falcon Club TR. It'll be the pointy end, or near the pointy end of both. I would say it's the cut line of Street and the pointy end of Falcon Club TR. So that's what we'll be watching in this next group.
Yeah, our fastest street competitors are in A, I believe. Yeah, except Brad Moore is in B, but I think that Andy Holst and Josh Halka are in A. So yeah, like you said, it's the half of the podium sprint, and then the top 2 are in A for street.
And as far as Falcon Club TR, we should see pretty much everybody there.
Yep.
In Group B, as long as we see Mario Moroni in that line, which I don't actually see.
The car's a little bit small, so
it
it's
is
hard
small,
to tell.
probably hiding behind a Subaru or a Corvette or something.
Some giant car like an Elantra or something, or an FL5.
It could. Looks like there is a safety truck being dispatched at the moment, and here you go. Do you want to? We got some toys up here in the booth. And look, we were dropped off by the rescue guys.
Cookies for me.
Some chocolate chip cookies. So,
cookies.
I mean, this is the way to start a morning right. This is the breakfast of champions.
Cheers.
Cheers. And thanks to the rescue guys, as always, for keeping the racetrack safe and the booth boys happy. So, good way to start the morning.
Oh, this chocolate chip has some white chocolate in it.
Yeah, I love those boys. They're great. Boys and girls. But... right, I should put this down because I have to talk for a living, don't I?
Yeah, I don't like when people hear me chew on my food. I should hit the cough button.
We got to really crank up the volume, just turn this into a mukbang or something. But anyway, big thanks to the rescue guys, as always, for taking care of us around the racetrack here at Gingerman Raceway. So cars headed back in for Group C. Group B up next. And we'll have to I think the safety truck's going to recover that Civic that's over there at the exit at 10B. Didn't get a look at the number on that car to see who was stuck over there.
It is an earlier generation Civic sedan of some sort.
And they're going to take the shortcut. It's a 240 car.
Oh.
That's Knurr in the 240.
Eric Knurr.
And did a nice job pulling off, but don't see anything trailing from that car or any other reason why, but it could be all sorts of things. When you have a mechanical issue, Ito, you're always confused yourself what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of these cars, they have some sort of oil pressure or water temperature gauge that could give a warning sign, and that could be that he has some sort of gauge that could be indicating that something's wrong. He wants to shut it down before anything else goes bad. It's always difficult while you're trying to chase lap time to also keep an eye on how the car underneath you is doing. So it takes a lot of awareness to try and balance those two.
Yep, so it looks like Ryan Matthews is going to be the pointy-end car here in Group B. Ryan Matthews, again, quietly and sneakily leading both the Street GT and the Street Mod point standings coming into this event. He has just been very quietly up there, just crushing it. And he's leading in Street GT, currently 4th in Street Mod, so he's got work to do both in Group B here and in Group A, where he'll pull out a different Corvette.
Yep.
To run both. So what would be the reason to run both? Just because?
Well, I mean, if you enjoy driving as much as a lot of us do, as much as I do, it's a lot of fun to just keep driving out there. It's just more seat time. And for him, it's also an opportunity for him to show off his brand After Dark Speed, which makes some fantastic parts for Corvettes of all generations. So I think it's a marketing opportunity for him as well. And he drives so well. I never see Ryan put a wheel off anywhere. He drives so consistently, so cleanly. And he's currently 9/10 clear of Luke McGrew for 2nd place in Street GT. I think last year did a 34.4 with my own C6 E06, so that's a really great time from Ryan Matthews.
I have to say, Ryan Matthews in a lot of ways reminds me of Luke McGrew. Just quietly executing, never puts a wheel wrong, always leaves a little bit of margin, but just can go out there and slay it. And he's also, Luke McGrew's another driver that's running multiple categories this weekend, not only in Street GT, but in GRIDLIFE GT.
Yep.
And that car that he's running in GRIDLIFE GT is also pulling double duty in its own right between Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup and the new GRIDLIFE GT category.
Yeah, a lot of people sometimes complain about how good Corvettes are and how much they're kind of not dominating, but doing pretty well in a variety of classes. And yeah, my counter to that would be, hey, they can take multiple classes in a single weekend reliably. So yeah, Corvette is always the answer.
Jeremy Bailey in this number 13, the FA24 FRS. Let's see what he's got here in Falcon Club TR. Again, we're watching that battle for the top step there. I don't see Mario Moroni on this grid, so he is likely going to be gridded up in the next group. But if he's not, and he's just skipping this round, I mean,
That's dangerous.
He doesn't need to run faster because he's already qualified into the podium sprint. Of course, track records would certainly be fun to go after, but he's already got that too.
Yeah,
so,
but he must be in the next group because I don't think he's not the kind of competitor that would just kind of sit on his laurels. You definitely don't want to leave yourself open to losing your position by not going out in this heat. It's one of the fastest heats of the weekend. You got to defend your position here just as much as you want to be on the offensive and getting more lap time.
So street class, again, we're keeping our eyes on the top 5 there to see who gets knocked out. But the lap times that we're looking for, we're really watching a particular competitor, and that is the 466 of Will Dries in street class. He's really the one that is sort of on the outside looking in as it stands. So if he runs better than a 138 462 and Mike Coons does not, that would flip the story in street class. In Falcon Club TR, we're watching basically everybody in that top group because currently it's Peter Granberg that is ahead of Ian Flavin by half a second. That could flip pretty quickly too.
My eyes are, first of all, John Laughlin is only a 10th behind Will Dries in his FL5 Civic, so he also is trying to find those couple tenths, those that half second to get into the podium sprint. And then in Club TR, my eyes are on Chris Heidemann, who was winning Road Atlanta until it was found that he didn't respect double waving yellows to set his best lap time, but he's got the pace to be a top 5 competitor in Club TR. He's told me that he put a little bit too many heat cycles on his tires, which he's actually went out and bought another set of tires from Pete Granberg, an older set from Pete Granberg, and he's hoping that gives him the pace he needs to get into the top 5.
Well, here's the 211 of Ryan Matthews in Street GT. Again, I think this is ripe for records here this morning.
Yep.
134.375 is what Matthews has done so far this weekend. I think the Street GT record is a 133 change from Andy Volkel last year.
Yeah, I think he did a 133.8 last year, which is rapid. Yeah, I think a C6 E06 can hit that as well. So it'll be really it'll be interesting to see whether Ryan can find a little bit more time. And Luke McGrew is coming up in Heat A, along with Nick Hendricks. So both of them are just as capable of getting that record, I think. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Ryan Matthews is only running in Heat B because he has to get into his other car in Heat A. So that's why he leads the Heat B group, but his pace belongs in Heat A. So we see him coming around. Whoa! Loses the rear end around 8, but he recovers it really fast and sets back up for 10B. Doesn't miss a B. I think he'd still hit the apex of 10A. A good line through 10B, nice and clean, and then you have to get on the power pretty conservatively with these cars, but also take advantage of the uphill catching you. So we'll see what he can do with that big slide at turn 8.
Yeah, down into turn 11 now, 150 miles an hour nearly in this car on the brakes, and nicely done through 11. It's going to power slide out, nicely controlled actually.
Yeah, it looked really clean there. Let's see what kind of time he sets, even with that mistake in 8.
And
36.296, so a bit off the pace. We'll see if anybody else is finding more time out there. Yeah, I think he just had a big slide, not quite the lap he wanted. So we'll see. He could, knowing Ryan, he could just bring it in. He could think that there's no pace to be found out there, and he just doesn't want to risk the car or the consumables, and he'll bring it in this next lap.
Yeah, Devin Hoffman in the 145 street mod entry. There she is. See, no time set yet for her in this session, but she's coming back to the stripe this time around. Her best time so far, about a 39 flat, puts her 11th in street mod. A lot of changes in this car for the season she's pretty excited about, including a new livery.
Yeah, the livery looks great. Again, with a lot of help from the turn-in concept guys in Cincinnati. She would need to get into the 33s to have a chance at the podium sprint, but any improvement from a 39.0 would be a welcome sight, I think.
Across the stripe for Hoffman, and a 42.2. So a couple seconds off of her best. A little lock up down into turn 1.
Yeah, interesting. We're seeing lap times kind of slowing down versus what we expect. I haven't seen anybody from this session currently go faster than Spaz Miller's time, so everybody's kind of slow right now. Brad Moore is out there. He's looking to try and regain that lap record from Andy Holst, who took it from him yesterday. Andy clearing Halka's time by 1.5 seconds, a 34.8, which is hardly believable as a street class time. Street class has gotten so fast in the last couple of years.
See, the air temps come up a couple degrees since we just checked in, and also the humidity's dropping a few percent too here, Ito. So that's the other thing that we're talking about. As we move faster and faster in the groups, the air temperatures are going to continue to rise, the track temperature is going to continue to come up, and it's going to make it harder and harder and harder to go fast. Those early morning moments are really good, but as we get later into the day, it's only 9 o'clock here, but as you get later in the day, it's going to get harder and harder for those optimal track conditions to really give you a chance at breaking a record.
Yeah, and Brad Moore, 37.9, he's about a second off of his best time. So, yeah, it's interesting how much of an effect drift cars and the whole running has on the track conditions. You'd think in this early morning conditions, you could see times that are close to your best, but a lot of these competitors are having trouble with that right now.
Yeah, and again, track mod, Alan Patton reset that record yesterday, a 128.894. He'll be in Group A, but here's Zach Zhao, the Lamborghini Gallardo. This is a really neat car to see paddocked here.
Yeah, my favorite features are the air jacks on that car.
It's so cool.
They're so useful for all kinds of things. And yeah, he's got center lock wheels on it as well. Kind of an interesting thing about some center lock wheels, some manufacturers actually make it so that one side is actually a left-hand thread so that it doesn't unthread under braking, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah, that'd be wild to have that happen.
Yeah.
What was that F1 car that had the wheels just pop off on the braking zone? The whole suspension.
The Toro Rosso.
Yeah.
I think that was either Buemi or Alguersuari back in the day.
Wild. Dan Moore, 128 EF Honda Civic, 39.2. That's a pretty solid lap time for a car like this.
Yeah, pretty unique track mod build. That's an EF Civic. I'm sure it has some turbo with a K motor in it.
Well, went to the top of the category, 138.7, at least in this session, but obviously track mod, as you see top of the screen, Alan Patton, a good 10 seconds clear of that.
Yeah, it's, again, track mod has advanced so far in the last 3 to 5 years. I think that car would have been competitive around 3 or 5 years ago, but now with guys like Alan Patton doing sub-30s, doing 28s, he's probably going to go for 27s this morning. Yeah, it's it's a big hill to climb.
Jeremy Lauder, unlimited class. Again, Pikes Peak hill climb car last year, but he's run this in GRIDLIFE Track Battle for a couple of seasons. No time yet this morning. And no one's really come close to Ferris Khartoumi's time set here a couple of years ago, but we'll see what he's got on the morning session. Again, the track does not seem quite optimal, but that was not an optimal time either. That was a long trundle down the pit lane, I think.
Yeah, it looked like he was warming up there, so we'll see if he sets a lap time. He is actually in the podium sprint for Unlimited. He's currently sitting in 4th place, so he would be in the podium sprint for Unlimited.
Peter Granberg giving a point by to Ian Flavin. That's interesting. Those are 2 cars that are competing for the podium sprint position here.
Yeah, not seeing any improvement from these Club TR cars.
And Stan Feingold in the 326, K-Swap Toyota 86.
Yeah, it looks like Stan is right around 0.7 of a second off of his rear-wheel drive record time in Club TR that he set, I think, on Friday morning. Yeah, it's really interesting. In D, in Heat D, David Best was pretty close to his record time, only about 1/10 or 2/10 off. But there was more cloud cover, there was less sun hitting the track, so I wonder if for whatever reason the Gingerman surface is just very, very sensitive to sunlight, and as more sunlight hits it, it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, 1:38.762 is a pickup for him this session, but still half a second off where he ran on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, really interesting, and I did see Chris Heidemann pull off in the background there, which is really, really unfortunate to see. He was talking about how, you know, Club TR has become a class where you kind of have to bring a fresh set of tires at least every 2 events, and he just wasn't prepared for that. He wished he had gotten his hands on a fresh set for this weekend. I think with a fresh set, he would be right up there competing for the win in Club TR. So we'll see him next time. I think the next time we'll see him is Autobahn, and then yeah, it'll be, or Mid-Ohio, so it'll be interesting to see how he does there.
Peter Granberg in the number 511 trying to pick up because, again, he is on defense right now. Not offense, on defense. Again, podium sprint, he's currently qualified in, but it's by half a second. If Flavin were to find something, then he'd be in trouble. But Flavin's car, much different than the Peter's car, 2 different engines going at it.
Yeah, and Peter is one of the first K-swapped BRZs that we've seen in GRIDLIFE Time Attack, sponsored by K-Swap or K-Power. No, sorry, K-Swap, I think is the name of the company, and they create K-Swap kits for a variety of cars. So it's a really nice car, really cool car to watch, and it's been really cool seeing him grow with the help of Robertson Racing as well, who helps with driver coaching and things like that.
Yeah, Mike Bryant this morning has he improved? Not quite. He's about 1/10 off of improving, but I've been very impressed with Mike Bryant this weekend. Sits 3rd in Falcon Club TR, and I don't know that we've seen him in a podium sprint before. I'm going to have to think back. Maybe once.
I don't think we have.
I don't think we have.
He's found a lot of pace over the winter, which has been really great to see. A unique build, an K-swapped NC, which is a more recent development. So yeah, really cool to see Mike Bryant sitting in 3rd currently in Club TR.
Yeah, that's really, really neat to see. And an NCMX5 we haven't seen in podium sprint in Club TR either, I don't think, over the years that we've been doing it. Maybe again once or twice.
No. But, Sam Scott's currently is a Mazda or the Ford 2.5. Luke McGrew back in the day, that was the same Ford or Mazda 2.5 in it. So yeah, haven't seen that quite make it into GLTC yet.
Sam Bosnian, front runner in street class, almost perpetual front runner in street class in the rear-wheel drive category.
Yeah, 350Zs used to be a little bit higher in the competitive order of street class. Austin Hurdle won with a 370Z a few years ago before graduating to GLTC. So it feels like the class has moved on from that a little bit, from more lightweight NA 6 cylinders back into turbo 4 cylinders that we're seeing now.
Dallas Reed in Street GT, number 22 Chevy Corvette. This is Z06, yeah, with the...
This one's a Z51.
Z51.
The easy way to tell is if it has a center exhaust, it's a wide body C8. If it has the outboard exhaust, it's a narrow body.
Gotcha.
Quote unquote narrow body.
Is it this
C8.
This Z06 is legal though for?
Not anymore.
Not anymore because of the
maximum horsepower rule that was instituted this year, which limits factory rated horsepower to 600 for a street GT car. So that effectively kicked out the C8Z06, which I think was the right call to keep Street GT a little bit more affordable.
The performance ceiling of the Z06 Corvette and now the ZR1 are just unbelievable cars.
Here's a fun fact. The C6 Z06, if you adjust for inflation in today's numbers, you want to guess how much those cars would have cost?
No.
It's $115,000.
So dumb.
So just imagine you're choosing between a C6 Z06, $115,000,
yep,
or C8 Z06 for $100,000, $15,000 less. You get dual clutch, you get mid-engine, you get a full aluminum unibody instead of a ladder frame. It's pretty crazy.
Well, American muscle, American sports cars have always been about the performance per dollar ratio.
Yep.
And for a long time, I think, especially with the C5 and the C6, there was certainly some compromises that came with that, especially from the comfort and interior componentry.
I love my Malibu steering wheel.
Exactly. But, they've really leveled up that in the last couple of years, as all manufacturers seem to have leveled up materials and things on the inside because people weren't really willing to choose between performance and comfort, right? And so now they're pretty good at both.
Yeah, well, it's pretty crazy what Porsche, I think, has been kind of the standard and like the benchmark for a lot of these more affordable sports car builds, and the quality that they saw increase from 996 to 997, whatever it is.
Mike Coons, by the way, improved to a 37.8, so he didn't move up any positions, but he did defend from Will Drees' onslaught, and we didn't even see Will Drees out there, did we?
He was in pits. Let's see if I can find his time here. He did a 39.0.
Not enough.
Yeah, which was no improvement for him. John Laughlin didn't improve either, it looks like.
Yep, so it looks like no change in podium sprint running order for street class, with the addition of Spaz Miller knocks out Will Drees in the last moment, and that allows Mike Coons to just hang on to P5 in street class. So those are the five we'll see in street class podium sprint later today, include Mike Coons, Brad Moore, and Josh Hulka, Andy Holst, and now Spaz Miller.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody in Heat A can find some time. With the faster the car gets, the more fixing small mistakes, as small as they may be, can lead to a bigger lap time improvement. So, a car like Alan Patton's car, if he was held up a little bit in turn 11 by the Miata that we saw yesterday, that could be a huge improvement for him, where maybe in a Club SC car it would only be a couple tenths. In his car, it could be half a second. It could be more than that. So it'll be interesting to see whether these conditions are close enough that they can set new records here. As they roll out of pits here, Alan is going to lead the group out. Right behind him is Dewey, who himself wants to get underneath into the sub-30s. I was joking earlier that sub-30 is the new sub-40 at Gingerman, which is a lofty, lofty goal. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch whether Dewey can find that lap time here in this morning session.
Well, this is going to be a fun one between Track Mod, Street GT, and Street. I think we're about to see some drivers try to lay it down.
Absolutely.
We have not seen the track be super fast this morning, but I don't think that's going to stop drivers like Alan Patton in that crazy C7 build, the Louis Gigliotti Racing C7 supercharged Corvette. We were told that yesterday there was about 2 seconds on the table. And I think it's possible. This car, I mean, it feels like it slows the rotation of the Earth every time he goes to power.
Or accelerates it, depending on which direction it's going.
Exactly. So it kind of cancels out in the end.
Yeah, yeah. That's why the day is still 24 hours and everything. Is because he's just going back and forth.
This car and this driver, they have been added so much. Again, 182 at Circuit of the Americas, we were told.
That's sufficient. That's enough.
That's enough.
I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm happy with that.
I haven't seen. Does this car have a cage in it? It should.
Probably. I didn't see a cage in it at Road Atlanta. I haven't looked at it here, but yeah, I would be. Well, I'm having a child here in a week or so, so I would be. I would put a cage in it personally. Something flipped in my head where it's like, oh, I should probably be safe about this.
Well, let's see what Alan Patton's got. Warming up the tires, warming up the brakes. How many horsepower is this got? 800 something?
Yeah, more than 800 horsepower. It's variety. It's a different tune because you can just turn up the boost if you want.
Down the front straight.
Sounds so good.
Into turn 1, tucking it in here. He's got clear track ahead of him.
Dewey's right on his tail, though, so that'll be an interesting benchmark for Dewey as he chases him down.
Yeah, keep an eye on that Subaru in trail as well, because He'll be going for the street mod record. Again, he's already reset it once this weekend. Would like to do it again, get sub 130. Alan Patton trying to defeat his 128, 894 that he set just the other day.
Yeah, this is a kind of an interesting cat and mouse. I think Dewey would probably benefit from this. I think he's the kind of driver that likes the chase, so I think it could benefit his lap time to be this close to Allen and kind of chasing him down.
Oh, Patton a little bit wide there at turn 6, drops a tire in the dirt. Dewey's closing in here, and I don't know that Dewey will be held up by Alan Patton, provided that Patton stays on it, but as you pointed out, that chase is good unless Patton has to knock off and give up a lap here.
Yeah, he basically can't slow up too much in 789 because I think Allen's car towards the end of the back straight would leave Dewey's car behind. But looks like the gap has kind of opened up a little bit, which I think is
it's going to open up right here is where it's going to open up. Get to the straight. Look at Dewey sliding in the background, trying to put on a show.
Dewey would be very offended by you saying that, just a heads up. Yeah.
Actually, he didn't really get gapped all that much there, did he?
Well, Dewey's got a more dig because he's four-wheel drive, so he can put the power down a little bit better.
And Patton leaving turn 11 isn't going to be enough. That was a little bit of a messy 6, but let's see what he's got. 128, 894 was the time to beat. 131, 156, not quite there. Dewey not close there either. No. 131, 119. They basically ran identical times last time around.
Yeah. It looked like Dewey kind of caught him in the first couple sectors, and then Allen did a better job in the third sector. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. There's Josh Halka on screen now.
It looks like Graham Gaylord's off at 6. Does he have a mechanical issue of some? No, I think he's all right. I thought he was on the grass trying to keep any potential fluid from being on course, but
or potentially trying to let Halka by, seeing him close up on him in his mirrors. We'll see what Halka can do. He's currently sitting in second in street. A 36.3 is the time that classifies him, and he holds the 34.8 in Evo, which I don't see out there. I haven't had a chance to get eyes on it, but very, very rapid time for a street class car.
Yeah, Halka working his way back around. I wonder if Patton is still on it. We'll have to keep our eyes on the backstretch as well to see if he's still at pace.
Yeah, Josh Halka coming down the back straight now. Again, that four-wheel drive, that all-wheel drive advantage coming out of 10B is super, super useful for lap time. A nice, clean turn 11, uses all the track on exit, and straightens it back out for the finish. Let's see what kind of time, if he can find himself any time here. He's, again, trying to find a 34.8, which is a big ask for a street class car. Halka
trouble, turn 11, that was actually turn 1. There's a standing yellow there because there was a car off. I saw it, but I didn't process it. So there's a car stuck over there. It is. This is Chris Boersma, thank you. Pit exit, so that's a problem because that'll have a yellow covering that as Patton rumbles by.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of issues with turn 1, but Chris Boersma has been having a little bit of a teething issues with the update to that Civic build in track mod, so unfortunate to see there.
Cole Druskowski in the number 299 Dodge Viper up the backstretch there. Alan Patton, no improvement that time, and then drove into a yellow zone, so I don't think we'll see improvement this time around either.
So Cal McHugh did find just under a tenth of a second. He found like 30 thousandths of a second over his best time, which doesn't move him up or down in the street mod category here. And then Colton Druskowski here in that Viper, 33.674, which is about half a second off of his best pace. So no help for him. Dewey, no change there. Justin Peachy just did a 33.229. Which is a half-second improvement for Justin Peachy, moves him up above Chris Smith into 4th place in track mod. So that secures his podium sprint positioning. Chris Boersma is unfortunately on the side of the track in 1, so he's not going to be able to try and fight for that podium sprint.
Patton seems like he's on it again. I thought he for sure wouldn't be on it given the yellow at turn 1, but let's see. The brakes are glowing. You could see the brakes glowing red hot, even in the daylight.
Yeah, that's crazy. By the way, that whine, that's not some drone. That's in camera shot. That's the car.
And
that's the car.
Did pick up on his time this morning at 29.9.
Yeah, still not close to. He felt he could get into the 26s, but unfortunately the conditions don't seem to be there.
Chris Smith in the number 212 seems legit garage car. We haven't really had a chance to talk about this car a lot this weekend, but was in the podium sprint at Carolina Motorsports Park and was unable to sort of close the deal there despite being one of the fastest cars there. Where is he at as far as podium sprint?
He's in fifth.
Okay.
No, sorry, excuse me. He's in fifth. Justin Peachy just overtook him. His best time is 33.6, so he's about half a second off of his best time, though we'll see whether he can improve here. He's followed down the road by Austin Barnes, who is currently sitting second in track mod, a 33.0, which historically would be pretty impressive, but unfortunately he's being overshadowed by Alan Patton's car. Though, Austin Barnes did do a 31.9 this session, which is a second-and-a-half improvement for him. So he does get closer to Alan, but he's kind of in no man's land between Alan and then the positions 3 through 5 for track mod.
Here's Graham Gaylord. This is a car that Dewey brought my attention to on Thursday. Yeah, this was sort of the 2017 street mod meta back in the day. And it's seen some changes, but they didn't expect it to be very pointy end. They wanted to show and demonstrate how far this category has come with fairly minimal rule changes, just little things here and there. But P9 this weekend after a car that was a front-running machine in 2017.
Yeah, his best time at 35.580 from before this session. Trying to look down and see if he's found any time this morning. I'm not sure he has. Ryan Matthews there. And
by the way, I'm just giggling because Chris Drum is hanging out in the chat, and I mentioned the glowing brake rotors on Alan Patton's car. He said the front brake rotors last 10 laps currently. So that's how much clamping force is going on to get that thing slowed down from 165 miles an hour at German Raceway.
Hey, Chris, what's the diameter of the rotor there? I know my C6 Z06, the stock diameter is 355. They sell 372 diameter kits. I think C8s now are at like 390, which is more than Club TR wheel diameters, so.
That is so silly.
It is silly. I love it.
How many tens of thousands of miles do stock Corvette rotors last just on the road?
By the New Balance wearing, Jort wearing crowd, probably tens of thousands of miles.
So tens of thousands of miles versus 10 laps.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
372 by 34.
It's arguably traveled more distance in those 10 laps than some of those. 370. That seems inadequate, Chris.
Maybe that's why they're on fire every time you go to the brakes.
I know it's lighter, but you should consider maybe 390s or something.
That's funny. John Rode in 5th in street mod, 133.952 for that little MX-5 that could.
Was that? I know he was right around that time.
That's a quick lap for an MX-5.
That is a quick lap for an MX-5. John Rode.
Or what's left of this MX-5, I should say.
It's still an MX-5. 33.0 was his best time, so no help for him, but he's currently sitting in that 5th spot. Cal Fortner is trying to catch him. Has Cal found time? 33.393.
Big wiggle there for John.
Cal hasn't found time this session either, so he's currently safe, but he only has a margin of about 0.3 of a second. So if Cal can find a 32, Cal would overtake him to get into the podium sprint.
John Rode is pushing this car right now out to the edge of the road there, leaving turn 10B. Just kind of did that walk out to the edge of the track where it was kind of a pitch and catch moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's with that much power and such a short wheelbase, it gets pretty difficult to. I think that's the limitation of this platform, is the wheelbase is so short that it rotates so quickly when you add a lot of power. 33.664. Again, that's still no help for him, unfortunately. As we get checkered flag, I don't think Cal Fortner has managed to improve on his time. He has not, unfortunately. So John Rode does stay safe in podium to make the podium sprint. He is your 5th place qualifier there. On screen, Christian Aranja, who's been running GLTC with us in these last couple rounds, running that Thunder Bunny Supra GT4, also competing in GLGT. And kind of an update on that car. Apparently they had a new engine management.
I saw that.
Engine management overnighted from Japan. I mean North Carolina, where Thunder Bunny's. They're in North Carolina. Anyway, from Thunder Bunny Racing to get the car to the GLGT power level that it needs, and then we can talk about it during the GLGT segment anyway. But some tires also help there. Yeah,
it's fun to watch that car get a lot of laps here again. GT4 cars are used to getting many laps and running for 40-50 minutes at a time, so a couple sessions, no big deal. Kyle McHugh, by the way, track mod champion from last year, running this car in street mod primarily this year. The 131, 156.
He was second in Street Mod last year as well, I believe.
Yes.
Right behind Alan Patton.
Very close. But Alan Patton was just undefeated every time he showed up to the track. This was an improvement for McHugh, a couple hundredths of a second. 0.156 to a 0.190.
Dewey did a 30.7, which is just only a tenth off of his record, but it goes to show maybe there was enough pace in this morning session. But Kyle McHugh did find just under half a tenth of a second of improvement. He didn't really need it, didn't put him anywhere, didn't really move him anywhere in the standings. He's going to stay in third, and it's all going to come down to the podium sprint against Dewey, Andy Smedgard, Ryan Matthews, and John Road.
Yeah, all the track battle drivers are always looking for records, but now the last session of the weekend is the track battle podium sprint. You see Chris Boersma managed to get around to the exit at turn 2. But let's have a look at your results here for this session. Starting with Club SC, David Bast close but no cigar to retake his own record he set earlier in the weekend. Mike Jensen, Chris Rice, Sam Dooling, Ryan Mukherjee, your top 5. I believe also the top 5 for the podium sprint later today. So there's your running order for Club SC and Falcon Club TR. No major shifts or shuffles here. Mike Bryant, though, very, very impressed with that NCMX5. He'll be in the show. Peter Gremberg hangs on to a top 5 position. Ian Flavin just shy of qualifying for podium sprint. Looking at street class, Josh Halka, Mike Coons, Charles Miller. Spaz jumps up inside the top 5, knocks out Will Dries for podium sprint later today.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Spaz there.
Luke McGrew, Ryan Matthews battling. This will be a fun fight when it comes to podium sprint. They've been trading blows all weekend long. Dallas Reed in that number 22 Corvette down the order just a little ways. Ben Bultice in the Supra fighting an uphill battle against some of those really slippery Chevrolet Corvettes.
But did fight some time this morning, so good for him.
Good stuff. We'll move on to the street mod category. Dewey DeWitt close to retaking his own record again, but he'll get to another chance to do that in podium sprint later today. Cal Fortner fighting some issues with the rear differential, spinning up the inside wheels. Did not qualify for podium sprint. Bit of a surprise with 200 extra horsepower compared to previous rounds. Luca Barberis, John Road, some solid runs there. John Road in that MX-5 should be a lot of fun to watch later today. In track mod, Alan Patton. Man, I cannot wait to see this thing in podium sprint going for a trophy after resetting the track mod record. Just didn't do it this morning. Austin Barnes picked up. Justin Peachy is now in the podium sprint. And a couple others to note here as well. Chris Boersma didn't quite see the apex of this car this weekend. A couple mechanical issues preventing it from being up in the mix. And in the unlimited category, it was a little quiet out there this morning, but Ernie Pizzellis, a 134.3, Bertulis and Lauder, second and third. Let's have a look at the highlights here from Track Battle Q7 as well. We get a look here at some of the action here. Ben Bultice in the number 40 Toyota GR Supra early on was making some laps, but then street class was a pretty fun fight to watch. Vito?
Yeah, absolutely. With the 718 Caymans out there in Club TR, not a lot of improvements out there. People defending their positions, but nonetheless, everybody's going for it to get into the podium sprint. And then, we see S2000s, the Integras, both of them Club TR competitors. Unfortunately, no change in the Club TR order.
Alan Patton went out there in track mod and laid down a 129, but just track conditions not quite there this morning to go track record pace. There's Josh Halka, the 777. Chris Smith did a nice job here this morning with that BMW 1 Series. Be fun to watch. Kyle McHugh picked up a couple hundredths of a second. And we'll be finishing up here with the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship with Podium Sprint later today. We have the Rush Series up next. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, year number 12 from Gingerman Raceway. It is a Sunday morning. The weather is absolutely perfect as it has been all weekend long. Mid-60s and sunny. The humidity is dropping. And after a full weekend of festivities in the festival grounds and the racetrack, we're about to wrap up our motorsports action on Sunday. But it's GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 3 that takes to the racetrack here in a few minutes' time. Kyle Heyer will be joined by Ido Waxman here in just a couple minutes with the cars lining up here on the grid with the GRIDLIFE Rush Series for their third race of the weekend, penultimate time around this Gingerman Raceway circuit. It's the first time that the GRIDLIFE Rush Series has ever come to Gingerman Raceway as part of the calendar sequence for 2025. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series will follow us to every event this year. Cars coming back in on the hook after the track battle time attack session this morning. The conditions are absolutely gorgeous. Like I said, it has been a little cloudy this morning, but the clouds are clearing and the fog is burning off. The humidity was pretty high, but now it's mid-60s. It's gorgeous. The track, though, isn't as grippy as perhaps you would think, given all things. Typically the morning sessions here at Gingerman are very, very quick, but the track not quite ready for the fastest lap times of the weekend. No big deal, though, for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Now they'll be competing against each other. It's been a thrilling fight to watch, of course. This weekend, a little bit of a heavy heart racing for the first time this year and in history without David Hosey, founder and owner of Rush Auto Works, who passed away suddenly on May 19th. And earlier in the weekend, a touching tribute to David Hosey and all that he has done for GRIDLIFE, for the Rush Auto Works company, with a missing man formation. Son Blair Hosey is out there on the front row once again. Field is rolling now as we get moving for a pace lap around the 2.2-mile Gingerman Raceway. And in a moment, we'll have a look at our starting lineup, but it has been the same story all year long with Ryan Leach in the number 56. He has been the driver that has won every single race, all 10 so far in 2025. If anybody is going to beat him in the championship, they better start now. As we said, it is time for GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 3. Have a look here as far as the weekend progress. Only one session left to go after this one. It is the 4th and final race that will be gridded by the weekend points up to this point. Ido Waxman joins me again. Ido, excited to get this one underway. Rush Series has put on a great show this weekend.
Yeah, we've been seeing a really, really fun battle all the way through the top 5, actually, and Andy Vocals managed to find his way from 5th, where he started in race 1, all the way into 3rd, where he's starting this race, while Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach are fighting it out for the first step of the podium. They've been close to each other all weekend.
Well, let's have a look here at the starting lineup. Ryan Leach in the number 56, as he has all weekend long on the front row alongside Blair Hosey. Andy Vocal and James French share row number 2. Starting in row number 3, it's Nico Bratz in the number 7, and Brett DiGiacomo rolls off a great qualifying position, P6 for him. Mark Charganorski in the number 25 starts 7th. Nate Hamilton in 8th. Ethan Alexander in 9th, and Nick Billingsley in 10th.
Yeah, and up in 11th, we've got Jalen Batley. In 12th, we got TJ Hunt, who himself has moved up quite a few places. Bill Wright in 13th, Gage Hughes in 14th. And then on row 8, we've got John Robinson in 15th and Robert Desjardins in 16th. Moving on to row 9, we've got Matt Wilson with the best race suit of the weekend in 17th, and Ayrton Grimm in 18th, pulling double duty with GLTC. AJ Campo in 19th, and Jared Anderson in 20th.
In 21st place, it's Larry Brady in the number 59. Pat Brady starts in 22nd place in the number 82. Jake Sanders rolls off 23rd in the number 77, and Tim Burkhardt 24th. In 25th place, it's John Howe, and 26th, Paul Klitsch in the number 71, followed by Chuck Desjardins and Lee Kellert in row number 14. Wrapping up the last couple of rows here, it's Bryce Mersberger in the 114 car. He had a big moment yesterday, so did Kelsey Billingsley. They'll start tail of the field. Tom Kirsting, 31st place, and our resident placeholder image, Jake Jornstad, at the tail end of the field.
Jake Jornstad is every racer.
Yes, we're missing Jake this weekend. Of course, he was planning on being here, but had something come up, so unfortunately will not be joining us. He would be an Eibach GLTC competitor if he was here. So as field doubles up here, Ido, hoping for a green flag race. We've had a couple of full course yellows slow the action here this weekend, but what are the keys to success here in a morning race when everyone's a little tired after last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think the keys to success here is not making mistakes, not opening yourself up to opportunities. I think this track has been maybe a little bit more difficult to pass than I expected, but if you do make a mistake in 7, 8, 9, you will get punished for it, and we're seeing passes in all through 7, 8, 9, and 10B if mistakes are made. So yeah, there's lots of competition through the field. Everybody's looking to capitalize and move up some positions, so it'll be really fun to watch here this race.
Remember, the green flag will come at the further start stand, the one closer to turn 1. Give the field time to double up here. And tense moments again. Can anybody defeat Ryan Leach? 10 for 10 so far in 2025. Field's doubled up. Here's a look, Max flying the drone real low to the Armco here. Green flag, and we're racing in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series towards turn 1, 3 across. Nico Bratz and Ethan Alexander, that was very, very tight into turn 1. Somehow they didn't come together. And there's Andy Vocal trying to go the long way around there. Blair Hosey throttle up a little sooner, but Ryan Leach leads the way.
Yeah, Ryan chose the inside line this time into turn 1, and then Andy Vocal was actually on the inside for the first time on a race start this whole weekend.
Up to turn 3 now. There's a piece of debris off in the gravel. I saw that too, but it's not from the Rush Series cars, I don't think. Oh, no, yes, it is. It's Nate Hamilton's front clip. He is missing the nose of his car. I didn't see where and when it came off, but he's racing without a front end on his car somehow.
Andy Vogel is not giving up his position, his third place position into turn 5, challenging James French, who's on his outside.
Yeah, smoke from Ethan Alexander as well, so there might have been a coming together between those two cars, between the 144 and the 33, and that's why the clip is missing. You see the smoke there, so tire rub potentially for Alexander as French puts pressure on Vogel.
Yeah, and again, the top two, Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach, driving away from this field, and then we've got a little bit of a traffic jam behind Andy Vogel, but now that's moved Nico Bratz into position to try and overtake James French.
I'm curious how long Nate Hamilton thinks he can go out without that front nose. You're going to be missing a lot of your downforce with all that front aero no longer attached to the car. If he'll pit in or just run without it, I have no idea.
Yeah, it kind of depends whether the car can still cool sufficiently without the front nose. That the ducting there helps the radiator do its job a lot better. So we'll see whether he can actually survive out there.
Yeah, I heard some scraping in the braking zone there from the microphones as well, and I wonder if that was potentially just from low tire pressures here when the car's got a little less ride height. But lap 1 complete. It's again Hosey and Leach as it's been all weekend long here. Hosey has been unable to break through the defense of that 56.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan driving a faultless race as usual, and Andy putting a little bit of a gap to James French behind him, and Nico Bratz has kind of fallen back to Brett DiGiacomo here, who's trying to challenge him for that 5th place spot.
Big lunge up the inside. French just chucked a haymaker at Andy Vogel down at turn 3, and it worked. He got past.
Wow, I don't think Andy expected that from that far back. He's now going to try and fight back at him. Through the rest of the lap, we'll see whether he can catch back up and then make another pass on James French.
Yeah, that was a really big send from a long ways back, but he made the pass complete, and it's going to hold them up a little bit in their pursuit of those front two. But really, frankly, Hosey and Leach have been in a different zip code this weekend. They're, they're off, back to Indiana, halfway back to Chicago at this point. But through turn 7, 8, and 9, there's Leach now establishing a bit more of a lead on Blair Hosey. But Hosey has caught Leach towards the end of these races, so it's far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ryan Leach's drive is just so impressive how well he drives in these races. Meanwhile, further back in the field,
it's still Hamilton without the nose.
Hamilton. So looks like he thinks he can keep going in this race, but it's not helping his competitiveness. He's fallen back through the field as a result of that.
Well, I can tell you one thing is that I don't think those front clips are very heavy, so I don't think that he's saving a lot of weight. But it certainly looks like this car's done 498 laps at Martinsville at this stage without all the body panels on it. But side by side there, Nick Billingsley in the number 9. Oh, trouble.
Yeah, and it's not only a cooling concern, it's also a downforce concern. Without the front clip, it's both drag and it making downforce, making pressure on top of the splitter to create downforce.
Didn't see which two cars those were, but there were two cars tangled, I think, at 10B. And they're back rolling now. And here's a look at them. Yeah. The 77 is one, and the other was hiding from us there.
Jake Sanders looks like is the one of them. And yeah, Ryan Leach again just establishing this big gap to Blair Hosey, and then they themselves have their own large gap, a 3-second gap to James French, and then Andy Vogel a second back from him, who's a little bit falling into the clutches of Nico Bratz behind him. Yeah,
Brett DiGiacomo trying to run down Nico Bratz ahead of him. It'd be a pretty impressive drive to run up to the top 5 here, especially in a series that's been very competitive at the pointy end. See yellow flags, I think, are they being put away or displayed? Looks like being put away down towards 10B. That's good news.
Yeah, car's cleared up. We're going to stay green here.
There was another spin because there's still fresh dust kicked up there. So
it's possible that car is stuck in the gravel down there. It's really hard. You can't see it from this perspective because it just dips down so much. A little bit like China Beach.
A little bit.
Yeah, hopefully there's not a car stuck down there.
Well, Blair Hosey, like I said, beginning to reel in Ryan Leach, and you still hear the scraping of that front splitter.
Yeah, they're running it as low to the ground as possible to make as much front downforce as possible, and that results in it scraping.
This is Matt Wilson side by side with, it's the 114 of Bryce Mersberger, I believe.
Yep.
Door to door into.
Nice clean pass from Bryce there on the inside heading to turn 11.
Yep, look at Bratz and French going at it. French was ahead of Vogel, and he's dropped a spot, so Vogel might have thrown another.
And it was after the start finish, so Vogel must have gotten him into turn 1. James French must have had a problem in turn 1 for Andy and Nico Bratz.
He's got an issue. He's got something dragging. Left side was sparking on the middle of the straightaway, which is You can see under the car there's something a little lower than it should be. I'm not sure if it's distracting him or keeping the car from sealing for the downforce, but there's something wrong with that 70 car.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe not making the power that he's supposed to. So that's unfortunate for James French, but I'm sure a relief for Andy Vogel.
And trouble for the
Bratz.
17. Maybe he's just pulling over, but John Howe going a lap down here.
Yeah, or possibly he just knows that he's getting passed, he's getting lapped, so he's doing a good job of getting out of the way there.
There's Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey. Hosey just ran a better lap than Leach did. A little bit of slicing and dicing a little further in the field. The 19 of Kelsey Billingsley is the first car in line there. I think that's, who's that, Sanders?
It was
Paul Klitsch, maybe, the 71?
Yep, yeah. Or, yeah, Paul Klitsch there. But yeah, again, Blair Hosey closing the gap to Ryan Leach towards the back half of the race. It's hard to tell how much of that is Ryan Leach just kind of relaxing a little bit, knowing he has a gap. Ooh, we've got a whole gaggle of cars here in 10B.
Oh boy. 51 gauge shoes.
A little bit of contact there
Bill
between
Wright.
114.
Yeah, that's Bryce Mersberger.
And 68, I believe.
58 of Bill Wright.
Yeah, 58 of Bill Wright, excuse me.
And there's Ryan Oler in the 74. That's the blue and white car, center screen.
Yep, a little bit slow on the inside, getting passed on the outside. Barely stays on track to complete the pass there. Blair Hosey, another purple lap from him. He's now only a half a second behind Ryan Leach there.
Big sideways slide for Mersberger, the 114 at turn one. Here comes Matt Wilson trying to go the long way around of a couple of cars here. You can kind of get this done. Pretty flat racetrack, a lot of width to use, so the wider end of the, you go take the rim there, you get a wider radius, you can carry a lot more speed out there even though the track's flat.
Yeah, and I think turn two leaves a little bit of room for some different racing line interpretation there. So I think it's a good place to kind of experiment and try to make moves in unorthodox ways.
And here comes Nico Bratz on Andy Vogel here for third place.
On the outside of 8 right now.
Oh, that's tough math here, Ito.
Into the inside of 9. Good, respectful racing from both, but Andy into the marbles on the outside, loses that position to Nico Bratz. Nonetheless, clean racing from both of them.
Yeah, and that's going to bring up Brett DiGiacomo in the 12 car up into the mix as well, looking for more, looking for fourth, looking for third.
Let's see, is James French, I think French is still out there, out in 6th place, so whatever it was, he's still running. But yeah, Andy now is going to try and chase down Nico Bratz, although it looks like Nico has kind of started walking away from Andy Vogel. Not sure what's going on there. Brett DiGiacomo also pulling up right to the backside of Andy Vogel.
Yeah, and Blair Hosey, again, just within a few tenths of Ryan Leach. And Blair Hosey is not holding back. He's running for the points championship. He needs, at some point, if he wants to win it, defeat Ryan Leach. He has been unable to do so far this weekend. But Leach has not made mistakes.
James French has pulled in here, so he's going to go a lap down. You see the marker going a lap down. So James French has pulled off. But yeah, Blair Hosey, again, catching up in the second half of the race. I wonder if that's just a tire management thing, that Blair's just a little bit better with keeping his tires in a better operating window than Ryan Leach is towards the second half of the race. As he gets just as I say that, he gets all sorts of sideways out of turn 6.
And up to turn 7 now. There's about 4 car lengths between them. Blair Hosey has brought it to Ryan Leach on the last lap a couple of times where he was within striking distance but couldn't outbrake him.
Ooh, gets pretty lateral there at turn 8, loses the rear end and has to catch it and slides all the way to the outside.
Yeah, again, Hosey trying to get to the throttle a little sooner. Again, not enough straightaway to really utilize the slipstream too much. A little side-by-side there, Oler.
Move.
That was a big moment.
Yeah, from Jason Oler to take looks like going to be in the low teens there.
I think that was a 58 of Bill Wright that he snuck by there.
So snuck into 15th on that one. Otherwise, they're pretty line astern right now. That gaggle of cars that was all together in the teens has spread themselves back out.
And still a couple laps to go here, and Hosey's sort of been fluctuating between 2 tenths back and 7 tenths back, but this is the biggest gap that we've seen since the drop of the green.
Yeah,
got to keep him in touch.
Yeah, Ryan seems to have extended it this time. All the meanwhile, we're talking about the gap increasing and decreasing between these two, but they're leaving third place behind, even at the pace that they're at right now.
Battle for 10th, TJ Hunt and John Robinson.
Yeah, he's moved up a few spots to get into the top 10.
Yeah, nicely done. He's got a couple of top 10s so far this weekend. We'll lunge up the inside there of Matt Wilson. That is the 13 of Lee Keller. that make that pass.
Yeah, big late move there, but nice and clean. And Matt Wilson kind of letting him by as he's losing grip on the inside of 2.
Yeah, didn't have enough traction on corner exit. And by the way, Nate Hamilton without that nose up to 12th. Has Volkl gone off or has he had contact?
Looks like he's gone off. He's dragging that rear bumper now. Hopefully he didn't get help from that, but yeah, he's been complaining of oversteer in that car. I think that's been his primary issue this weekend is he just doesn't trust the rear end. So they've been making changes every session to try and calm down that rear end, and it could be that whatever change they made before this morning just didn't work out. Yeah, he's coming into 10B now, still dragging that bumper. Looks like he's getting up to speed okay. I don't see any damage on Nico Bratz's car, so it could have just been an unassisted off there in the very tricky 5-6 turn complex. Now Ryan Leach is coming up on lap traffic here. We'll see if that plays into Blair Hosey's hands or if he's going to get out of the way. Ryan Leach extending his lead, or at least maintaining it to 0.7 of a second. He's getting held up here in turn 2.
Hearing that the 34 of Andy Volkl, by the way, it was just a spin, so unassisted, by the way, and a little bit of lap traffic for Ryan Leach to navigate here.
Yeah, not a great job from that lap traffic. Definitely holding him up from 2 to 3, and now Blair Hosey's caught him up a little bit there. Surprising that Andy didn't lose more than a spot to Nico Bratz with that spin or off that he had.
Yeah, just looping it around and got back rolling again, spin and continue. But again, Hosey was unable to use that opportunity with that lap car to close up too much. I would anticipate a white flag in the next lap or 2. We're running out of time on the timer. But Ryan Leach, what is it going to take for somebody to get by him? He's just infallible. He just has not made a mistake. He's looked ragged at times, but he never leaves the door open long enough for someone to take advantage. Trouble, and it's, I think, either Boysen or Campo. Boysen, I think, broke the transmission on his car yesterday, so I think it's got to be Campo or Eric Grimm.
It is Campo. I saw 220, the 227 on it, so I believe it is Campo.
Campo, or I could have sworn I saw the 120. It might have been Grimm on that, but
I think I saw 227. Anyway, and as we see, that's Ethan Alexander making a move to try and move up over Batley on the inside of 9s, maintaining overlap into 10B. Let's see if he can hook it up around the outside and keep that position.
Remember that the 33 had contact earlier, and he had a tire rub that seems to have cleared itself, so momentarily slowed him down. All the while behind them, you've got TJ Hunt trying to close in with John Robinson, so this could quickly become a 4-car fight. White flag is in the air, last lap around Gingerman Raceway, so 1 lap to go, and the battle right now is going to be for 8th place.
Yeah, so I was mistaken. That's actually Billingsley making a move on Ethan Alexander as Robinson makes a move on Hunt, trying to maintain overlap into turn 1.
Yeah, Hunt, nice slight defensive line there. Robinson's going to open the door to the inside, but can't outbrake TJ enough to get overlap there. With this final lap, 2.2 miles left to go. No challenge out front at the moment, but there's, it's about to be. Blair Hosey has closed back in again at the right time.
Yeah, traffic playing a role here a little bit as they kind of close up. But Ryan Leach, I think, has got this in the bag. Just as I say that, that's the commentator's curse there. Both of them got sideways, but it looks like Blair Hosey lost less time than Ryan Leach did. Let's see if he can do the over-under and get a better drive out of 10B. He's got much more grip, looks like, on the inside.
Here he comes up to alongside there. Can he side draft? A little contact there between Hosey and Leach. It's a drag race up the back straightaway. This is as close as he's been. Leach out drags him, goes over to cover. Now Blair Hosey back to the left. Can he outbrake? Can he sneak up underneath? He forces Leach offline. Now dives underneath, throttles down on the curbing, but I don't think it's enough. Checkered flag waving, and Ryan Leach continues to decimate the field. 11 wins, 11 races, and Hosey comes up short.
I'd be interesting to talk to them or to Ryan and see what he thinks happened in the last set of corners, that he lost that drive out of 10B and brought Blair Hosey closer to him.
Yeah, that was a fun fight between those two, but just not enough of a mistake by Leach for anybody to capitalize. Bratz 3rd, Volkl 4th. Brett DiGiacomo grabs the top 5 in the number 12. That's that teal and gray car.
Yeah, let's see where Ethan Alexander and TJ Hunt end up. Looks like Ethan Alexander stays in 9th, but Hunt is right behind him. He's getting challenged by Oler and Wright, excuse me. Sorry, 180, that is DeRobinson, excuse me.
Yeah, here comes the 188 of Matt Wilson. I think chasing, is that Lee Kellert perhaps? Or the 114 of Merceberger, one of those two. And it was Merceberger, and 18th, 19th, and then Jared Anderson in 20th.
Yeah, fortunately, no double yellows, no safety car deployed. So a full green race. Nice job from all the Rush competitors to have a clean race out there, green from start to finish.
Yeah, and Leach just has the precision, the surgical precision that just makes it so hard to compete with. Ryan Leach wins Rush Series Race 3 by 0.2 of a second over Blair Hosey, Nico Bratz, Andy Vogel, Brett DiGiacomo, your top 5, Mark Jorganowski, Jalen Batley, Nick Billingsley, 7th and 8th. Ethan Alexander and TJ Hunt scores another top 10 there for Team Rapscallion. John Robinson, Oler, Hamilton, Hughes, and Wright, top 15. And Lee Keller, Mersberger, and Wilson had a little scrap there, didn't they?
Yeah, they were fighting it out throughout the race, and then Jared Anderson in the top 20. Larry Brady in 22nd, Pat Brady in 22nd, Tom Kirsting in 23rd, a lap down. Looks like a little bit of lapping there. Kelsey Billingsley 24th, Chuck Desjardins 25th, Tim Burkhardt 26th, Jake Sanders 27th, Paul Klitsch 28th, AJ Campo 29th, and James French retired from the race about midway through with problems, along with John Howe in 31st. As a very clean rush race. Again, Blair Hosey tracking down Ryan Leach in the second half of the race and making it especially close on that last lap. But nobody's been able to dethrone Ryan Leach from the top of any race in Rush this season.
Yeah, it's just, man, Leach.
Hugely impressive.
Just absolutely just scoring everything everywhere. I don't know how he's doing it, but you can't win everything all the time, so at some point he'll falter. Will it be race 4 later today? Let's have a look at the highlights from GridLife Rush Series. Race number 4 on the green flag. Pretty exciting moment. Now, was there contact here? So Hamilton still has the nose on his car there. There it goes off to the driver's left there.
It might have been not have been properly clipped in or secured.
No,
he
hit the 33. That's why there was a tire rub on Ethan Alexander early on, but it just got loose and then came apart. Big lunge off into turn 3. That was French by Vogel. And then Leach trying to establish his lead. Blair Hosey in chase. But again, that gap ebbed and flowed for most of the race. Nate Hamilton running without the nose on his car. He finished the race. Didn't end up needing it all that much. But Robinson in that battle. And then there was these two cars that had tangled that turn 10B, but once they got rolling, they continued with no further issues. Here was Nico Bratz and Vogel. That was dicey side by side through turn 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we had this fight come back to us between Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey. Ryan getting held up by some traffic towards the second half of the race. Yeah,
TJ Hunt, again, doing a nice job running from John Robinson. Here was that last lap battle between Hosey and Leach, but unable to do anything about it, and Leach picked up another win this season in GridLife Rush Series Race 3. And race fans, we're going to take a look here at the booth because I have a little special treat. For those of you that are here on site with us, we have these free Eibach GLTC posters that we're going to be giving away on the grid walk and autograph session. Matt Waldbaum featured, but there's also Eric Cattell, and there's Thomas Lathrop and a whole bunch of other drivers. Free posters, autograph session at 10:30 to 11:30 down on the pit lane right underneath us. And in about 30 minutes time, I will be down there myself talking to the drivers and getting my own poster signed as well. So for all the fans at the racetrack that are still waking up, you still have a little time, about a half hour, to get down to the grid and grab a couple of autographs from your favorite Eibach GLTC driver. We'll see you there. We'll take a short break, but 10:30, the Eibach GLTC Grid Walk and Autograph Session from Gingerman Raceway and GridLife Midwest Fest.
on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Barely live.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock, right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6, and Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
all punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1. Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. Yeah. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong on this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and then sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in the weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax, and I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know, take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. And Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're gonna go side by side through the carousel. This is gonna be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnussen, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person. So it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, going into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
That's next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
You're barely live.
And welcome to the pit lane here at Gingerman Raceway, year number 12 of GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. Kyle Heyer here for the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Grid Walk. So excited to be here. There's a couple of drivers that are actually on track for the Pop-Up Tent Memorial 5K right now, including Eric Cattell. I told everyone to be in their fire suits. He's in a tank top and sneakers right now. But we do have a couple of drivers hanging out with us, some from Eibach GLTC and some from our TrackBattle Time Attack series. We've got Dewey DeWitt here, who I was talking to earlier in the week about things were changing on the broadcast, but we're super excited to have you here. You broke a track record earlier this weekend, not quite sub 130, but you still have podium sprint left. What's going on today for you? How comfortable are you going out there to win in podium sprint and street mod?
I mean, there's no being comfortable with the guys that are in street mod right now. It's a bunch of axe murders. Anybody who's had anything to do with street mod understands that. And, you know, we've got Andy right there, Kyle's right there. We've got legends of all sorts of different disciplines that show up for street mod. So it's absolutely crazy. But we're going to go out there and do whatever we can. We found some stuff out on the last session. It's mostly me. I need to learn to drive better, and you know, it looks good on camera, but I need to chill out a little bit, and hopefully we can get that sub 130 and bring home the W.
I was talking with GRIDLIFE founder Chris Stewart just a couple minutes ago, and he said everyone sounds the same this morning, all worn out. Your voice is gone too. The energy this year at Midwest Festival is totally wild. What does this year look like compared to past years? Because to me, it's just looked enormous.
I got to be real, the vibe has been incredible this year. Through the pits, general admission, even out at the stage, it has been absolutely nuts. I don't know, maybe it's the weather, maybe it's something in the water around here, but everybody has been great. It's been just nothing but hugs and high fives. It's got a killer vibe to it.
Well, Dewey, good luck to you in podium sprint. We'll see you later. Let's talk to Jeremy Bailey. He's over here as well in Falcon Club TR winner in Carolina Motorsports Park. Jeremy, this has been a fun weekend as well. Club TR is always a battleground. Podium sprint later today. How do you feel?
I feel pretty good. I don't know. We've all pretty much set our fast times on Friday, and we've been right next to each other the entire time. So hopefully podium sprint, I can get a little faster and eke into third or second or at least first maybe. So.
And same question to you again. You've been coming to Midwest for a couple of years. You've been in the GRIDLIFE paddock for a while. What's different about this year with the energy?
Oh, man, everybody's excited to be here, and it's the same party energy that it's always been. It's friends and family. I guess it's all about family, right?
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Let's go over and talk to one of our new competitors in Eibach GLTC this weekend. Blake Korth has a background in karting, but this is his first weekend in Eibach GLTC running a 2010 Porsche Cayman that was previously owned by Aaron Lichty, who was a runner-up in the Eibach GLTC Championship back in 2020. Blake, what's your experience been like this weekend?
This weekend's been pretty crazy. Rookie weekend here. Just found out I'm starting front row for this fourth and final race. Super ecstatic and super pumped for it. So far, it's been a great experience. Super competitive in the top 10. We're all running pretty close in times. We'll see what happens in this race, but fingers crossed everything goes good. Yeah.
Yeah, we're really excited about some of the new things we're doing this year, including giving out some posters here on the grid. I gave you a Sharpie earlier, so you got that around. I would like to put this on my wall, so I'm going to use your car as a canvas, and I would love to have your signature on it, so we can go down the grid. And again, I have to get some of the front runners, and they're out on the track right now. But Blake's starting us off right. Thanks, Blake. Appreciate it. What's your experience been like at this racetrack and this event? Because this is a wild first grid life to start at.
Yeah. For sure. So, I'm used to SCCA and NASA coming here. And it's a lot smaller. We were talking about pit spots the other day. And our pit spot that we have over there, towards the back, we were considering it to be good for this event. But if we were here for an SCCA or NASA, it'd be a horrible spot. It is absolutely crazy here. The amount of fans that actually show up to come watch this, it's pretty awesome. And I think the actual stacked drivers in this field make it super interesting as well. Also, the amount of diversity in the cars that you have. You have Porsches, Hondas, Corvettes, a little bit of everything. So yeah, it's really fun so far.
Well, good luck to you today. Have fun. All right, let's head on down. I saw Matan Rosenberg. He was one of the only drivers that listened to me when I said I needed to have a fire suit on. Again, a lot of drivers replacing their fire suits with tank tops and sneakers here for the Memorial 5K. But Matt Waldbaum is going to be up in the front mix as well. I don't know where he's at. His helmet's in the car. But Matan Rosenberg's over here. He's got his keychains out. He's got the C7 Corvette, this is going to be his GLGT car someday. But it's going to be power to weight. Matan, I'd love your autograph, sir. 2024 Eibach GLTC champion.
We're gonna put it right under the championship there. That's
there you go. Absolutely. So Matan gonna get that signature right under the championship. He's gonna follow up, be another two-time champ, just like Jeremy Swenson. He even put the number. He's a pro. But Matan, it's been a fun weekend so far. How do you feel?
Pretty good. We're a little bit off pace, but I think for race 4 with the invert starting in front of Cattell and Magnuson should be helpful. So I'm excited about that. And I'm excited for Mid-Ohio once Magnuson's feeling that rewards weight from this weekend. So this car with 4 extra % from the 4 wins we got this year so far, it's been a little bit tough, this tighter track. But overall, I think we've been doing a good job with it and trying to manage the weight, manage the heat. So I think it's been good.
Yeah, some new partnerships this season, brand new livery as well. What's it been like kind of repping the Eibach and Falcon team this year? I see your social media is pretty wild as well. It looks really, really cool. And there's some fun reels coming as well this week.
Yeah, absolutely. No, working with Falcon and Eibach has been great. We put a lot of effort towards working with more people and bringing people out on track and showcasing some more products. So it's been amazing working with both these companies and getting to showcase their products.
Well, 2024 Eibach GLTC champ Matan Rosenberg going to try to get it done today. Matan, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Eric Cattell is out on the racetrack. Matt, I don't know where Magnuson's at. He was partying hard last night. But Lena Chin's out here as well. Our photographer, Rob Wilkinson, is ripping behind us in the side-by-side. But Lena Chin's got a brand new livery on her car this weekend, which I'm pretty excited about. Some colors that everyone's familiar with following auto racing the last, couple of decades or half a century. Lena, you got a brand new livery on your car. What was the impetus to change this up?
I just wanted something a little different. I've had the 917 number for a while, so I figured I'd kind of roll into it a little more. And yeah, looks good.
How's your weekend been so far? It's honestly been so fun watching the ASM cars just absolutely throw haymakers at each other all weekend long.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. I've ran into a couple of issues in terms of brake issues and a couple coil pack issues, but I've been managing, staying near the top 10. That's kind of where I always want to be.
Well, you were telling me also just this morning or maybe late last night that you were down a cylinder. So what was the problem there and how'd you get it sorted?
Yeah, I lost a coil pack on cylinder number 1. One of the wires kind of pulled out, so I kind of sounded like a Subaru for the last couple of laps and managed to try to keep off Thorne, but unfortunately he kind of got me out of that last turn, so that's just how it goes.
Well, I'm collecting some signatures here for my Eibach GLTC poster. I have some markers in my pocket. I would love to have you on there. Matan very aggressively took the spot underneath the championship on Eibach GLTC championship, so you're going to have to find a different spot. But
find a different spot. Oh, I should do it right over, no. Here, I will put it right here.
Right under the team car, right on the side skirt there. But this has been so fun, Lena, and it's great to see you out here again. competing, always have a very striking car. You can hang on to that if you like. But it's just been so fun. You've been at Midwest Festival for a couple of years. I've been asking drivers, what feels different this year?
Oh, the crowd. The crowd feels like super energized this year, and it's been really great. I mean, having the stage over there, just driving around. I heard you guys say earlier, it feels like Forza, you know? It definitely feels like Forza in real life, so it feels like a dream.
It seems like that for sure. Thanks so much, Lena. Appreciate your time. Good luck today, and we'll see you later. All right, let's see who else is out here. Jackie Ding's out here hanging out with his Eibach A86 Corolla. He was shooting for top 10s. He was awful close the other day. 15th and then, what, 13th, Jackie?
13th. Let's go. It's so close.
So super, super close. Jackie, I'd love to get your autograph on my poster here as well. We'll just stick it right on the intake there for me. What have you been chasing this weekend trying to get up to that top 10?
Mostly chasing Lena and the ASM boys as they're freaking battling ahead. We've been having coolant issue, we fix that. Handling issue, we fix that. Every issue we popped up the team, Chris Chach, everybody, it's just been freaking awesome. We're so close. I just want that last little position. So if somebody is ahead, get DQ'd or something, I will take it, you know?
Jackie's awful close. It's been super fun. And on the GridLife official Instagram, we saw some rollers with Matan and Erica Till, the Eibach drivers here in Eibach GLTC. Super cool build, Jackie. And thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of it.
Actually, they told me that was a Eibach fast car shootout that I didn't belong. So, you know, I'll take some work to get up there. We'll get up there eventually.
All right, Jackie. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy your day. See James Houghton's GLGT car. This is Honda Civic Type R TCR. Super, super cool entry. If you haven't seen GLGT yet, there's more coming your way here this weekend. Let's see Gary Wimble's #1 Chevrolet Corvette. That's been pulling double duty both in Eibach GLTC and in GridLife GT. Had a differential issue in qualifying. They got that sorted. And as with the C5 Corvette since then, it's been mad reliable. So let's see what else we've got. We've got David Calzada from GridLife GT. This MX-5, you know, it looks like it would be right at home in Eibach GLTC as well, but he's running this in the GridLife GT category. Lewis Chatroop's over here. Let's see who else is hanging out. Oh, I see Michael Pagano. Let's see. How's it going, guys? All right. Let's. Oh, here we go. #1 supporter. I had one of these yesterday. It didn't stick to me, but I didn't put it on my chest like that. So, looks good. Well, Michael Pagano, I want to talk to you about your 116i because this car, again, one of my favorites. I'm not supposed to have favorites, but I do because I'm human. Let's talk a little bit about this car and its origin story.
So yeah, it got originally imported from Japan to Canada, and then I saw it was for sale, and I was like, that has to be mine. It was totally stock, 4-cylinder, and just like a commuter car. So we went up to Canada, and I was like, all right, we have to bring it across the border as a race car, but it's not a race car. So what makes a race car race car? Numbers. So we put big stickers on the side that it's a race car then, and we brought it over the border, no issues, and now it's in GLTC.
Well, let's have a look at the inside of it because I think it's kind of a cool story because it's a right-hand drive car. Yeah. But what else is done on the interior of this? Because I don't see a standard H pattern shifter in there either.
No, so it's got a 7-speed dual clutch transmission. It has the steering column, a Woodward steering column on the right side of the car still. It has a 488 differential and an E46 M54 2.5 liter engine. The rest of the car is stripped and has some nuke air jacks just for fun, because why not jack the car up on air? It looks awesome. And yeah, it's been awesome so far.
Awesome. Well, I would love to get your autograph on my Eibach GLTC poster if you still got that marker. We'll use your car as a nice backdrop.
I'll sign it right by me.
There you go. Right up at the top there. Excellent. Michael Pagano, #155, Eibach GLTC. Michael, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Enjoy your day. See if Ayrton Grimm's over here. He sure is. Man, Ayrton Grimm and the CRP Racing guys, always fun to hang out with them. Let's check this out. Car looks great. It was up in the front yesterday, Ayrton. Man, heartbreak at the start of the race. But take me through what happened there because, you know, the knockout pursuit, that was a new format. Started third and didn't finish there. What happened?
So we have a cool little thing on our car. It's called launch control. And the second you get on the throttle, it'll just hold 4,500. But we think our clutch switch went bad, so it thinks that we were wanting to do launch control while we were rolling on the track. So the second you hit the throttle, it'll just hold 4,500. The second we went green, it just held 4,500, and I had nothing, couldn't go anywhere.
Well, it's a bummer, but the pace this weekend has been insane. What's your plan for race 4? Because I think you'll be starting towards the tail, yeah?
I'm just going to do all I got and just go through the field, have fun.
Do all I got. Well, I love your autograph, Aaron. I gave you a Sharpie earlier. I have another one on my pocket if you need it, but I need you on my poster, buddy. So let's get that signature on there. Ayrton Grimm pulling double duty as well in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, and I want to ask you about that as well before I move along and putting his number like a true pro that he is. What's it been like pulling double duty? I know it hasn't exactly been the weekend you were hoping for in Rush Series either.
It's been a really tricky double duty. It's hard going from one car to the other, totally different driving styles. The Rush is just having some minor engine problems. We decided to save the car, and we just wanted to focus on this, try to get some good positions in this. But double duty is really fun. It's just a really challenge.
Well, sounds good, Aaron. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Good luck today in race 4. See who else is down here. Here's Renee Hines. Renee, I would love to chat with you real quick. Yeah, she just sighed. Big sigh. Renee, Eibach GLTC, year 7. It's been a good weekend so far.
Very good.
How excited are you to be here? I mean, it seems like you've had a pretty easy weekend so far.
It has been pretty easy. Let's hope we don't hurt that run right now by saying that. Drivers are being cautious, careful, friendly. As we say, they're racing their friends.
Excellent. Renee, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we'll hopefully have a great race 4. Let's just finish up the rest of this little walk here. A little gap in the grid because some of our friends didn't want to come hang out with us on the grid walk. That's okay. We'll do it again someday, and maybe we'll include them that time too. But Clayton Fitzpatrick in this 171 Corvette. Got Joe Tulo in the number 43, this awesome E30 blue BMW. He's got the poster on behind his windshield. He's already got that sorted out. Peter Zhang's down here. We'll chat with him. He's got the LS Swap Scion FRS. Came up just shy of winning a race at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last year, and lost that to Matan, who went on to be the champion of the series for the year. But Peter Zhang's over here. Let's have a little chat. Peter, let's have a little chat about your car because this weekend it's been a little spicy. But what's going on?
Yeah, well, we found out there's a throttle body's kind of moving around a little vacuum, and then making a little bit too much power sometimes, but I think we got it sorted. So got it on dyno, Corbin got it all tuned up, so hopefully we make up some spots, get back into the points in race 4.
Awesome. You definitely live the grid life, and you've been here a couple of years. What's the energy like this weekend with the new festival layout?
It really is probably the best one so far. I'm like, just loading in was great, like the way everything's laid out. Like, I love how it's like, where the stage is. This is by far the best one. You gotta come. Like, it's kind of like Ford versus Ferrari in real life.
I love your autograph on my Eibach GLTC poster, so I can put this on my wall with all my favorite buddies. Use your car as a backdrop there. Oh, the wind's fighting us here a little bit, but Peter Zhang's got a really cool car. They also had a Hot Lava FRS that just like mine, and we were gonna trunk swap, and then we didn't.
We still might. We still might. If I bring it back, maybe I'll get you the wing, and then I can have the flush one. We were twins for a while.
We were twins. My car's parked over there. You got the cap on that? Just stick that back on there for me? It's all right. I don't need it. It's fine. Oh, all right. Well, that's all right. Peter Zhang, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. And you see Kyle Hales, number 222. Jonathan Liu got all the way from California. And Natalie Lato's over here as well. Let's chat with Natalie. Man, it's been a fun weekend. This car has been on the broadcast plenty. How's your weekend going so far?
It's been a little rough. I had a couple electrical issues, but other than that, the car's been doing pretty good, getting faster and faster each time we go out.
Awesome. This weekend, the energy around Midwest Festival, all the drivers have been saying it feels like the biggest, the best one yet. But as far as the racetrack's concerned, the racing's been super, super good. What's your expectations for race 4?
I think we're going to move up a little bit. Made some more changes last night, got it more dialed in. I think it's going to be a good day.
Awesome. Well, I'd love your autograph on my Eibach GLTC poster if you wouldn't mind. We'll throw it down here. You've got your own marker already prepared. And appreciate you being out here and hanging out with the crowd. Love the livery on this car, by the way. And right up at the top, easy to spot. Thanks so much, Natalie. Appreciate it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, only a couple cars left down here we got to chat with. Let's see if Azimuth Muhammad in the Toyota MRS is here. I don't see Azimuth here, but Seth Gale maybe down here. Maybe I see Seth hiding behind. Oh, there he is. He's popping out. Seth Gale, how are you, buddy? I'm good. Well, first things first, I'd love your autograph on my Eibach GLTC poster. So I lost my cap. Peter Zhang stole it, but I would love to talk to you about your Integra because it's been a little while since we've seen this car out, and Midwest Festival has been a big one. You've been here a couple of times. What's your weekend like so far?
It's kind of been rough. We honestly have fought with some issues with the car, but it's always a good time. Always some great battles where I'm at in grid, and frankly, it's just been a really great weekend, even with car troubles.
Yeah, so tell me a little about this car because I'm not sure that we've ever really chatted about what's going on under the hood or what you've got done to it to make it go fast.
Yeah, so this is a K24, the usual Honda swap. It's a known recipe. My car's just not nearly as developed as the front-leading Eric Catil and etc. But it makes about 207 wheel horsepower. Weighs somewhere in the 2,500 pound. It rips. It's all the fun in the corners. And it's just a matter of keeping myself around it and elevating my capabilities.
Well, good luck to you in race 4. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kyle.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
All right, well, The grid walk, we didn't get as many cars as I was hoping for, but pretty solid chats with some of the drivers here in Eibach GLTC. Make sure you tune in for the rest of the races here this weekend for GRIDLIFE GT and Eibach GLTC, and one more race for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, more drifting and track battle podium sprint coming up later today. Thanks so much, and we'll see you on the other side of this short break.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year, going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down, right?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg started the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. They have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come, checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah! It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! We're hanging it, dude.
I was hanging it.
Dude, that was awesome.
Oh, it was so much fun.
That was like a good drive. You look like
I've been wanting to be there a long time. since my first race in 2022. So.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. You know what you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the Podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the Valley GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the false grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah. Just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. with it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2. Start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit. Bring it onto the curb. Turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer. Let the uphill grab you. Over the hill. Enjoy the ride. Go down to West Bend. Hit the apex. Go down the hill. Breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas. And then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race back last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin, as working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
Like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. I think Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, one, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but two, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Alina Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know?
She's a star. It's true. She is a star, bona fide.
Dropped onto the curving. They touched.
I've been the king for this rap, ish. Starting hard, I never had ish. Remember me with them napper braids when I was down on my last ish. Bet them against what man did. Took advantage, I asked them for a shot at this. Start laughing, it took a year or two and I passed them. Y'all niggas all look like haters. You ain't here, put your dog on paper. Run around just tricking on me. Put your chain on, I'ma take it. Now everybody kept me favors. Now everybody want these favors. Southside NY, Jamaica. Nigga on the bike, door, that's great. With 100 niggas behind me. Northside, that I feel it when you find me. Ride around with a 30 on my lap, and we get fit in my like a Johnny. Watching out for the toilet robbery. Bang motherfucker for the money and the respect. Hit him in the head with the stick, nigga, jet. Ish. More money, more money, more money, more problems. Ish. Why you think I really wanna blow more chill? Ish. More money, only bring more robbers. Ish. Wanna see me in the box, I went post boxer. Show me some evidence. Never was better than know what you relevant. I'm too competitive. Walking the club, get my level one excellent. I cut the brake like it's cars and I shuffle it. You told them we selling it. A mouse in the building, I act like an elephant. Who the f*** let the devil in? Come in my city, they treat me like president. Ain't got no pity for niggas that settling. I ain't that high metal with selling them niggas from Jam Smith. She can try to kill me, but down miss. My downfall went down witch. Hell I home, but down switch. Word up, my nigga. I see these haters looking at me like I own something. You looking bad, I probably throw you something. I see you flexing with that money and I know you front. I go cases never told them nothing. I got all this change and chains on me. Nigga said I changed, man, it changed on me. You see me coming around your corner looking like I got a check. Flew into your city, me my niggas on the jet. Ballin' every time I take a shot, I hit the net. And that day, niggas want the money for respect. I ain't tripping, I got money, clothes, cars, hoes. Shopping to the mall, clothes, Lord knows. I can fit a up in these cars, go. I don't fuck with niggas cause they all told. Worry about it, never money like they all hoes. I'm just with my niggas spinning hella blocks. Bad bitch all on my bench, I'm like 12 o'clock. Room, I might do 100 block. In the pack, 100 niggas deep and we like, I see you flexing with that money and I know you front. I go cases never told them nothing.
If it's way too early,
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence,
maybe a little bit of car setup too. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here it is. This is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, to turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curve. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curve that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and
Yeah.
like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one. But
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah. But that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like, this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink. And I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. With Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the driving the car? 49.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
Nice!
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh,
Yes.
that's him. Perfect.
Oh,
yeah,
look at that.
I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46? Is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
yeah. So you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right, yeah,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? What are they about to do? When do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Eibach gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Walbaum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, "Bye, spec me on it, you idiot."
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience, getting that experience. There's so much more left here. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Check this one out. It's signed by the GRIDLIFE owner.
Dude, that's sick.
Yeah, I know. I met him up in
Yeah, the corkscrew?
Yeah, corkscrew, sorry.
No, you're good.
Hi, Mom. Love you.
Give a cute smile for the kids at home.
Hi, kids.
You won!
Put her on the chip.
Yeah, the P1's right here.
I appreciate everybody for coming out to GRIDLIFE Laguna, year number 2, and making it so wild and so fun. Thank you all so much and have a great night. Drive safe.
Live look outside. There is so much going on around the area this weekend, and a lot of it is right along the lake. A new thing here at Road America. This is GRIDLIFE. There's a whole thing going on this weekend. Big race there as well, but they got a nice, cool laser show. I've never seen this before. Yeah, boy!
And this is my 85 Oldsmobile Cutlass that I've built for Time Attack and just largely playing around. I do a lot more than just Time Attack with it. I also do autocross, and at the end of this month I got a hill climb coming up that I've been doing the last couple of years too. So really it's just about being an all-arounder for me and really having fun with. Last weekend I was at an event where we actually got scored on autocross, drag race passes, and a standing start on the road course. I like to do a little of everything with it. To my first track day with this thing on completely stock suspension. I had a very mild build on the engine just to keep it from blowing up and making sure that it wasn't going to starve oil in the first corner. And from there it kind of evolved into every single event. I was changing things like what is the worst thing right now. So like early on it body rolled a lot, so I ended up with sway bars and then springs, and then I was doing ball joints to fix the camber curve, and it just kind of snowballed where I think I was 3.5 years into doing this stuff before I went to 2 events with the same setup. So it's really been an evolution of me learning, you know, the driving aspect as well as the building the car aspect together along the way. And I mean, I'm 6 years into it now, and I'm really kind of at the point where it's heavy. I need to figure out either how to make it quite a bit lighter, or I have another chassis just like this at home that I want to start with, like from scratch, trying to make it as light as possible. The engine is a 350 Oldsmobile diesel block, but all the bolt holes last, so you can put all the gas stuff on it. So what I did was I bored it out, so it's 384 cubic inch, ported aluminum heads, intake, full full dry sump system. I ended up doing that because turn 2 at Brainerd, I was watching my oil pressure gauge go from 40 down to 20 and then come back up to 40 exiting the corner when I was on the old engine. And then now with the new engine, I'm making another 100 horsepower more, makes around 520 on the engine dyno and around 460 foot-pounds. It might be a little bit more now because I had some teething pains last year where I ended up having to take it back apart because I broke the head off of the intake valve that bounced twice and got stuck in the intake manifold. So instead of kablooing the whole engine all over turn 14 at Road America, I got extremely lucky where I actually drove it all the way back to my pit spot and loaded it in the trailer, unloaded it at home, put it in the garage, and then found out I had no compression in cylinder 7. So now it's got bigger valves, a little bit better valve job on it. You know, I'm going through a couple other things, like now I have a functional cowell induction set up on it. I just built that recently. Added a few more vents to the hood, not necessarily because I need the cooling, but to try to get more front end downforce. Because when I put the cowell hood on a few years ago, I noticed a loss of front end downforce because it was pushing air underneath the hood from the windshield. The suspension is basically every place where something bolts on's been modified now, except for the lowers in the rear on the chassis side. I built a custom 3-link Watts link for the rear end. A couple years ago, I got to the point where like I don't think I can do anything more with the factory 4-link, especially in the mounting points that were near there. Like I was still moving things around on the axle side, but I got to the point where I needed something different that was more tunable. Ended up chopping off quite a bit of the front, doing some tube frame stuff, took around 150 pounds off the nose of the car, and then made my own upper control arm mount points so that I could do caster and camber independently. And that was a big help because after I did that, I was able to get a good camber curve in there the way I actually wanted, and I basically doubled my tire life. But then after I did the 3-link in the back, then the front needed more grip, so then I changed spindles and some other things and was playing with the lower control arms to get the roll centers. And like I said, this thing's been an ongoing process of learning all of this stuff because 6 years ago when I started, I didn't know about any of this suspension. How I got into grid life. In 2016, I had a buddy who had other buddies that were gonna go, and then work ended up coming up for him, so I just bought his ticket and be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just take a week off of work and go to Michigan and, see what the heck it's all about. And like, from that first time at GRIDLIFE Midwest Fest, it was like, no, I'm doing this every year. I'm gonna come to this. I wanna get on track and do this. Kept telling myself that, and at that point, I'd been wanting to do the road course thing for almost 10 years at that point, and I ended up having a house fire and basically losing everything. And at that point, it was really kind of a hard reset in my mind to be like, all right, you can lose everything tomorrow. Well, obviously, it just happened. So it's like, am I gonna keep telling myself I wanna go do road course things with GRIDLIFE and other people and organizations and all that stuff? Or I'm just gonna keep telling myself that? And that was really the point where, it took buying this car because I had lost one that I was building in that fire to go do these things. And I went and bought this one almost immediately after, like within a month of losing the other car. I street drove it for a whole summer, and that fall it was like, all right, decision time. And that was when I was like, nope, I'm gonna go do things. So that's when I built first engine, just making sure it had good baffles and made sure the oiling system wasn't gonna fail on me right off the bat. By the next spring, I'm like, yep, okay, I'm doing this. Like I signed up for some GRIDLIFE stuff. I signed up for an autocross school. I signed up for other events. Like, let's go. And I think I did 11 events that first year, 13 the next year, 14 or 15, pretty much every year since. Like, it's kind of snowballed and gotten kind of crazy. I just have so much fun doing this stuff.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Sunday afternoon action from GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival here at Gingerman Raceway. It's been a fantastic weekend of motorsports action, but still some racing to go. And on track in just a few moments' time, Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, Cerise Taylor down on the pit lane with our Eibach GLTC grid.
All right, guys, it is Sunday. It is day 3. I'll tell you what, I feel a lot better than I sound, but I was by the stage last night having the time of my life. Now we're here. It is the inverse of GLTC. So, number 1 position rolls a dice. He rolls an 8, which I'm sure has been explained. And now he's starting in 8th position, which means, sorry, the 8th position starts in P1. So let's go see if we can get a word with Blake. Otherwise, I hope that everybody at home who's been watching has been enjoying the stream. I'm going to try and push out my voice. How are you guys doing in the booth? Because I can't talk. So let's go see if we can see if Blake can fill in the gaps here. Hey, Blake. I'm going to pull this off for just a hot sec, and then I'm going to help you put it on later. Now, you're in P1. You were talking to me earlier. This is your first GLTC, and now you have the unique opportunity to be in first place. How are you going to maintain this?
I don't know. I think I'm just going to try driving a clean race, holding my pace out there, and let everything sort itself out behind me.
Yeah, and you have a beautiful Porsche here. What was the decision-making process behind this?
The Porsche?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Aaron Lichty ran this car previously. It's been a successful GLTC car. Unfortunately, he's moving to the GLGT class this year and wanted to kind of dump this car on someone else, so I happily took it and landed us here.
And I know that you have some phenomenal drivers behind you here. What is one thing that you've learned as far as driving technique from these other drivers being out here with them today, or this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend, I'm really impressed with how clean everyone is coming from SCCA and NASA prior to this. It's a lot more rough, so these drivers driving and clean out there the whole race is really impressive. It's definitely a different level of respect. I really enjoy it. Absolutely
awesome. Well, go ahead, maintain this for as absolutely long as possible and have the best time ever.
Yeah, thank you.
You good with this? You need help?
Might need a little bit of help.
Oh, you're perfect. He's a pro. All right, guys, I'm going to throw it back up to you in the booth. Give my voice a little bit of rest so that I can keep on going for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Cerise. And Blake Korth up on pole position, comes from a karting background. He's a young kid still in school, but with that Porsche Cayman at his hands, he's been top 10 all weekend long. Takes advantage of that invert. 8th place in race 3, 1st place in race 4 to start. Ito, we'll see if he can hang on to it, but there is a litany of drivers behind him that have also never won an Eibach GLTC race. They're very hungry for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to start out with Eric Meadows, who hasn't won one yet, even though he's participated for several years. Another one is Dana Basinski as well. He impressed, I think he was very impressive last year when he jumped in from Club TR. So we'll keep an eye on him. And then Tony Marchev, he's also not won a race, though he has come very close for the last couple of years, getting a few second place finishes. So, you know, everybody, the top 4 all have never won a race. And then Matt Walbaum, I think, has only won 1 race. So, yeah, I think they're all going to be hungry. It's all going to be a matter of whether Magnussen, Coutil, and Rosenberg can move their way up. I think they're going to have a really hard time. This is a really, really tight field. So it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, the weather here this weekend has been absolutely perfect. And I don't know if it's something in the air, but the races so far this weekend have been mighty challenging. They've been really fun to watch with a lot of drivers side by side and, you know, really enjoying their battles. But, you know, we have also seen 3 green races from flag to flag. That's the expectation in this race as well. The invert races tend to be pretty exciting, especially on the start. You mentioned the top 4 drivers. They had never won a race before, but there's plenty of drivers behind that will be charging forward, including Matt Walbaum, who's won a handful of races in the past. Matan Rosenberg, who obviously has won 4 races so far this year, but he's yet to win this weekend because Eric Magnussen, who rolls off 8th, has won all three. Eric Catil, who starts 7th, has not won a race since Carolina Motorsports Park, but came in as the championship leader. So those three drivers starting 6th, 7th, and 8th are really going to be the ones to watch, because that'll determine how we head to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in the season standings.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is I was talking to the Erics and in the grid after race 2, actually, and they were talking about how it's the season championship is the best of 14 races. So at some point they're thinking that, oh, if I just keep winning races, I'll keep eliminating the races that I didn't win. But I think the math goes to you have to do well in these invert races, because I think it's going to come down to those last few positions that are maybe your 13th or 14th race, and I think that's what it's going to come down to for the championship.
Yeah, Michael Hilo locked and loaded, ready to go in the Eibach 350Z. Got his sunglasses on, shades look good, lights are on in the pace car, and the engines are fired here for Eibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 4. You talked about Tony Marchev as well. His best finish, 2nd 3 times last year at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, at Road America, and at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. He is so hungry to get it done. There's Eric Catil, championship points leader, coming into this event by 1 point over reigning champion Matan Rosenberg. That 1992 Honda Civic Si has so much development in it. He's won this event before. He came up 1 point short of the weekend title last year. Now, also consider that as far as the points are concerned for the weekend, Eric Catil is right in the mix for the weekend podium. It's Eric Magnuson who is currently the leader with 78 points. Eric Catil is 17 points behind that. So, you know, that's a pretty big gap, but Magnuson has to score points if he wants to ensure a victory today.
Yeah, absolutely. He can lose out, looks like 17 points, which means he has to finish somewhere in that top 10. He has to finish period, and in order to secure the weekend points. And Eric, I think, is luckily or through his own skill, has increased the gap a little bit to Matan for the championship by, looks like, 2 points. So that's also going to matter as well at the end of this race.
Yeah, Eric Meadows, again, starting up on the front row or very close to it. 4th in the weekend standings as well. He needs a handful of points to defeat Matan Rosenberg. But again, it's going to be challenging with those front 3 that have been on the podium all weekend long, starting 6th, 7th, and 8th cars roll off here for Eibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 4. 8-car invert here for this race, 12 to 15 minutes, single class power to weight racing series here, 12.5 pounds per horsepower. The more you complicate your car, the more weight you add to it. You get a wide variety of cars ranging from about 2,500 pounds like Eric Catil's Honda Civic SI, all the way up to about 3,600 pounds at the very high end of the weight limit. Of course, you're going to be talking about 190 horsepower to about 260 at the top end. And here we are in the race weekend here. You know, we've done qualifying, we've done all the races except for the last one, Eibach GLTC, race number 4. Let's have a look at our starting lineup here as well. We talked about the invert, we talked about how it's going to factor into the race today, but on the grid, Blake Korth, rookie race weekend here in Eibach GLTC. Eric Meadows alongside Dana Basinski, a great opportunity for him. Starts 3rd alongside Tony Marchev in the 17. In row number 3, it's going to be Matt Walbaum in the number 90, looking to recapture success alongside Matan Rosenberg. Eric Catil starts 7th alongside Eric Magnuson, who's won every race so far this weekend, in 8th. And Robert Thorne and Lena Chin, some ASM drivers, roll off 9th and 10th.
Yeah, and in 11th, completing the ASM trio is Andy Smedgard. In 12th, Joel Morrison, also in S2000. 13th, Jackie Ding in that beautiful Corolla, which is solid rear axle. Salil Shukla in 14th, made up lots of positions. Eric De La Riva in 15th. Gary Wimble in 16th. In 17th, we've got Jack Wishmeyer, and in 18th, we've got Carlos Mendez in that E90. In 19th, we've got Jim Smith in that S2000, and James Cathers in 20th.
And in 21st place, it's going to be Sam Scott in the number 85. Zach Lavoie rolls off 22nd in the number 42. Then it's Michael Pagano in the 155 BMW in 23rd. Kerry James in the NDMX5 in 24th. Louis Chatroop, Clayton Fitzpatrick share row 13 in 25th and 26th. Then Joe Tulo, 27th, alongside Peter Zhang in 28th place in his LS Swap FRS. Dai Wynn and Kyle Hale round out the top 30.
Now in 31st, we've got Jonathan Lugot all the way from California. Natalie Lato's in that Miata in 32nd. In 33rd, Azimut Muhammad in his MR2. Seth Gale in 34th. And then we've got in 35th, Chandler Rowe, who's made up lots of positions this weekend, and Thomas Lathrop in 36th. In 37th, Ryan Power in that GR86, and Dan Precourt in 38th. In 39th, Ayrton Griven in 40th.
our buddy.
Yeah.
Jake Jorenstad, again, our placeholder for our photo project there, but he will not be here, unfortunately. He was planned to be here, but had something come up, so was not able to make it to Gingerman Raceway. We still have a little bit of time here. Once again, the weather this weekend has been absolutely picture perfect. It is sunny skies now, probably north of 70 degrees. Have a look at the weather on the right side of the screen here in just a moment's time, and we can have a look at the wind and the radar. It's clear again, sunny and 70, picture perfect Sunday in South Haven, Michigan. The humidity's dropped since the morning, but again, that is a live radar graphic. There's not a single drop of precip on it, Ito. It's been beautiful.
Yeah, and I think all these drivers are happy that it's been a consistent weather all weekend, although some do really enjoy a smattering of rain on the racetrack. But this has made it a very consistent weekend, a good weekend to kind of chase down and figure out car setup throughout the weekend. So I think all of our racers are welcoming such a dry, consistent weather event.
We had a lot of the drivers that were on the grid for the autograph session a little earlier today. We also saw Eric Catil out there running the pop-up tent Memorial 5K, which was sort of a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek sort of joke about how, you know, every year we come here, we seem to get what we call tropical storm grid life, and it blows through and takes up all the 10x10s that are staked in with those crappy little, you know, skinny stakes that don't really grip onto the sandy soil, and blows the tents all over the place. So in memorial of those tents, a little 5K run this morning during the quiet hours, and Eric Catil got that done. So he's amped, ready to go. I'm not sure if he's taken a shower since then, but he hopped into his fire suit and got in the car, so ready to rip here.
Yeah, he's about to take a sweaty shower in that fire suit down this race. But yeah, it's interesting to see how some cars are warming up their tires. Blake Korth was going just perfectly straight down the front straightaway, so maybe, you know, he thinks his tires don't need as much heat, or he doesn't want as much heat. He likes them driving when they're a little bit colder. So that's I think that's a kind of an interesting difference there.
You know, looking at Blake Korth as a young kid who's just getting into grid life. This is his first race weekend paddocked up with Ayrton Grimm. You know, he comes from a karting background and doesn't have a lot of car racing experience in grid life. Certainly none there. But you know, I think his karting background and his racecraft has seemed very, very good. Running top 10 in your first weekend in any series is impressive. And honestly, I think his pace has been very solid. So there's nothing to that would suggest to me that he will struggle to stay up near the front. I think the car to watch is that gold BMW, just because of the straight line speed it's seen. And, you know, picking off cars on that backstretch shouldn't be too big of a challenge. But while he does that, Blake Korth and Eric Meadows are just going to try to get out of Dodge. The top four drivers who have never won, all they have to do is just not race each other, because if they do, one of those drivers that's been on the podium all weekend is just going to pick their pocket.
Well, I kind of think it's going to come down to how much Matt Walbaum, how much of a fight he puts up, and whether they get past him quickly or not. Because I think he's going to act as the cork in the bottle. I think he's one of the top 10 drivers in GLTC, and he's himself is looking for a win here. So I think they get past him to chase down these four. They're all going to be hungry. So it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, these drivers are going to go for it. Dana Basinski says, I just want a car on the trailer for the race, but I know he's going to give it all he's got here in this race. The lights are out on the safety car. After 3 impressive, fun, competitive races, it's time to go racing one final time at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival in 2025. These cars will next race at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course at the end of the month. That race will not be broadcast. Next show will be at the end of July at Road America, the National Park of Speed. Doubled up, 40 cars deep. Tense moments here on the front straightaway. Rookie Blake Korth on the front row on driver's right in that white Porsche Cayman, setting up for turn number 2. We get the green flag at the later stand, remember. So the late green, and there it goes. Green flag, and we're underway in Eibach GLTC at Gingerman. And a good launch by Eric Meadows down to the inside, but will he be able to clear Blake Korth through that first corner? They're still side by side. Korth pulls ahead.
Yeah, nice and organized there. Everybody's still in the same position. They're still too wide. 20 cars or 20 rows through the field. That's hugely impressive. And yet, but Blake Korth holds on to the lead.
Now down towards 3. It was actually Eric Meadows that had edged ahead of Korth at the start-finish line. You see on the ticker there, but it is the 614 Porsche Cayman that leads. A little smoke in the background and trouble at turn 3. I think there's a car off, and there's a couple cars off. One shoots right at corner exit and scatters off. So a little shukla on driver's right. It seems like everyone else has gotten through there, but we care.
A big dust cloud from over there, but Blake Korth is checking out of this field. He's got a big lead over Eric Meadows for second, and Tony Marchev is now trying to go up against him.
That trouble on the front straightaway goes some kind of suspension failure. There's a couple of cars scattered around. You see damage on Salil Shukla.
You hate to see
this is going to bring out a.
And now we've got the waving yellow, and we're going to have a safety car. Giving him as much of the back straight as they can, a green flag of racing. And Matan Rosenberg is trying to pass Marchev. They know, well, they don't know what's behind them, so there's a sense of urgency there. We'll see if Matan can get ahead of Tony before they hit the flag zone on the front straightaway.
Yeah, they're going to give them every chance they can, but those cars aren't going to move as they come out of turn number 11 up onto the front straightaway. Still just covered by locals at the moment. There's the full course as they come across the stripe now. Blake Korth completes lap 1, the leader of the race. So there's Natalie Latoz, and is the right front tire missing off that car as well. Michael Pagano is stopped, and Salil Shukla also has some damage. So for his 3 races perfectly clean, and then pandemonium on the opening lap of this one.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, but Matan backed out of that pass because he saw they were waving yellows at turn 11 as well. So great heads-up driving from Matan to avoid doing a pass under yellow
and
there.
I don't see any damage on this car, but other than the suspension broken, but I don't see any body work really. So they're just
maybe
tires
some wheel
and
banging.
wheels.
Yeah, a little bit of wheel banging that has kind of broken her suspension. Her right side suspension looks like.
Now, what about Michael Pagano? Do we see anything on this car, or did it just come to a stop?
Not from this view.
Again, these might just be mechanicals for these cars. The Natalie Latoz's car, I'm shocked to see come apart like it did. Pagano's car looks perfect. So the only car that I know that has bodywork damage is Salil Shukla's car. That was at turn 3, but everyone else seems to have just had parts failures.
Yeah, they're definitely, the field was very bunched up heading to the start finish, as they should be. And then we saw a whole bunch of cars scattering at turn 3 with some dust getting kicked up. Matan kicked up a little bit of dust on his outside tire, and I don't know if that set off some sort of chain reaction from people being afraid of a car going slow there.
Yeah, there was a lot of smoke and debris flying up at turn 3, but the only car I saw come out of that with damage that I could tell was Shukla's car. So I think it was just a lot of, you see the left front bumper there, a little bit tore up.
Yeah, he definitely made contact with something, although it could have been a berm. If he went wide enough, he might have gone into a berm, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah, I think he was sort of center track. I think he might have had contact with someone that he sent off course, because there was someone on left and then he went right. So I think that there was probably some contact there with Shukla. They've got a flatbed already for Natalie Latoz, so that car is going to that car will not roll for sure. So they're probably going to flat tow Pagano's car, and the rescue guys will be hard at work here getting this taken care of, and hopefully get us some green flag racing at the end.
Yeah, Blake Korth, you have to give him credit. He did a fantastic start, super calm. He chose it was the inside line of, outside line of turn 1, and then he had the inside of turn 2. So Meadows got maybe slightly ahead of him at the start finish, but Blake kept his speed around the outside and then maintained overlap through turn 2, got the better drive out of it, and then he started checking out as Meadows was fighting with Marchev and then Rosenberg as well.
Yeah, so dramas here in the opening moments of Eibach GLTC race number 4, but cars have slowed behind the safety car for the moment. And while they're working on flatbedding Natalie Latoz's car, looks like Pagano's is about to be hooked up behind a safety truck. And they're also working on Salil Shukla. So this will be at least a few more minutes and a few more laps, unfortunately. But 3 green races wasn't meant to last the whole day, or the whole weekend, I have to say. But again, Blake Korth, how about the nerves here for this rookie out front? Nice, solid opening lap. I know he'd love to finish this race under green, but clicking off time under yellow keeps him out front and also prevents Eric Magnussen, who didn't make any progress. He's still 8th on that opening lap.
Yeah, Matan is the mover there. He got past Walbaum, which Coutil also got past Walbaum, and he also got past Dana. So a great job by Matan on that opening lap. Interestingly enough, I don't see any cars coming down the pit lane from any damage, so it seems like the only 3 cars that we're going to have to retire here are the 3 that we've seen on stream here.
Yeah, which is, I guess that's good news, right? But there wasn't more involved in it.
Yeah. No, we don't see any damage to any other cars out there circulating. So, yeah, and it not great to see that incident in turn 3, but at least the attrition rate is minimal.
And it sounds like Cerise Taylor has caught up with one of the drivers that was involved in that incident on the pit lane. Cerise, what you got?
That's actually not true, but thank you. Awesome, sorry, hey guys. All right, so eyes in the sky. You guys saw what happened on track. We have firsthand experience. Want to tell us what happened out there?
Yeah, so Mike just lost fuel pump and then tried to pull over, which was the safe thing, but unfortunately the people behind thought he was so recent. When all brake checked up, it just is what it is. I mean, you can't really, he didn't make it to turn off, but
and everybody else, yeah, we're all standing here, and all of a sudden we see a bit of action. I was like, all right, I need to get the coverage of this. So anyways, back to you guys.
Thanks, Reese. And yeah, again, I'm trying to figure out, I mean, we talk about the stack up, but I don't see any body work on Latosa's car. So the suspension I see, so maybe there was some wheel to wheel, but hopefully the system suspension is a pretty quick fix on that car. And you usually see a stack up like front to rear, you see hoods and bumpers and things, but just not a ton of
far back in the field. So looks like we're going to bring the safety car into this lap and go green. I see the green flag being held at start finish, but the lights are still on the safety car, so potentially one more lap to recover Salil's car.
Yeah. He's still going to even try that. They might just pull him to the tree at that point.
Looks like they are. I've been saying we should name that tree like oak tree at VIR. It should be called something else for Gingerman. Yeah, still looking like we're going to do one more lap under safety. Everybody's trying to stay warm, keep their tires warm. And the field is a little bit spread out here, so they're going to be trying to bunch up here before we go green. Hopefully on the next lap, we'll keep an eye on that. The top 10, fairly similar to how they started. Magnussen still in 8th. Walbaum has moved all the way down to 7th. Coutil has moved one spot up into 6th. Dana has lost himself, unfortunately, 2 or 3 positions there. And then Rosenberg in 4th, a great move up for him. Tony Marchev made up 1 position into 3rd. Meadows and Korth both in the position that they started.
Yeah, hopefully just one more lap up behind the safety car. We should get a couple of laps worth of green here and give these drivers one more opportunity to put their cars on display. We talked about all the pride and joy and the efforts that these drivers put into their cars. And nice field looks up and down, deliveries, sticker packages and things of the sort. Jackie Dings, 86, Eibach was on track with Matan Rosenberg and Eric Coutil, sort of representing Eibach in some roller pictures that were posted on Instagram last night. And just the level of detail and the attention to detail on these builds throughout the field is just impressive and incredible, and just really cool to see. But you always like to see them racing and not following a safety car. But we should be wrapping up here pretty shortly. Things look pretty clean. Nice work by the rescue guys. There was a lot of cars to go pick up there, wasn't there, Ito? So
yeah,
some chaos on the start. Things are looking good.
Yeah, we're looking forward to getting some green flag racing. I think we were set up for a really great race. Although Blake Korth looked like he was trying to create that one Coutil, Rosenberg, Magnussen, once they get through the field, they've had the space all weekend. So to try and grow that gap as much as he can and make room to see if he can get away for the win.
Anything else going on? So I'm. And look at that, lights are out on the safety car. So next time by, we are going back green. We'll get a couple of laps worth of racing, provided we keep it nice and tidy here, boys and girls, from here on out. Blake Korth, rookie here in Eibach GLTC, his first race weekend on the invert. Out in front of Eric Meadows, Tony Marchev. Those 3 drivers have never won a race. Matan Rosenberg has won 4 this year. Park 3. At Road Atlanta, Dana Basinski has never won. Coutil has won races and championships. Matt has won a handful of races. Magnussen added to his first 3 races. Lee Chin has won a B race at Eibach Park. And Gary Wimble has also been a race win here at Eibach GLTC for some time. So lots left to decide here in the final moments of Eibach GLTC at Gingerman Raceway. GRIDLIFE West stage in grassroots racing. Here they come out of turn number 11. Up onto the front straight. Blake Korth stays on driver's left, waiting for the green flag to fly. There it goes. We're back underway at Gingerman Raceway. A nice launch and a push. Here comes Tony Marchev to the outside of Meadows. He was not going to wait for a launch to second place. Side by side for P2 and for P5, Basinski and Coutil.
Matan is trying to establish overlap on Marchev as well. He's going to try and take the outside line through turn 2, and then he's going to try and chase after Meadows, who was caught sleeping, caught sleeping at the start a little bit.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg on the charge, moving up the order here. Could he pick the pocket, steal it from a rookie, steal it from a driver? Eric Meadows, who has been trying for years to win a race in Eibach GLTC. And here comes Kittil, chasing his championship rival, Matan Rosenberg, there in the hybrid racing EG. Dust kicked up as Rosenberg takes third.
And now Kittil's on the inside of Marchev into 5, gets the pass done. Dana also wants a piece of it. We'll see if he can make his way up through to into turn 7. Matan has gotten his way into third. Kittil right behind him.
Jonathan Lugard is pulled off, leaving turn 3. He's safely onto the inside of the racetrack, so he should be able to stay green. We might not even need a yellow covering that corner. That should keep us going for now. All the while, Matan Rosenberg closing in on second place, and Blake Korth and Eric Meadows are going to be craving a white flag sooner than later because the pressure is mounting from the reigning series champion in third place.
Yeah, and Blake hasn't been able to open that gap like he did on the first lap. He looks like he broke a little bit too late into 10B, and Meadows was right, trying to establish overlap on the inside, didn't quite make it.
Here comes Meadows out of 10B, pulls up underneath Blake Korth. It'll be a drag race between the Porsche Cayman and the Corvette, but here comes Matan Rosenberg as well. Is he going to take him 3 across? No, he's going to be patient and wait. Korth drops to second place, tries the outside. Here's Rosenberg on the brakes into 11.
Yeah, I wonder what's happened to Korth. He looks like he's lost a lot of pace going from 9 to 10B and through 10B, and now he's getting freight trained down the front straight by Kittil and Rosenberg.
Yeah, Meadows takes the lead. Rosenberg to second. Kittil side by side with Korth now for third place. And Eric Kittil would love to win a race here in race 4 and continue to solidify his place as the championship leader. He's through. Marchev now has Dana Basinski all behind him, and Korth is losing pace here just a little bit. I'm not sure if there's something going on, if there's a heating issue, but it seems like he's struggling a bit now. The local yellow at turn 3, no passing down here.
Yeah, fortunately, turn 4 is not a huge passing opportunity, so that shouldn't affect the racing too much. We'll see how much Meadows holds back Matan, because Eric needs that in order to have a chance at passing Matan later in this race.
Yeah, Korth going defensive there. It's going to hold Tony Marchev up just a little bit. Dana Basinski trying to find a way around this battle for P4 now as they make their way up the hill towards turn 7. Battles elsewhere in the field as well. Ayrton Grimm trying to make a move on Joe Tulo, but here's the battle for the top spot. Meadows is a little wide. Here comes Rosenberg tucking in the inside, but can't get the overlap, and this will let Kittil close in.
Yeah, Meadows was trying to take a later turn into 8, which opened the door for Matan, but then Matan kind of took too shallow of an angle and lost speed through 8 and 9, which gives Eric Kittil an advantage. He's going to try the outside heading into 10B.
Yeah, Kittil has got overlap now on Rosenberg on the outside, probably the wrong side of the road, but we've seen these two cars so evenly matched, even on the straightaways here with this rule set, balancing these two cars in second and third. They're 1,000 pounds and 70 horsepower apart, but an even race up the backstretch. Whichever one of these two wins this fight might have a chance to win this race.
Well, Meadows gave Kittil the draft there, but Matan got him under braking as Coutil's going to try and over-under him and see if he can create overlap into turn 1.
White flag, last lap around. Eric Meadows has the advantage. Can he hang on to win his first ever Eibach GLTC race? The two championship rivals running second and third. Korth on defense from Dana Basinski and Tony Marchev behind.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while we're talking about this, Magnussen is still in 7th place. He didn't go with these 3 up into the front, so we'll see what that does to the weekend championship.
And Jackie Ding's up to 10th place in that A86 Corolla. How'd he get up there? That's an impressive drive. Eric Meadows feeling the pressure here. He's never won an Eibach GLTC race. Best finishes second, and there's parts and debris that just popped out from behind the curbing there. But looking good down the backstretch towards turn 5.
Yeah, he just has to have a nice, clean third sector of this track, and he's going to get his first win, so all eyes on Gary Wimble right now.
Yeah, here comes Rosenberg looking drivers left now towards turn 7.
Eric Meadows, excuse me.
Up to 7. Half a car length between them, and Kittil is going to be waiting to pick the pocket here. Big move from Jensen on Giraldo and Sam Scott into turn 5. Dan Precourt's pulled off drivers right on the front straight. No issue there. We'll continue for the battle for the lead, and Rosenberg's going to have a look into 10B, but here comes Kittil for second place. Rosenberg's off the track.
Yeah, it looks like he got a little bit held up by Meadows through 8-9, but there was nothing undue about what Meadows did. He just didn't quite have the pace that I think Matan expected, and he had to ditch out of it on the outside.
Now it's Eric Kittil behind Eric Meadows. Rosenberg dropped the tire on driver's right, almost lost control, but he hangs on to third place. Up the back straightaway for the final time. Eric Meadows has been a subscriber to Eibach GLTC since the opening season back in 2019. A couple different platforms over the years, but this Corvette, this number 3, are going to come out at turn number 11 for the first time in his career. Eric Meadows wins an Eibach GLTC race, and it's race 4 at Midwest Festival. Eric Kittil picks up second place. Matan Rosenberg in third, then it's Marchev, Basinski, Magnussen. Where'd Korth go? down the field a little ways. I don't know that he's, oh, 7th. Good. That's good news. Jackie Ding lost a couple spots, finishes in 12th. And Ayrton Grimm battling Lewis Chatru back to the line.
Yeah, critically, Magnussen has made his way up to 6th, while Coutil made his way up to 2nd. So that's probably not enough of a points gap to give the weekend event to Coutil. But nonetheless, a great race from Eric Meadows. He deserved that win. Congratulations on your first GLTC win.
It is so hard to win an Eibach GLTC race. Here's a look at the race results in just a moment, because this is a graphic you want to be a part of. Eric Meadows gets it done. Eric Coutil 6/10ths back on that climb through the field from 7th on the grid. Matan Rosenberg, Marchev, Basinski, your top 5. Blake Korth, best finish of the weekend, 7th. Wimble, Walbump, Chin, your top 10.
Yeah, and then in 11th, we have Robert Thornton. In 12th, Jackie Dean, who lost 2 spots on that last lap, was in the top 10 briefly. Joel Morrison in 13th. Carlos Mendez in 14th. Eric De La Riva in 15th. Jack Wishmeyer in 16th. Cathers in 17th. 18th, Peter Zhang. And in 19th, Kyle Hale. And in 20th, Joe Tulo.
And looking down the rest of the order, Jim Smith. Smith-Aline in the 130 comes home 21st. Ayrton Grimm up to 23rd place again from fairly deep in the field in the number 2. Sam Scott, Daniel Giraldo, I don't think we saw him yesterday, had some things to fix. 25th spot for him. Eric Jensen down in 29th. Ty Wynn in 30th place here, Ito.
Again, in 31st, a couple laps down, Dan Precourt. In 32nd, Jonathan Lugot, who pulled off to the side before turn 4. In 33rd, Andy Smedgard, who pulled up after that first lap. And then Salil Shukla, Michael Pagano, Seth Gale, and Natalie Latoes unfortunately didn't make the end of the first lap.
Yeah, now I don't know what happened to Seth Gale, but we did see what happened to Latoes, Pagano, and Shukla, and Smedegard also had pulled off the course there. But Eibach GLTC Race 4, that was a blast. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race as well. Eibach GLTC Race 4 from Midwest Festival. Blake Korth on the front row alongside Eric Meadows. In the background, you're going to see a little bit of smoke and drama because there was a fueling issue for the 155, caused some chaos on the opening lap. There, as you see, that car stalled. Natalie Latos had a suspension issue, and Salil Shukla off track as well. But on the restart, only a couple of laps to go. Big moves into turn 1, and it was the 6:14 of Korth that led the way while Coutil passed Marchev on his charge forward.
Yeah, and then he seemed to have a real big drop in pace in that second half of the first lap under green, and that caused him to fall back through the field, which started with Meadows and Rosenberg passing him, and then followed by Coutil down into turn 1.
Yeah, then Coutil and Rosenberg, this classic backstretch battle. This time it was for second, though, not for the top spot. White flag waving. Eric Meadows had 2 championship contenders in his rear view. Matan Rosenberg tried to ride the rim, but stepped over the edge and dropped tires in the dirt. And Eric Coutil was a runner-up to Eric Meadows' first ever Eibach GLTC race win. Eibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 4, a thriller, and the tail end of the weekend for Eibach GLTC. I believe it will be Eric Magnussen winning the weekend here from Midwest Festival. Not only his first race wins, but his first weekend win as well, heading to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon Tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Back live at Midwest Festival here, Gingerman Raceway, year number 12 here. And it's Sunday drifting action, full course drift about to hit the racetrack. Cerise Taylor's down on the grid with some of our drifting friends.
All right, guys, we're going to keep the action alive here. We got drifting, and we know how much fun that is. We got Nate Hamilton here. Nate Hamilton, you've been having fun all weekend. You had the after party. You've been giving ride-alongs. Who do you got in the car right now?
Yeah, so we got James French's lady, so Daytona 24-hour winner, taking his lady for a ride. It's going to be fun right here.
Now, what are you looking forward to after Grid Life?
The next Grid Life. The perfect answer, right?
This man is so marketable, it's insane. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I hope you can hear me with this voice. I'm so sorry. But let's catch up with this guy. All right, hello, sir. How are you today? How's the track feeling?
It's fantastic. I love how big this track is. You can really settle in the pocket, pick up big speed, big smoke, lots of runoff. You feel safe doing scary stuff. It's great.
And you guys have had, oh my gosh, Jesus Christ. You guys have had good weather all weekend. Talk to me about this car and why it's great for drifting.
As you'll see, there's a huge line of them right now. It seems like we're the only ones left after everyone's broken. It's just a really easy platform to get started in this, scene. So you can put together something really easy. It lasts. It's cheap. They're great. They're great.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. All right, folks. Wow, we really do. It's just one after another after another. Hello, hello, hello. There's a ton of these cars out here right now.
The most reliable drift car ever.
Yeah, absolutely. So more people should be in these cars.
Absolutely.
You sound like me.
Oh, dude, I'm done. I am so done. Grid life has killed me. I was out late last night. I sound like a rocks.
Yeah, what time do you go to bed?
It's too late to tell.
Yeah, I think I was like a 1 or 2 a.m.er. And here we are on day 3. We're rocking and rolling, getting ready to send out the drift cars. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Thanks, Cerise. It's a festival morning. It's tough on everybody out here. Yeah, I lost my voice last night, and I'm just trying to get back to it. But Grid Life, typical Sunday fashion.
Oh man, I honestly, my voice is at like a 40% of what it should be. But I heard Cerise is going to go, oh, sweetheart.
Oh no,
we're
she's
so
done
in trouble.
lost it, and it's hilarious. She goes down from one car to the other, and the driver's voices are getting.
I know. Everyone just had such a great time here. Year 12 Midwest Fest. Greg, admittedly, I left a little bit early last night. I was out there until about 11:15, but I was worried about being able to make it through the day because I had to yell to my friends right next to me. But it was a blast there last night.
It was insane last night. First off, that's the biggest stage in all 12 years of Grid Life Midwest history. Had fire, had an amazing lineup of artists over there as well. And the vibes. I think that was the largest crowd I've ever seen at a Grid Life Festival.
It certainly looks
without
like
a doubt. Actually, I'm going to say without a doubt, that was the largest crowd I've ever seen at a festival.
Super cool. They're starting to take down the stage now and start to close out the festivities, see the fence lines coming down. But it takes a huge village of people to make this all possible, make it happen. And, man, it is just the energy, the excitement, it was just bubbling last
It really
night.
was. It is. It's a place where you can actually, as you're all done packing up the trailer of your drift car, race car, whatever it is, all your crew's there, and it's a great time to actually just unwind with your teammates and your crew and your family and your friends. It rarely happens at race car events. Usually we go to a typical race car event. When the sun goes down, we go get Taco Bell, straight back to the Airbnb. So there's not much of that bonding aspect or anything like that. With this, we make sure that you can hang out with your friends as late as you want, 2, 3, 4 a.m., I was out here until about like 2:30, 3 o'clock. I'm not boasting. Wow. I'm not bragging. Yeah.
That's yeah.
I still got my voice.
I woke up at 3 a.m. and there were still people bumping around. So pretty wild stuff. But this is only one of several events we have this year. 9 total events on the Grid Life calendar in 2025. This is event number 4, technically. 3 as far as the Grid Life Tour is concerned. We had South Carolina at CMP. We had the Grid Life Special Stage in collaboration with Formula Drift at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And of course, now Midwest Festival here this weekend. Our next event on track, not broadcast, no spectators, unfortunately. That will be at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course on June 27th to 29th. But then we get back to the festivals, Greg, at Summer Apex, Road America, July 25th to 27th in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. When we talk about big, that's the biggest racetrack we go to, 4 miles around. But that party bowl they have in the carousel there where the stage is going to be, it's going to be a blast again.
Oh my God, I can't wait. Honestly, out of the whole schedule right now, Summer Apex, that one's going to be Road America. I've always wanted to go to the track. I think that's the one thing I got to make sure I can't miss this year. Laguna Festival, again, I haven't been there, and I just want to go as a spectator. I'm a little scared of the track to put my car on it.
Well, let's go through the rest of the schedule here because Summer Apex is the next festival. Then, of course, we have Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park, which is one of my favorite events I've ever been to. The tiny little Lime Rock Park in Salisbury, Connecticut. The 1.5-mile little bull ring there. It's like in a little pocket. We just fill that whole thing with smoke all weekend long alongside our Eibach GLTC, GLGT, and TrackBattle folks. That'll be August 15th to 17th. And then we head to Chicagoland. That's our sort of our home event of sorts outside of our home here at Gingerman Raceway. That is an Autobahn Country Club. September 12th to 14th, 2025 in Joliet, Illinois. Then it's that Laguna Festival you mentioned, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, September 26th to 28th, year 3 at one of the most historic racetracks in the country.
The most iconic racetrack, hands down, no argument. Laguna Seca is the racetrack that we all played as kids on our video game systems. It's where we see most of the most historic photos in that carousel. It is just a beautiful surrounding, great town, amazing place to be. If you got the budget, you got the time, make sure you make Laguna Festival.
Yes, that one's coming up, and that's the penultimate event for the season. And our season finale, it will be Pit Race, October 17th to 19th, 2025, Pittsburgh International Race Complex in Wampum, Pennsylvania. That is a beautiful, top-tier facility. We won't have a festival there, but we will have the broadcast. We will have all the rest of it, finishing out our season championships in Pennsylvania. So really excited about that one. We had our first sort of full-scale event there last year as far as the motorsports side. But have a look at the campgrounds, people waking up, just kind of crawling out of the tents, cooking bacon, making breakfast, hanging out with their U-Haul rental truck.
Making pancakes, making pancakes. Yeah, U-Haul truck. That's not a bad idea right there. $20 a day. They charge you per mile, but if you're just sitting at the campsite all weekend, $20 a day.
Pretty smart. I mean,
pretty smart idea. Big brains over there in the campgrounds. You look at the campgrounds actually. So this is along the.
This is turn 2 to 3. Yep.
Yep, turn 2 to 3, and this is all these campsites are like the first ones to sell out. These are I saw it last night, completely stacked. And now to see it right now, what time is it? 12:30. People are starting to funnel out. They all had their fun. Sunday is like a very chill day, traditionally for a lot of spectators. However, for the drivers, the few drivers that we have on track, these few drifters, these are their last sets of tires. They're going to want to go, they have their last chance basically to get their Instagram clips, to get the best run that they have, to see what their car has, turn the boost up. So these few cars that are out there, you're going to see some of the most impressive runs without doubt. And that lineup right there, that's a lot of talent we have out there. Travis Reeder, Cole Richards, Nate Hamilton, Hot Lava.
You got it.
Hot Lava BRZ. He's been going.
He's been going.
Honestly, and it's funny, they were saying those BRZs are some of the most reliable cars. I cannot argue it, except for one car has a Toyota engine, one has its factory engine, one is fully boosted, and the other one has a Volkswagen engine.
I mean, look, they're a blank canvas, right?
Very reliable chassis.
It's like crackers. When you put that is the crackers are chips. It's like the vehicle for the condiment, right?
It is.
And the Toyo Baru FRS BRZ 86 is like the cracker of sports cars.
It kind of is.
You put whatever condiments you want on it, and you make it the flavor you need.
What condiment do you want on your cracker? 2 seconds, go.
I don't know. I don't know. What do you crackers with? The
peanut butter. Peanut butter is delicious on everything.
What's the dip that the Frito dip?
That's so good. Yeah. You get it gets at the can and you pull the top off.
A foil top. That's what I want.
Hi. The more sodium, the better, please.
Yes, I know. I mean, when I'm put on the spot like that, Greg, I have to say, it stresses me out because
you're literally that's your job is to be put on the spot.
I know, but peanut butter, cheese, it doesn't matter really to me. A cracker also like left in a vacuum. Like I'm a charcuterie boy. Like crackers and cheese. I'm a big brie fan.
I love brie. Brie is slept
cheeses.
on.
We were talking about cheeses upstairs.
Really?
For a while. Yeah.
Oh, I love
Emma,
brie.
who's up in timing and scoring and race control, had a huge block of Tillamook cheese up there.
Tillamook. I did a vacation in Tillamook actually, and
It's a place.
It is the most beautiful place in the entire world. Tillamook, Oregon. And we stored the Tillamook cheese factory.
That is the most obscure thing that you could have told me in this moment.
I planned a vacation around the Tillamook cheese factory. That's a true story.
Yeah. I think we're a little bit of a delay on the racetrack because they're trying to get a car loaded back up, but it's okay. We only have a handful of drift cars. We're still going to be on schedule for the next races of the day. But it's been fun this weekend, and I think you're right. Everyone's out of tire. Everyone's out of energy. It's been a long weekend, a lot of partying. And again, on Sundays in the past, we didn't really do a ton of drifting either. No. So just good to have some opportunities for everyone to hang out and get one more session. The campgrounds are clearing turnout. But those that have stayed around, the dedicated fans here at GridLife, they know that there's more stuff on track and not to leave too early. We're getting a 3-minute notification from our buddy John Raymond, so just a couple of minutes away from turning them loose for a few here at Gingerman.
So we did say we were going to make a little bit of a bet. We only have a few cars here. How many bumpers do you think are going to come off in this session? 0. Bold 0. So I'm going to go the over. I'm going to go 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't I win yesterday, so we'll just cancel it out.
All right, done. And if not, then now I'm up to $6. I gotta give you $6.
All right. I think everyone here, they're going to send it, but also like the energy level changes when it's like 10 cars versus 50, right? So I think they'll be all right.
Nobody's really getting pushed around the track by their friends or anything like that. You know, you're not going to see a lot of trains. You're going to see a lot of people try to go as fast as they can, though, into turn 1. I will say that.
Yeah,
probably save some tires on the backside.
I've wanted to do that for a while, where I could like build a little box that you just like mount to the K rail, and then just like have it like a report back with like Wi-Fi, which would the idea of that here is kind of hilarious, but it would be cool, I think, just to give some context for how fast the entries are.
Oh, we got Del Sol still broken down on a track. That's a shame to have a Del Sol without the target top off.
Yeah, I mean, this is Jonathan Lugot all the way from California. Long journey out here.
That's a long journey. Yep. That's a great looking car too. I was checking it out the other day. Beautiful setup on that car. A lot of actually rare or handmade parts on that car.
It is a really, really cool machine, and it's unfortunate to see it broken. And I don't know what's broken or why it's been tricky to get it on the flatbed, but maybe leaking fluid. They can't flat tow it across the track. But rescue guys will get us hooked up and on our way.
I can guarantee you what broke on that car is not a Honda genuine part.
I would venture to say that is accurate.
Nothing Honda ever breaks, ever. It's, you know, AutoZone parts will break.
So I had rodents get at my my wiring and my FRS at home, and they ate my AC condenser wire, so I have no AC right now. And my buddy Ed Colazzo, one of my best buddies, sent me that Honda has made a tape that has, it's like anti-rodent tape, and you can wrap all your stuff in it.
Oh!
And that's pretty genius.
That's not bad. Right now, my car currently has about 3 traps underneath it. I had it's a beautiful story of life, actually.
Yeah.
I had about 6 kittens born in my kitchen, or in my car on the floorboard this year. So mazel to the cat, but it was a mess to clean up.
Oh gosh.
And, you know, my holes in my car are not that big. You know, I got some big ones in the trunk and stuff. You leave the car outside for 2 days, and you have.
Well, that's the thing.
It's
like my car wasn't parked like in a barn. It was like in the alleyway in my apartment in Chicago. And
that's Chicago, though.
But I'm like moving it. It's like it sits there overnight, and then I take it, and then it's got
Chicago. That's Chicago things.
It's brutal, man.
You're lucky it was rodent damage.
Well,
not human damage.
That's fair. They chewed up my ABS wires in my Corolla too, which I learned that when I got back from I was driving home for Thanksgiving, and on the way back it was going to be one of those like massive nor'easter snowstorms. So I-90 was just completely covered in snow. Like there was no you could not see pavement. It was just ruts in the snow on I-90. Everyone was doing 30 miles an hour. And so the night before, I went to Home Depot and got like. Because I don't fix cars, it's like not my job.
Of course not.
So I went to Home Depot and bought like thermostat wire, and pulled out the fender liner, and I found where they had chewed through the. I thought it was the sensor, but they had just gotten the wiring to the sensor, and so they had stripped. They completely removed about 16 inches of the ground wire. Oh my God. And the hot wire they had just cut in half, and so I just had to replace that wiring, patch it all back up. And it's been good since.
It's one of my biggest fears. No, I mean, a fire in the car is pretty bad. Rodent damage when you're not even using the car might be just as bad.
It's just annoying because it makes, like my Toyota Corolla, unreliable. And that makes me upset because that is not what I signed up for. It only has like 80,000 miles. It's a 2012. It's like, that is like fresh off factory floor for an old Corolla, right? But like, it has seen some stuff nowadays, you know?
No.
So,
no, would you trade that Corolla in for a 1986 one? That's a real question.
If it looked like Jackie Ding's.
No, everybody would trade whatever car they have for Jackie Ding's 86.
Yeah.
That car is flawless.
Yeah, but if I could make it look like Jackie Ding's.
Okay, truth. Every time I drive like an 86 Corolla, which is very rare, it's been like twice, I go, I have no desire for owning this car. I have no desire. They are like it's like when you plug in your old NES and like play the old Nintendo. You're like, this is really fun for 5 minutes.
Right. I did that with like a PlayStation 3. I opened up. I was like, this stinks.
It stinks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pop-up graphics and stuff like that.
The march of progress, dude.
I'm right there with you.
Like, let's bring on the future. Like, let's bring on 4D gaming already.
All I need is my cell phone and a game of Uno, and I'm good. You can lock me on the island.
Maybe I'm a psychopath, and maybe the chat can tell me this. I don't have a single game on my phone.
You're savage.
I know.
What do you do when you go poop?
I don't know. I don't play
solitaire.
games.
I will
Solitaire.
I will take like a 30-minute bathroom break and play solitaire until I win a hand.
I'll probably watch GridLife is probably what I do. If I'm honest. I mean, so there's been many times our GridLives episodes by Alex Freeman. That one was just uploaded last weekend. I was waiting, chomping at the bit for it to get uploaded. There was like a technical problem, and Gray uploaded it to the wrong YouTube channel. You can rib him about that later. And so I was like, where is it? Where is it? And all day I was like refreshing. And I was like, there it is. And it was like, I need to watch it now. And so I like had it on my phone. Like I have a huge 65-inch flat screen in the living room, and I was like, I need to watch it in this moment in this bathroom.
That's some of the best ways to do it, though.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. If I'm driving in my car, I'm not watching the video. I'm not watching. But I'm definitely putting it on and putting the phone on my dashboard. And I've seen some. Yep. That's how I watched that whole series. Actually, was traveling to an event. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But you need more phones, more games on your phones, honestly.
All right, well, Jonathan Lugad's Del Sol is on the roll back here, so we should get a couple minutes of drift before we have to turn things back over to the GridLife Rush Series, I believe. I think that's what's up next here. It will be indeed GridLife Rush Series Race 4 at the top of the hour here. But we got a couple of minutes, a couple of laps to tear up some tires here, Greg, so let's send it.
Yeah, I do want to say, if you're here, if you're one of the few spectators still here on the Sunday, keep your eyes on the first car and the last car. You have Nate Hamilton out there in the GR86. Beautiful car, Accelera tires, tire streets. I apologize. GR86. That's one of the fastest cars that's going to be out there on the track. He's going to be putting down some of the cleanest lines, most angle, big smoke. Last car in the line, that's Cole Richards. He's a Formula Drift driver as well, current FD driver. In more of his street car, it's an E92, powder blue, gorgeous color on it. Again, he's trying to do as big of a backy as he could do at this track. This is his first time at the track. He says there's only one turn I want to do, and it's turn 1.
Turn 1? All right.
That's it.
So camera's on turn 1. It's going to be backy time.
Backy time. You got Travis Reeder out there as well. Travis Reeder, Walmart Reeder, absolute pro. Honestly, for the few cars that we have going out there right now, it's going to be a good show.
Well, here they come.
Speaking of a good show,
Right.
They know how to get your heart.
Right out of the gate.
So what makes this car different than yours? What's yours different?
Well, mine's almost entirely bone stock.
Oh, there it is.
So I've got coilovers, I've got brakes, and I've done a lot of the JDM interior pieces because OEM Plus is my
Don't forget the headlights.
The headlights, of course. But that's pretty much it. Again, mine's very much all of the wheels, tires. It's very much stock.
What wheels did you go with?
Oh, don't put me on the spot. I know what they are, but I don't want to say it on the internet.
Oh no, you went Rhoda.
No, it's worse.
Rotas.
Well, actually, I
honestly,
just changed them out.
Okay,
I just changed it out. So I had for a long time XXRs.
I started on a set of XXRs.
Okay, right. So maybe I'm not. Now I have Enkeys on them now.
Oh, okay. So it's RPF1, I assume.
No, not RPF1.
Whoa.
I can't remember the model name.
PF07.
Maybe.
7-spoke, kind of flat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a good wheel.
Yes.
It's actually a very JDM wheel. And
see, look, I know what I'm doing. So I bought both sets of wheels for like $500 from my buddy Woody Hyman, who had them on his BRZ track car.
Shout out,
so
Willie.
Hello, dust cloud.
Already?
It just disappeared into a cloud of dust like a witch.
One of the 6 cars has immediately disappeared into a dust cloud.
Okay, so maybe I should have been.
Okay, I might be getting my $3 back.
I was going to say. Well, if the bumper falls off and every other body panel falls off, does that count?
Yes, we can. They do rule each other out.
Okay.
Subi Mod's car, that's not losing any bumpers.
No.
That thing is built like a tank.
No, Nick has been ripping it. He is out of voice, as we saw on the grid with Cerise there.
All right, we got cars coming back.
I like all the cars on the track right now are twins. Oh, they're all 86s.
They're all 86s.
Aren't they? Is there anything that's not right now? There's an E36 out there.
E36. So it's all BRZs and BMWs. That is it. That's honest truth.
Burzes and Beamers. Burrs and Beamers.
We said this yesterday. We said the BMW is the cheat code if you want to be a good driver. The BRZ is the cheat code if you want a good car and you want to get out there.
Ketchup Lock, who has the most hilarious username, says, "How do you mute the commentary?" I was like, "Just mute Ketchup Lock."
All right, I'll do it for you.
What does your username mean? Because I'm curious. There's an inferior condiment, by the way. We're talking about condiments, but here's your E36, buddy.
Oh, look at him go. Travis Reeder, baby. Great car out there. He had like a full-blown pro car that he just got rid of, and he stepped back and he went into this like very tame street car. He said he loves it. He said he doesn't have to work on the car as much. Yeah, that's Cole Richards. I told you he's doing back. That's and
Sean Krebs' box gone off in a big way too, guys.
All right, so we got 4 cars left.
Excellent.
4 cars left, dropping like flies. I told you they're going to go as hard as they possibly can. That's what they're out there for right now. They got their last couple pairs of tires, and they said, you know what? Let me click another gear.
get after it while you can.
You got an open track. You can't not, when you have like an open track, say, okay, how fast can I possibly, look at, we almost have a bumper coming off on one car.
Please, hang on. There it is. Michael
right,
Herschen chasing it.
If you come off, I'm getting my money.
No. Do you take Venmo?
Oh, whatever it is.
I'm out of cash.
Whatever it is.
I gave it to the ice
and I'll
cream
take
lady
anything
last
you
night.
give me. Look at the style that Cole drives with. There's so I do sponsor Cole with my actual company, Cora Works, based out of Atlanta, Georgia. And the first time I saw Cole drive, funny thing is the first time he ever tandem was a competition. And he ended up winning the competition and getting his Formula Drift license.
Oh,
he's fine.
Dirt dropping again,
no,
dude.
He's fine.
The racetrack's the black stuff, man.
He's just going hard.
He's going, I mean, needs some off-road tires at this stage.
I want to see if we can keep him on camera a little bit, get that turn one back. I don't know if he has enough tire to do it again, or if he's going to have to come to the pits. Hopefully, we can see it back from him.
He's got his fist out the window. No tire left.
No tire.
Used it all to tear the bumper off the clips again. There's Nick Nazzaro with Subi Mods. Yeah, he's also pitting in as well. He's out of tire, too.
So we're going to see some cars come in, grab tires. Your beautiful car out there doesn't make enough horsepower, so he can do about 10, 12.
I feel that. Hit the curb with the corner. There you go. Hit the backside of a curb, it'll tear the whole nose off the car.
A lot of people just drifting off their hangover. No big deal.
Off into turn one here. Oh, look at Herschen chucking the Ionic 5N in.
Herschen said he found another mode in the car that's not drift mode, but you can put 100% of the power to the rear wheels without any assists. And so he says he's going to try that out. As you can see,
this looks like it just wants to turn around like a tabletop on
And you can't put it back into drift mode until the car goes in park.
Oh, okay.
You can't do, the only thing you can change while the car's in motion is what the engine sounds like.
Oh, I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, he likes the spaceship sound.
True story. The Hyundai Elantra N has a sound mode, because they do a little bit of sound feeding into the cabin. You can make it sound like the Hyundai Elantra N TCR.
Oh, the actual race car.
Yeah, you can make it sound like that.
Man.
It's so cool.
That's so cool.
Bet your car can't do that.
Let's see.
Oh, big E36 cent. I love this car.
I just got word, actually, from Cole Richards. Matt Kaufman's going to drive Cole Richards' car this time out.
Oh.
So Cole's in here getting some fresh rears, changing out the rears and the driver. Matt Kaufman had some issues with his car, unfortunately. He's one of those guys that does it to break the internet. He's out here drifting his Formula Drift Pro car. You know who Matt Kaufman is?
I do.
Yeah,
how
he
can
did
you not
really
know?
good. I know, right? One of the only drifters that was featured on ESPN. He had some car issues out here, so Cole said, hey, take the last couple laps of my car. I hope he throws it as hard as he throws his personal car.
I mean, I think it'll be pretty rad to watch, so we'll keep an eye on that. Blue-gray BMW.
I don't even know what color that is.
I see him sitting on the pit lane, though.
It's like blue jeans.
It's like blue jeans, yeah. Like a light wash.
Light wash. You're right. Yeah.
Which honestly, I felt like a real adult when I started paying attention to what wash jeans I was getting.
Yeah.
Like I need a couple dark ones and a couple light ones.
Where do you get your jeans from?
I buy Ross Dress for Less, baby. Everything.
That's it. Everything. I don't pay retail for anything on my back. If it's not on sale, I ain't going home with it.
$5, baby.
That's it, right?
No, that's
outlets.
You just burn through them. I know you can get one good pair of jeans last you for 20 years, but I lost a little weight in the fall, so you can't.
I saw that. Your tum-tum went down.
I appreciate that, but you just can't buy one pair of jeans because, what if that happens again, or what if I go back?
I get the elastic weight stuff now.
Yeah, dude. Why would you be uncomfortable when you can be comfortable?
Parachute pants. This is it right here. Look,
I'm wearing athletic running pants right now because it's black and my shirt's black. I wanted to match.
Rawlings too. Good on you. Wow.
Yeah. Good stuff.
TJ Maxx.
Yeah, we went a little higher end for that.
Maxxinista over here.
Look at
there
Herschen.
It is. There's the shot. There's the shot. I knew it. He's drifting. He's figured it out. He's got that Hyundai rental car in full drift mode, and I think he's going to do fine. Let's see if he tries to initiate. He is. He's going to throw some weight. The car doesn't have a lot of steering angle lock to lock, so there's only so much angle he can get out of the car.
He's trying.
He is trying. You see him using that foot brake, trying to break the actual balance of the car up and throw it around.
Yeah,
a lot of fuel slosh in that car.
For those that don't know, CEO of GRIDLIFE, Michael Herschen, who's driving this car, he's a TC America champion. He's also competed in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge GT4. So he's very, very comfortable behind the wheel of cars. So he's won races, and a couple of championships to boot as well.
He's a race car driver learning how to drift in a rental car. That's what you're trying to say.
Yes,
absolutely. It can happen.
Yeah, race car guy for sure. But
What else we got?
Did the Richards car go back out?
Yeah, I think he just went back out on the track, actually.
Oh, here he is. Found him.
Oh, there he goes.
So you're telling me that this Kaufman.
That's Matt Kaufman in there. Yep. The legend himself. And there's no rear bumper on there. Well, I don't know if that was Kaufman. Okay.
If they removed it, it doesn't count.
Nope. It's not in the pit road. It came off somewhere on the track.
All right. Well, I'll Venmo you later.
No problem. No, I think we broke even.
Oh,
I think
we
we're
did.
broke
That's
even
right.
now.
I'm so glad I did
we need
that.
to wait for one more bumper. Typical drifter fashion. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's sending it. He's sending it. So is Nick Nazzaro in the Super.
I think if I was to go home with that Super Bowl, I'll get groceries. Do whatever.
Still getting after it.
Let's see if we can link this turn. Okay, that's a full-blown drift right there.
I'm pretty sure that we got tires just for this, so he might as well. He just wants to use them up, get his money's worth at this point.
That's insane to see this right now. That's like an SUV, correct? That's an SUV
yeah,
full
I'm calling
electric.
It SUV. Yeah.
I'm not going to call it a hot hatch by any means.
I mean, it is a hot something. Not hot lava, though, is it?
It ain't hot lava. Yeah, he's getting down.
Oh man, initiated to 10B down the hill, too.
Is there a passenger? Yeah, I wonder if it's Cole in his own car right there. Oh, there you go.
Keep your foot in it. Keep your foot in it.
Clutch in, clutch out, and
He
back.
got it. He got it.
I'll count it.
All right, we got a yellow at turn 1, but Hergen is at 6. He doesn't care. He's going to loop it. Around goes Michael Hergen. Again, using up those tires. Might just light the tires and spin the fires or whatever.
He might actually be the one person having the most fun out there.
Yeah, he's certainly getting after it. But
you know, when it's a rental car, I mean, him and Kaufman are both in rental cars, basically. That's the way to do it. Sucker your friends and let you drive their things. It's like a boat.
It's like a boat. Yeah,
it's kind of like
always having fun with a boat.
Always, I'll cover the gas. You take me out on it.
Yeah. Well, it'll be GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4 coming up next. They're still slowly getting to grid here, so they're going to give them a few more minutes on drift. But look at Kaufman digging through turn 2.
There he goes. Let that car eat.
I feel like Kaufman's being conservative. Or maybe this car isn't as playful as his.
It's definitely not as playful as his. I'll say that much. This car only makes about 600 horsepower.
Holy. That's so
the world of Kaufman, that's like half of what his normal car makes.
I blame the drift world for why everyone thinks every car is slow except for ones that have 1 million horsepower.
That's it. Well, I mean, what do we have to go by? Formula, we have Formula Drift to go by, and those cars make 1,000 horsepower, and that's our big bullies that we get to look up to.
That's true. But it's just like, man, only makes 500. And it's like, okay, that is 5 times the amount of power that my Corolla makes almost.
My car makes 350, and it's a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Rocket ship. Right. So I could imagine some of these cars out there what it actually feels like 600-700 horsepower.
Yeah.
That car makes 700 horsepower.
It's dumb. It makes sense. Also, get the used tires we bought. So I'm going to burn them down.
He's doing exactly that. I saw him right before the pressure shot put these things out. I don't know, 70, 80, 90. 90 PSI is a good number.
Yeah. 100.
I've never had a to go that high, but I think 100 would be a great way to put on.
I remember my very first experience on track at Gingerman Raceway was riding in Tom O'Gorman's TCA Honda Civic. That made all of 200 horsepower, if that. And it had old flicks in the front and street tires on the rear. And the street tires were just pumped up to like a gazillion PSI. That's how you do it. And just dropped there, effectively what is the drift sessions now. It was like the craziest experience I've ever had in a car. So,
no, my original, when I first built my drift car, it only had 220 horsepower. I was asking the guys, like, what should I do for tire pressure? What should I do for tire pressure? And they're saying legitimately 70 PSI. 70 PSI cold, that's the way to do it. And that's how I learned how to drift, was sliding everywhere out of control.
Well, GRIDLIFE Drift on a Sunday. We're out of tire and out of cars, I think, Greg. So, hey, appreciate you being here this weekend. It's always a pleasure. Let's have a look at the highlights, though, before we sign off here, Greg, and check out all the action or, the people that were out there giving us a show on Sunday, getting after it.
Travis Reeder doesn't make mistakes out there in that yellow BMW. He's one of the best. And there goes the bumper on Cole Richards' car.
Well,
yep.
Even it out. Michael Hergen in the Ioniq 5N putting on a show. How about this shot into turn 1?
Such a cool car. Again, that car is powered by a Volkswagen VR6 engine. It's a BRZ with a VR6 engine.
4,800-pound SUV. Digging
That's
like
what that thing is. That is wild. I would get one. It's not a bad-looking car either.
Not a bad-looking car.
Am I going to buy one? No.
But
would I get one? Yes.
Greg, I appreciate you being here all weekend long, buddy. Safe travels home, and looking forward to the next time. GridLife Drift complete here from Gingerman Raceway, at least on the broadcast. GridLife Rush Series Race 4 coming up next. Sunday afternoon, Gingerman Raceway. It is time for GridLife Rush Series race number 4. Drivers and teams getting ready for one final go in the Rush Series. Kyle Heyer joined by Ido Waxman, and visors getting ready to drop down. There's a look at Ryan Leach, the number 56 on the point. Has won every race so far this season. Could he close out potentially with 3 perfect rounds?
He's driven flawlessly this weekend. There's no indication that he's willing to give up a race win to Blair Hosey or Andy Volkel behind him. It's going to be up to them to try and dethrone him. I don't think he's going to make any mistakes.
He hasn't made any mistakes all weekend long. Again, the GridLife Rush Series using the Rush SR from Rush Auto Works. About 150 horsepower from a GSX motorcycle engine. They're chain-driven cars. They make quite a bit of downforce, and they draft pretty well, which is going to be fun to watch at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and then again at Road America next on the stream. There was an awesome show there last year, a 3-wide run up the hill, 56 thousandths of a second margin with a 3-wide finish there last year in, I think it was race 2 on Friday. So very excited about returning to the National Park of Speed with these cars. Andy Volkel in the number 34 Turn-In Concepts car. He has been chasing Leach every single event. He's getting real tired of finishing runner-up, 3rd, 4th, 5th, wherever he's been all this weekend. But he's also got to get through Blair Hosey, Rush Series driver, just up the road from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's had his own, he's had his difficulties this weekend with car setup that's really made him a little bit less competitive than he's used to being these first 4 races. And Ryan Leach, again, has been completely flawless. Blair Hosey now, who's started to compete in this championship, he's also now somebody for Andy to contend with. And Nico Bratz has been right on his tail this weekend, along with James French, who you see on screen there.
There's James French, who his partner just got a ride with Nate Hamilton in the last drift session. There's Ethan Alexander moving forward throughout the weekend in that bright blue Rush SR. TJ Hunt has had a phenomenal weekend, a couple of top 10 results there in that 28 Rapscallion car. He's got teammate Nate Hamilton right behind him, and Nate Hamilton has located and now replaced the front clip of that car because it came off after some contact in race number 3. So all the aero is back on that car now, and he's ready to go for this final race of the weekend. There's Nate Hamilton in the Rapscallion car as we get ready to roll here in just a few moments. Nate giving us the thumbs up. Always a pleasure to have him here. There's the number 9. That's Nick Billingsley. Bill Wright's back there. Jason Oler and more on the grid here. Friendly little wave and a smile from Nick Billingsley. Seems cool and calm as a cucumber here, Ido.
Yeah, and we just got word that they're doing an adjustment to the grid order here that's going to take a couple minutes. So we're going to be a little bit delayed by 2 or 3 minutes as we get a grid order update from timing and scoring. Right now, it's supposed to be scored by the amount of championship points in the weekend. So that's going to be setting the grid order for this race 4.
Yeah, I think right now it has Blair Hosey out in front, which is shouldn't be the case. It should be Ryan Leach, I would think, right? Yeah. Based on because he's won all 3 races so far, so there's a bit of a mix-up there. So while we wait for that here, Ido, let's talk a little bit about this weekend, what happened last night. It was a huge, huge party, sort of setting a new benchmark for GridLife Midwest Festival going forward, but there's still a lot left to come this season with the calendar we have. Up next is Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, June 27, 29. No broadcast for that, unfortunately, but it's a real hallowed ground for GridLife in general.
Yeah, it's one of the classic GridLife events. It's really a driver's event. This feels like a very personal, very very a smaller venue, but much more personal. You're much closer with everybody. Apex is this huge, vast racetrack, and it really does feel like you're at a national park there.
Yeah, it really does. That is Circuit Legends, August 15th to 17th, followed by Chicagoland at Audubon Country Club in September. Then Laguna Seca with WeatherTech Race Laguna Seca being the penultimate round of the season. Then Pit Race at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. That's our season finale for the year, as cars roll onto the racetrack for GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 4. Again, just like all of our other series here this weekend, these cars compete 4 times, a couple of warm-ups and practices and qualifyings in between, but this is it, the last race of the weekend. Ryan Leach trying to finish the job that he has started, and in a moment we'll have a look at our starting lineup and run it down, because it has looked a lot the same so far with Ryan Leach out on the pointy end. There he is alongside Blair Hosey, Andy Vogel, and Nico Bratz share row number 2, and then in row number 3 it's Brett DiGiacomo and Mark Jorganorski in 5th and 6th, followed by 7th place James French in the number 70. Ethan Alexander rolls off 8th in the number 33.
Yeah, and in 9th we've got TJ Hunt moving on up, his best starting grid position, and Nate Hamilton alongside him in 10th. In 11th we got Nick Billingsley alongside Jalen Batley in 12th. In 13th, Bill Wright, and then in 14th, Jason Oler making up that 7th row. In row 8, we got John Robinson in 15th, Gage Hughes in 16th. And then in row 9, we've got Robert Desjardins and Ayrton Grimm switching over from GLTC in 18th. In 19th, we've got Bryce Mersberger in 19th and Matt Wilson in 20th.
In 21st place, it's Lee Kellert alongside Kelsey Billingsley in 22nd place, followed up by AJ Campo in 23rd. 24th place, Jeremy Boysen. I'm surprised to see if Jeremy's even out there because he had a transmission issue. Larry Brady and Jared Anderson, 25th and 26th, followed by Pat Brady and Tom Kirsting sharing row number 14. Last couple of rows here in GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4, Jake Sanders and Tim Burkhardt sharing row number 15. Row 16, Chuck Desjardins and Paul Klitsch. And rounding out the 33-car field for this last race is John Howe in the number 17. So that's your starting lineup here, Ito. But warming up tires, warming up brakes, the weather is absolutely picture perfect. Not really a cloud in the sky. A little bit of humidity still left out there, but this is going to be a good one here for the fans that are left after the festival grounds begin to clear out here. They're going to get a show one more time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some different grid orders that we've been used to in these first 3 races. Andy Vogel starting the highest he has all weekend out in 3rd. He's going to try and see if he can keep up with Blair and Ryan Leach. And then James French is all the way back in 5th. And then, as I was saying, TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton both starting in the top 10. That's that's at least TJ Hunt's best starting position here. So we'll see whether they can make their way through the field, the 2 Rapscallion Racing drifting duo, as we're going to go green flag on this next time by as the safety lights are off.
Time to go racing in GRIDLIFE Rush Series. One more time here this weekend. Ryan trying to a 3 sweep of Carolina Motorsports Park Road, Atlanta, and now Gingerman Raceway. Keep an eye on the Rapscallion boys, row 5 between TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton. It'll be a friendly little battle and duo between those two. Pace car is off. Ryan Leach in command. Remember, we get the start flag a little bit further down the straightaway. We're going to pass the main flag stand. We'll get it at the turn 1 flag stand. Nice, orderly 2x2 formation here. And green flag, we're underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, the final race of the weekend at GRIDLIFE Midwest. 3 wide down the inside, James French forcing the issue, spin and slide in the background. 1 car off at turn 1. We'll see if everyone else gets away, but for the lead, Leach has it over Hosey, who has it over Bratz, and Vogel tries to do the over-under.
Yeah, Vogel couldn't quite follow Leach into turn 1, and he's left him exposed to Nico Bratz, who took him into turn 2, but let's see if they can maintain overlap into turn 3.
Yeah, heading down towards 3 now, it's still Leach, then Hosey, then Bratz. Vogel kicking the thing out sideways. TJ Hunt trying to move forward here in the field as well. In the background there, slicing and dicing, trying to carve his way forward. But again, it was James French that took the field 3 wide. He gained a bunch of spots on the start.
Yeah, and he's right back into where he's comfortable, up in 5th place as Nico Bratz goes very wide through 6, and Andy's going to try and take advantage of it. We have more cars going wide in turn 6.
Brett DiGiacomo, number 12, dropped the right side tires, just couldn't get it hooked back on the road. So he will lose a few spots in the process. And again, French charging forward past Bratz and now trying to get around Vogel, who's sideways through turn 9. That math does not work. And here comes Alexander in the 33.
Yeah, French tried to stay on the outside of 9, but you can't do that. There's plenty of marbles over there. There's no grip on that turn. And now we're dueling 2 wide for 2 rows in 10B.
2x2 2 up straightaway formation. Vocal, then French.
Yeah, absolutely. James French forcing the issue on Nico Bratz, and now we've got Ethan Alexander trying to make a move on Nico Bratz as well, but he stays in line heading to turn 1.
Yeah, Alexander, Bratz, 2 colored collars, Bratz in the red, Alexander in the blue, and Vocal with the cork in the bottle here at the moment. 3 seconds to the front 2, and this has sort of been the topic of discussion all day long. The yellow flag going into 3, so no passing here. Don't know exactly what for. I don't see any cars or any issue. Oh, it's the surface conditions. Sorry.
Yep. So turn 3. The leader, Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey, they're, like you said, 3 seconds ahead of them, but Andy's not going to give up that 3rd place spot in this race, so it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. Meanwhile, down the field, TJ Hunt looks like he's chasing Jason Oler for the, he did get past him, but then he got repassed. Hunt was in front of him heading to turn 1, and Oler passed him, so this fight isn't over for the 7th and 8th spot.
TJ Hunt continuing to charge forward here. John Robinson side by side with the 58 of Bill Wright. He's going to run wide. Brett DiGiacomo trying to carve his way back forward after dropping the tires early on in the race. Looks like he's righted the ship.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to be on the outside lane in 8 or 9 because there's no grip there. It's all tire marbles. So I think all these drivers are kind of noticing through the field. If they go wide in 8 and 9, they lose positions into 10B.
Yeah, look at this Oler on defense from Ethan Alexander. This is for 6th place, and Oler's got it. He's through. Takes the spot from Ethan Alexander.
Yeah, but Ethan's going to try and draft him and see if he can make overlap on the braking zone into turn 1. He cannot. He closes the gap, breaks a little bit later. Meanwhile, ahead of them, James French is hounding Andy Vocal into turn 2.
Off into 3 now for the top spot. This is Leach on defense from Hosey. This is as close as Hosey's been. A piece of debris driver that waving flag is for. It's sort of right on the turning point, unfortunately, so you have to shallow up the entry just a bit. And Hosey, again, has closed in on Leach close enough to have a look, but never close enough to really do much more than give him a quick tap on the quarter panel, let him know he's there.
Yeah, Ryan does a very good job of managing his race. He's never pushing harder than he needs to, and he never defends when he doesn't need to, and that's a very, very efficient way to race.
Yeah, Vocal again on defense, but James French is going to quickly try to find a hole inside or outside here. 789, a quick transition, pretty flat over here, and just you're balancing the car on the edge of grip. We saw these drivers 3 wide early. You see Vocal really playing pitch and catch with the car, and it seems like he's struggling right now.
Yeah, he's been complaining about oversteer all weekend, and you can tell he does. Oh, as James French locks up the rear tires heading into 10B, he's going to lose that spot to Nico Bratz, who's going to get him on the inside.
I think he's going to have trouble now because that's going to throw the transmission off, I think. Here comes Blair Hosey to driver's left. This is for the race lead. Side by side for a moment on the backstretch into turn 11. Hosey's going to cross him over. Great run. This might be his chance. 10 minutes to go, and here comes Hosey up for the lead.
If he can get overlap into turn 1 and maintain it into turn 2, he might have a shot to take the lead away from Brian Leach, but he can't quite get there.
Into turn 1 now, jumps the curb on driver's left. 2 car lengths between them. He seems like Hosey's much better at 10B, but he can't do anything. He needs an advantage somewhere else, and that's where Leach is executing with the precision of military operation. He has just been relentless.
Yeah, just so impressive from Ryan Leach, just how well he drives at his own pace. And really, this pace is so much faster than the cars behind him. They've now opened up that gap to 6 seconds to Andy Vocal in 3rd. He and Nico Bratz have been fighting it out, fighting to the death for that 3rd and last podium position.
Yeah, TJ Hunt now defending from Nick Billingsley here. Nick's going to look driver's left. This is on the run down to turn 4. Squeeze. That was almost a touch there. Very tight quarters, and they're side by side into turn 5. Billingsley on the inside, Hunt on the outside. Can they make it through 6 still alongside each other? They are, and they still will. TJ bouncing over the curbs there, has the preferred line now going into 7.
Still side by side into 7. You never see that with larger cars. This is exactly what we were hoping to see with these Rush SR cars. They still have overlap going through 7, 8, 9. Let's see who's going to have to stay on the outside. They're going to lose grip, so it's going to be advantage TJ Hunt through here.
Wow, I'm very impressed by TJ Hunt. Again, his wheel-to-wheel experience began with this series a couple of events ago. and he really has picked this up and is racing at a very high level. Side-by-side through 7 is tough.
Yeah,
Going single file through 7 is tough.
They were side-by-side all the way from 4 all the way into 9, so that's very tough, but he looks like he's going to try and take the position away from TJ Hunt on the outside heading to turn 11.
Yeah, they're still door-to-door there, and here comes French past Oler. That is for 5th place now. And the Hunt battle, Hunt has lost that position now finally to Nick Billingsley, so he took it away going into turn 11. Race still continues. Here's Vogel and Bratz.
And French has recovered from his lockup, so he's going to try and chase these guys down again. Andy seems like he doesn't quite have the same pace as Nico Bratz, but he's driving a very good defensive race, so we'll see if he can keep him behind him for the rest of the race.
Yeah, Bratz staying on the racing line, almost dropping tires in the dirt on corner entry. And for the 70 of French, when he locked up those rear brakes, that definitely wreaks havoc on the control logic for the gearbox. So he probably tried to get a shift while that was going on, and it just threw the logic off. Once he got it back in gear, he was able to continue.
Yeah, very fortunate that it didn't lead to any other mechanical issues of some sort. So he's going to be chasing these guys down enthusiastically to try and take that 3rd position back from Andy.
Through turn 9, big washout for Hosey. He was chasing that car across the road.
Yeah, absolutely, but managed to stay just on the racing line and avoiding the marbles on the outside that would have compromised the 10B pretty badly.
Now into turn 7. A couple of battles here. That's the 13 Elite Killer and the 144 or 114 rather of Bryce Mersberger.
Yeah, two equally white cars, very similar liveries. Mersberger is drafting him into 10B. He's going to try and dive on the inside, but backs out of it.
Yeah, can't quite get there. Yeah, one of the big things this year, new sort of side door cards on these things, makes some numbers a little bit easier to read at a distance. Yep. And Bratz trying to get a way around Andy Vogel, but he can't do it. Vogel is going to leave the door open, though, to the inside. This might mean he's going to lose this spot side by side across the stripe. Here comes Bratz into turn 1.
Yep, Bratz has overlap on the inside of turn 1. Andy can't quite keep up with him. He's over-undering him, but he's going to try and hang it out on the outside, too. That's going to be really, really difficult this late in the weekend.
Yeah, trying to get down to the inside again. On corner exit, they're letting French pull back in. He's only a second back at the stripe, even less than that now, 5 car lengths heading into turn 3.
Yeah, very close battle here. Andy has held them up both enough that James French has managed to catch them back up. Now he's going to try and get past Andy Vogel so he can chase Nico Bratz down. He's going to try the inside heading into turn 5.
Oh, that was a big swipe. Swiper no swiping. Vogel denies him there.
Yeah, not quite enough overlap for Vogel not to cut across him there. Totally fair defensive move from Vogel. Didn't really change his line into that.
Yeah, down into 7 now. Again, looking out the mirror is probably more than out the halo at the moment. Just seems like he's distracted, and that car is just not quite handling right. It's just been a little bit ragged, especially through these high-speed sections.
Yeah, Andy's definitely driving more in his mirrors than ahead of him at this point. He's just trying to hold on for dear life. He's currently sitting 3rd in the weekend championship. I'm not sure how losing 3rd and 4th to Bratz and French will affect that, but he's really trying his best to maintain that 4th place spot right now.
On the backstretch now. French in the slipstream, pulls out to the right. Vogel does not defend, leaves the door open. Here comes French.
He's going to
into 11, and French is...
Yeah, and he thought about staying on the opposite side. He just didn't feel confident in being able to do that, unfortunately. He's yielded that 4th place spot to James French. Now he's going to go back and go Bratz here.
A little surprised we didn't see him with how competitive he's been. Not just kind of fade to the right, keep French back, but also he knows he's not going to win this. Get it behind the 70 and science out what his car is not doing as well as French's. Deeper in the field, little fight there. One of the 227, 121, or the 22.
Yeah, one of the Carolina Rush Works cars making a pass for position there into turn 11. Looks like that, I can't even tell what that is, number, and then number 25 trying to make a move there, Mark Czarnogorski into turn 1.
That means that is Campo ahead of them. They hand out.
Yep.
There's an issue there with the 25, whether I believe it's a tire that's gone flat.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. That corner weighing down as Ryan Leach has kind of started to clear Blair Hosey in the second half of this race, where historically, or the rest of this weekend, Blair Hosey has been doing a really good job of catching him back up in the second half of the race. Now heading into turn 7, we're going to have John Robinson.
TJ Hunt, big bobble there at turn 9. Hit the inside curbing and went for a little bit of a wash. Lost the spot there to John Robinson.
Yeah, while we've been away from Hunt, he's dropped from 9th to 10th after Billingsley got through. And here comes French on the inside of Bratz, heading to turn 11.
Really tight squeeze there from Bratz on the French number 70. Tucks in behind and moves French to 3rd place.
Yeah, good move from James French. Now let's see if these two can fight it out for the last podium spot, or if James French is just going to drive away from Nico Bratz. It kind of looks like he is right now. James French has a lot of pace in the second half of the race. He's going to try and see whether he can catch up back to the top 2, but he's 13 seconds back. That's a tall order to try and get up there.
Lee Keller chasing at the moment. Car ahead here for position. This is through turn 2, the over-under opportunity. Keller in the 13 on the lead lap still. Where is that 13 car on the road? I don't even see.
Yeah, it hasn't quite made it through.
Sorry, that's for 16th spot.
Yep. So chasing down that car for the 15th position there. James French is putting a gap on Nico Bratz. We'll see whether he's closed the gap down to Blair Hosey once they've crossed the start-finish, and we can get an update on the deltas there. But he's looking nice and clean.
Oh, what car is this? Is that Nick Billingsley, potentially?
It's very hard to tell. For a second, I thought it was Ryan Leach because of the gray front left corner there, but it looks like I'm not sure what car that is.
Yeah, meanwhile, didn't get a look at the numbers on. I think that's the run up from 2 to 3, and it's not the car that had the flat either. So
no,
it's a different car.
Yeah, a couple cars now out on track. That's going to affect the racing here, although at least the top 5 have kind of separated themselves out, and they're kind of all running their own race right now.
Yeah, no white flag yet. We're going to get to race another go-around here. French still hangs on to 3rd, Bratz 4th. And again, no challenge for the lead. Hosey has lost about 1.5 seconds to Ryan Leach, so there's no challenge up there right now.
Yep.
And there is some lap traffic, though, to contend with.
And French has lost a second to Hosey in that last lap, so he's not catching those two up there. They're running their own race with a faster pace than everybody behind them.
AJ Campo and Larry Brady. This is for 21st place. Making their way through turn 11 at the moment. Two car battles here and there. And I think that's Leach again. There's your race leader. And about 10, 15 car lengths behind is Blair Hosey. This is really the largest gap we've seen. We thought that maybe Blair would kind of punch through some of the defense from Ryan Leach at some point this weekend, but he just has not. I mean, he's got those steely blue eyes, Ryan Leach does. He's just so dialed in that no one's been able to get by him. Here's the 144 Nate Hamilton with some pressure from Bryce Mersberger.
Yeah, and Mersberger is going to try and get past him for the 11th spot with TJ Hunt right in front of them in 10th. TJ was all the way up in 7th at some point, and he's lost positions as the race has gone on. So just a different, just not quite have the pace to stay in the top 10. Oh, he goes for a ride on the outside of 9.
Oh, TJ Hunt spins, slides in the grass, and just gets dodged, pulls the car off the road.
Yeah, that could have been bad. He could have spun into oncoming traffic, but fortunately he has it under control, and he's back out there.
That's a scary high-speed place to go off, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw the same happen to Matan Rosenberg in the GLTC race. If you don't keep the wheel straight and you try and correct it, you could end up spinning across the track, heading to the outside of 10E, but he did a good job of recovering the car there.
Yeah, race leaders have taken the last lap here. So white flag 1 to go, and it's about 1.5 seconds between Leach and Hosey. Here's Hamilton and Mersberger up the inside. Mersberger takes the spot. See if Hamilton can do anything about it.
No, it looks like Mersberger just had the better pace into turn 1. A little bit of an earlier break into turn 2, but he's going to power out. He has that position cleanly over Nate Hamilton.
Yeah, good battles here. See if TJ Hunt came by the stripe again, or if he had come back to the pits. That was a big moment, and it would not be fun after that to carry on and continue. But Ryan Leach has just been so impressive.
Yeah, just such a flawless race. It's really impressive to see him really dominate this weekend, and he hasn't dominated as much the other weekends fighting against Andy Volkel, but this weekend's really an exclamation point on his championship and how he is in this championship this season.
12 for 12. Ryan Leach won every race in South Carolina, won every race when we went to Georgia. He won every race when we went to Michigan. Ryan Leach still continues to dominate the 2025 Rush SR Championship. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4 at Gingerman Raceway and Midwest Festival goes to the 56. Blair Hosey second place. James French charges to third place. And again, Nico Bratz, Andy Vogel, and others coming across the line now. There's Vogel, P5. I think he'll have a lot of notes to carry forward to the next rounds of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going to take a lot from this weekend and really apply that to these other races. This is the first time that they've been on the back foot in a weekend. So I think they're going to have a lot of notes, and they're going to try and implement a lot of different changes to try and be more competitive in the future.
Yeah, that was an extremely dominant weekend, and has already picked up a third trophy. I mean, there's no doubting it. That's a full 100-point weekend once again. So 300 points on his year so far. You can't do any better than that.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any wheel-to-wheel domination to that extent here, other than maybe Tom O'Gorman back in 2022, I think, where he had a very, very dominating run in the T3. But yeah, very impressive from Ryan Leach.
Ryan Leach gets it done. Blair Hosey, second place again. James French on the podium here in this last race. Nico Bratz, Andy Vogel, 1 through 5. Alexander, Oler, DiGiacomo, Robinson, and Bryce Mersberger, your top 10. Nate Hamilton finishes 11th. TJ Hunt got back rolling, finished 16th. All things considered, not a bad result there. Kelsey Billingsley, 17th. AJ Kempo rounds out the top 20.
Yeah, and in 21st, Larry Brady, and in 22nd, Jake Sanders still on the lead lap. Tom Kirsting was lapped, unfortunately, in 23rd. Pat Brady, 24th. Paul Klitsch, 25th. Tim Burkhardt, 26th. Chuck Desjardins in 27th. Nick Billingsley in 28th. Mark Sharnagarski in 29th. John Howe in 30th. And then to round out our last 33, looks like John Howe didn't start the race, so that would be the whole classification here for this race.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 4. And it was a big, messy start. Cars off left and right, but they got it back rolling after a couple of moments here. Up in front, it was Andy Vogel, and this is 3 wide moment. Nico Bratz on driver's left, James French on driver's right, Ethan Alexander poking up the middle there. Oler and TJ Hunt going at it back here a little further.
Yeah, 2 wide heading into 10B. 2x2 was quite something, as we see Ethan Alexander there making the move on Jason Oler.
Then a little bit more battling there. James French locks up the right rear tire. Transmission pops out and had to continue on a little bit later for the lead. This is as close as Blair Hosey got to Ryan Leach. Look at this big send from James French on Oler down into turn 11 from a long ways back. And similar story here when he was chasing Vogel. Almost ran himself off the road again.
Yeah, James French had quite the roller coaster of a race. He dropped down to as low as 6th or 7th at some point, and then he fought his way right back up into 3rd. As we see, TJ Hunt goes way wide in 9th, goes for a ride in the dirt, but manages to recover it and finish the race in the teens.
Yeah, that was a lucky slide there. Did a nice job keeping it off course. Ryan Leach, though, with just absolute precision, wins race 4 for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. a weekend full of new and exciting changes for GridLife Midwest Festival in 2025. It included a brand new wheel-to-wheel race series, GridLife Grand Touring, all new for 2025, a series that will continue for the remainder of the season. Effectively turned up the dials on Eibach GLTC's rule set of power to weight road racing. Sprint races, 12 to 15 minutes, but this time it's 8.9 pounds per horsepower instead of the Eibach GLTC, 12.5 to 1. And we've had some really fun, interesting cars show up here this weekend, including 2 factory race cars that are at least remain on the grid. We had a few more that didn't make it here all the way through the weekend, but James Houghton's Honda Civic Type R TCR and Alan Patton's Thunder Bunny Racing 606 Toyota GR Supra GT4, and a whole host of home-built homebrew cars, sort of trying a different formula here. Kyle Heyer joined by Ido Waxman. Ido, similar story here with the other series, a invert here for this final race, and AJ Hartman is on pole.
Yeah, it was an invert of the top 4, so AJ Hartman moves up into first, Chris DeLucia in second, James Houghton in third, and Alan Patton in fourth. So yeah, that's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see how the 2 leaders who've been trading blows here in the first 3 races, Alan Patton and James Houghton, how quickly they can dispatch DeLucia and Hartman and kind of get after their own race.
Yeah, we'll see how things go again. Again, brand new race series with a rule set that is in its infancy, and over the course of the season and over the course of subsequent seasons, we're absolutely sure to see changes and improvement in everything. But I think from a very strong start here, Ido, we've definitely seen that the factory cars seem to have an advantage. But again, it's so hard to tell because a lot of the drivers that are in, and I talked to James Houghton about this last night, a lot of the drivers that are here in their home-built cars have never been here before, and they don't necessarily have an apples-to-apples experience level playing field, right? So I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about the way the rules are going to look now and in the future, but it's not an apples-to-apples comparison directly here, especially not at a track that most of these drivers have never been to. We're going to go to Road America, we're going to go to Lime Rock Park, we're going to see some more drivers in their element, and we'll see how things stack up there.
Yeah, absolutely. AJ Hartman comes all the way from the East Coast. This is his first time on this track. His car is at the power to weight. It's running more aero than these other cars. He is coming up to pace more and more throughout the weekend, so we'll see whether he can put up a fight with Alan Patton and James Houghton.
Last race of the weekend for GridLife Grand Touring. You see we've had our race 1, race 2, race 3, and race 4 on the screen there. Race 4 lit up in purple because we are about to go racing after a pace lap here. And we'll have a look at our starting lineup for this last race of the weekend. AJ Hartman on the front row alongside Chris DeLucia in the number 40. Then James Houghton in row number 2 with alongside Alan Patton. Those 2 raced very hard yesterday, didn't they? Hans Horpedal and David Calzada share row number 3. And bringing up the rear of the field here will be Tony Barber in the Turn-In Concepts number 333 Nissan 350Z. Now, we had a couple more cars in this signed up, about 12 to 13, but a couple mechanical failures over the course of the weekend. A couple of cars just pulling out, one of them, the number 7 Hyundai Veloster, and that car is really, really cool. They were hoping to get a turbocharger. They had an issue with theirs yesterday, but they're signed up for the rest of the year. They're really excited and motivated to be participating. Very, very cool car driven by Jordan Wisely. So excited to see them back next time out, but unfortunately will not make this race this morning.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate to hear. They were trying to stay stay competitive with this field, and then we had Luke McGrew, who was running Gary Wimble's C5 turned up to GLGT power, and unfortunately they had some sort of differential related failure that they did fix. Wemble did come back out there, I believe, but they decided not to run it in 2 series for the rest of the weekend.
Well, lights are already out on the safety car because we're about to go green. Again, a 15-minute race is on par here for us. AJ Hartman in that New Edge Mustang on the front row. When I talked to James Houghton, we were talking about how the cars look, and he said this car looks like it should for this series. It's got a lot of aero. This is, maybe not maximized rule set, but it is certainly aimed directly at it. There's a lot of cars in this championship, or at least here at this racetrack, that are just sort of happen to fit in the rule set, but as the series builds, we're likely to see more and more drivers sort of build specifically for it and aim their builds in a way that should be able to compete with James Houghton's TCR and Alan Patton's GT4. Now, that being said, they don't start on the front row this time. They're going to start 3rd and 4th. And remember, the expectations of wheel-to-wheel in this category, along with all the categories, Ito, perfection. No touching, no forcing each other off, fair play.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how Alan Patton and James Houghton, who have more of this wheel-to-wheel experience than the 2 ahead of them, how they will all interact together. It looks like Tony Barber has pulled straight off, so he's not going to participate in this race. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how long it takes for them to get by as we go green, green, green.
Green flag, and immediately James Houghton launches up the inside of A.J. Hartman into turn 1, but he's going to back out. Fair play there. A.J. Hartman alongside Chris DeLucia in that E36 BMW side by side into turn 2 now, and DeLucia trying to hold the inside here and get throttled up before that Mustang.
Yeah, Allen's getting a little bit held up by DeLucia as he's chosen the inside lane. James Houghton's kind of hanging back, seeing how this develops. Allen goes, making 3 wide into the inside of 3.
Oh, he got there, but he overran the corner just a little bit. DeLucia's going to try to cross over, but that was a really aggressive move there by Patton. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on the opening moments here because it would not have taken him long. Side by side for second now.
Yeah, Allen decided he didn't want to wait around. He got around the inside, and now he's running away from it. Meanwhile, A.J. Hartman and Chris DeLucia are a little bit bewildered by what just happened. They're trying to recover. Looks like Hartman's wide in 6.
Houghton's car slow. He's got a problem. James Houghton is slowed up, leaving turn 6. Looks like he's lost drive. We'll see if it can fix itself or if he can reset, Control-Alt-Delete the electronics on that machine. But Hartman was also slow a little bit, leaving that sixth corner.
Yeah, Hartman ran wide in 6, couldn't put power down, and Houghton was catching him until Houghton ran out of drive. Though it looks like he has continued. He's going at speed around 7, 8, 9. We'll see if he can catch this pack back up.
Yeah, very odd issue there. Just immediately didn't seem like it wanted to go into gear. Hans Horpedal in that silver C5 Corvette chasing Hartman. Now there's a good look at A.J. Hartman and that new Edge Mustang, but Alan Patton didn't take long to clear the field. Thunder Bunny Racing 606. Now they were down power from what they were allowed in the series, and so they overnight shipped a piece of equipment from their shop in the Carolinas, and I think it solved that problem.
Yeah, and we were also talking yesterday about the kind of tires that they're on. Both Alan and James are on Falcon RT660s, and they were talking about how the pacing changed from race 1 to race 2 because in race 2, Allen bolted on a fresh set, and then he was leaving James Houghton in the dust. So then Houghton put on a fresh set for race 3 and caught him back up. So interesting how the kind of tire allocation, the tire dynamics kind of play into it.
Yeah, certainly. I think the other thing to consider is that these factory cars were never really designed to run on street tires. So we're talking with Alan and the Thunder Bunny crew about how this car, the ABS, is not calibrated for a 200 tread wear tire. So when it goes to the brakes, it immediately wants to get into ABS. So how do you manage that?
Oh,
he's off. He's still pushing. I mean, again, Alan Patton is a racer. He's not going to lift or hold up just because this car seems to be right at the limit of the rules in the first race weekend. He's still pushing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really just trying to put a gap between himself and the rest of the field. Houghton hasn't quite caught up to Calzada yet, though he is catching. So we'll see if Houghton can try and pass the rest of this field to get back into a second place spot here as Allen goes into 10B now.
Again, you also have to last the whole race. That's the other consideration. I know it's a GT4 car that should be very solid and reliable, but like we said, the car is not necessarily designed to run on these tires, so you never know what could happen. Chris DeLucia in that 40, great weekend here on debut in GridLife Wheel to Wheel. Had an incident in qualifying when Luke McGrew's differential blew out, sent DeLucia's car through the grass. It tore the whole front splitter off that car, so he did a lot of work to get that car back repaired and ready to go. So we're going to look at Houghton. He's gotten by David Calzada here for 5th place.
Yeah, and Hans Horpedal is going to try and catch A.J. Hartman for that 3rd podium spot. We'll see whether he can close that gap up. Meanwhile, Houghton has left Calzada behind in his chase for Hans Horpedal next up on the road.
Yeah, moving their way through turn 2 now. Again, whatever issue that was seeming to cause Houghton an issue has gone away. And looking at lap times, again, he was in the 35s earlier in the weekend, just ran a 37.2. But again, Alan Patton's also in the 37s, so I don't think that it's actually quicker than Patton's run, notably.
Well, Patton had that off in turn 6 on that lap, so that definitely affected his lap time. We got DeLucia, who's basically maintained his gap to Hartman behind him. And I don't think Patton has grown that gap too much in the last couple laps, so that's a little bit surprising as Hartman and DeLucia have gotten more and more comfortable with this track and with their cars.
Well, I think that was James Houghton's point yesterday, is everyone is very quick to point at the factory cars and say that, man, these cars are certainly ones to beat. No one could ever compete with this. But A, it's the first race weekend of the brand new series rule set, and B, a lot of those drivers have never been here before. Well, you also have to look at the drivers that Patton and Houghton are. They're extremely experienced here in GridLife, well, at least Time Attack for Patton and Wheel to Wheel for Houghton. So we know where they stand relative to GridLife as a whole in its competitor pool, and relatively unknown for DeLucia, Hartman, Calzada, and Barber. So, well, Barber maybe a little bit less so, but again, there's a lot to learn and a lot to watch here this weekend, and I think coming out at Road America, next time you see this, it's going to look and feel a little different.
Yeah, I think it's hard to judge when the two best competitors this weekend are two of the best drivers in all of grid life. So, you know, it's definitely not just about the cars. Everybody's at power to weight, which means that they should be relatively close pace-wise. It's really all about the drivers, too.
Yeah, and while we watch DeLucia here run from A.J. Hartman for second place, I won't give away anything that I've learned that might be privileged information, but I can tell you that there are cars that will be debuting later this year that will absolutely take the home-built car to the maximum limit of the rules. I know that there's a couple in progress right now, so for those of you watching, the tail end of July when we head to Road America, there will be some new things at play, and I suggest you tune in. So if you're not subscribed, be subscribed.
I think I know one of them could be a more contemporary Corvette that is, I think, gonna definitely raise some eyebrows once it debuts.
Maybe several.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I think everybody's very enthusiastic about this new GLGT class. It's a place to play for faster cars that people maybe enjoy driving just a little bit more freedom in terms of aerodynamic aids and things like that. So it's a really, really interesting class. I think this has been a really great debut weekend with lots of interesting racing as Hans Horpedal kind of opens the door and waves Houghton by. He's like, "Here you go, sir. Have another."
Yep, have another. And again, V8 versus 4-cylinder, but turbocharged 4 in that Honda Civic. But again, Hans just out here having fun this weekend. I think he's sort of impressed himself with his performance and just wanted to play with a TCR for a lap or a corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he's just trying to learn from what James Houghton is doing in that car and trying to observe it from up close. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, as they say. Houghton has already moved up into 4th. He's now going to chase down the podium positions held by Chris DeLucia and A.J. Hartman ahead of him.
Through turn 2 now. About 5 car lengths between Houghton. He's established on Hans Horpedal. And again, I think we're watching this 41 chase the 24 up the road. And I think James was the one that was talking about how that 24 car of Hartman is really the prime example of what GRIDLIFE GT home-built cars could look like. You know, maybe a livery on it, and it would look certainly a lot more similar to the other cars around it on the racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very much maximized in the aero sense. So it should have some advantage here, being a track that's a relatively low speed with lots of very long corners. But again, AJ with not a lot of with no experience on this track at all, so he's definitely come up to speed and gotten faster as the weekend progressed. And I'm sure that he feels like he's got what it takes to be competitive in this field.
Alan Patton continues to lead the way in the 606 by 4.9 seconds over Chris DeLucia. Then Hartman, Houghton, Horpedal, Calzada, and then Tony Barber never took the green. Here's a look at fastest laps of the race just for reference, though. Look how close things are. James Houghton is actually the quickest to 1:36.969.
Yep.
But 37.9 for DeLucia, 37.9 for Hartman. Those two cars are really only a second off of that number 41 of Houghton, and we know Patton's up in the mix there as well in the 37s.
Yeah, everybody's in the 37s now. I think it's really, really close. Less than a 10th separating DeLucia and Hartman. Again, less than a 10th on this lap. So they're neck to neck, very even with each other as Houghton stays in the 36s. So he's gaining on them at a rate of about half a second per lap.
Yeah, again, I don't know how much that's going to get him in a couple more minutes of racing here, whether he'll be able to get up to the podium spot. But what was the gap of the line between those two, Hartman and it was about 2 seconds between Hartman
just
and
about
Houghton.
2 seconds. And Alan, he's doing a 36.3. That's his best lap time. So he's about half a second faster than Houghton in terms of best lap of the race. So. But, you know, he's not putting that big of a gap on the two behind him. I think they've definitely gotten faster throughout the weekend, DeLucia and Hartman.
They have. And again, in my conversation with James last night, he was very calm in his demeanor about it. Really, he bought this car to play in this series. You know, and James Houghton has been a longtime competitor in GRIDLIFE. He's invested in GRIDLIFE as a community as well. And you see the grass in the grill also for the 41. Just note that. But, you know, he didn't buy this car to come in here. He's certainly a competitive driver, wants to come in here and stomp the field. But he also wants to show and wants to prove that this rule set works. It worked in Eibach GLTC. It can work here. It's just you're working with a different level of car, and it's so new, right?
Yeah.
The Eibach GLTC series, when it debuted in 2019, that was a much different rule set to build to, right? So now when you've got, you know, you've got cars that make, you know, north of 300 or 400 horsepower, that's a different mark to hit. And it's going to take a while to build the same energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think he bought that TCR car not just to compete in GLTGT, but he's a Honda enthusiast. So I think he also bought that car because it's a car that he's wanted to own, and this is just an excuse for him to race it somewhere instead of it sitting in a garage somewhere collecting dust. So
and it's cool.
Yeah, and it's cool. So yeah, I mean that's what GRIDLIFE touring car and GRIDLIFE GT is all about. It's all about owning and racing cars that you think is cool, that other people think are cool. You know, the uniqueness of different car builds leads to this different kind of racing, this different racing dynamic that we've seen play out very, very successfully in GLTC, and now we're applying that to a faster formula in GLGT.
Yeah, I know that we've seen James Houghton have some issues here in this race, but to watch a TCR and GT4 car compete on a level playing field, it's pretty fun because they're very different silhouettes designed to do very different things, but the way this rule set has already worked, it's actually been pretty entertaining. Now, we should note that this battle for second is going to heat up. We're running out of laps, running out of time, but it's DeLucia, Hartman, and Houghton, and this gap between all three is closing. Big wiggle for DeLucia at turn 9.
Yeah, and they've honestly closed the gap a little bit to Allen as well, so they're really not getting left behind like they were. I think if you remember the first race, it was probably a 10+ second gap. He's got a rear camber problem I saw in DeLucia on that inside right side tire. If we get another angle, it looks very much cambered in. On DeLucia's car, unless it was some sort of visual trick that I didn't quite see.
No, I see that left rear tire. I noticed the same thing. Oh, you're right. The right rear is definitely got a problem.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like it's changing toe as he's going around corners. It's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, watch it in turn 1 here. Watch that right rear tire.
Yep, now it's positive camber. Yeah, that's
got an issue.
Yeah, the rear suspension has failed. The fact that he's kept it on the track for this long is hugely impressive, but we'll see if that car gets black flagged for that mechanical failure. That's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, AJ Hartman definitely flashed the headlights. I don't think it was a, hey, I'd like to get by. It was a, hey, you should take a look at what's going on in your rear view. That I have no idea how that wheel is hanging on there. That is, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of control arm failure on that car. Now he's going into turn 5, which is a very treacherous corner at high speed.
No way it lasts this sequence of corners. A lot of load on that right rear. I'm really, whatever parts he's got on that car, I know they broke, but it's hanging on for dear life.
I think both AJ and James are very conscious of what's going on. DeLucia must not be understanding why his car is suddenly driving this way, but he sees Hartman and Houghton closing up on him, and they're trying to give him distance because they don't know where he could end up.
Yeah, and it's going to swing back to the left here again, put all that load on the right rear. It's going to go. There's no way. Big sideways slide. Hartman wants by. Again, I don't think DeLucia knows what's going on.
This is a very precarious situation. DeLucia, whether he can get slowed down enough, thankfully, yeah, Hartman's giving him plenty of space. He doesn't want anything to do with that.
I've never seen a wheel that cockeyed and not just immediately come off after that. So AJ Hartman is through, but again, DeLucia's going to try his best. You just hope it hangs on in the braking zone here. Because for all DeLucia knows, this car's just acting a little wild. He can't see what we can see right now. White flag is displayed. This will be the final lap around here at Gingerman Raceway, GRIDLIFE Midwest, GRIDLIFE GT Race 4. Dramas for second place. Hartman has it. DeLucia's trying to cling to a podium with a right rear wheel hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation here for DeLucia, and Houghton recognizes this as well. He's trying to figure out when he's going to make this move in a way that's the least risky to himself. Hartman, meanwhile, is trying to drive away and hold on to that second place spot.
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm just so confused as to how it's held on for as long as it has. Off into turn 3 now. It's just leaning over, and it's just kicking out to the rear. See if Houghton can try to get by here up to turn 5.
Yeah.
And again, Houghton does not want to put his car at risk either, so he's just going to sit here and see if DeLucia can figure out that there is something massively wrong with this car.
Yeah, that's absolutely what Houghton is doing, playing it very, very smart. He's getting, again, once he loads up on that tire on the outside as he's powering off and the tire gets positive camber, you have no grip on that outside.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten a mechanical black for that because, again,
me too.
The race control can see what we can see.
Yeah,
I'm pretty shocked by that, but either way.
Equally shocked.
I can't, how is it hanging on? And there he goes, he's off at 9. It's going to allow Houghton by, and DeLucia is going to keep it on course, but Alan Patton, wow, Alan Patton has had to deal with none of that. He leads the way off into turn 11. And once again, for the third time this race weekend, he's going to win the weekend. He's going to win the third win of his career in wheel-to-wheel in GRIDLIFE. Alan Patton and Thunder Bunny Racing win GRIDLIFE GT at Gingerman Raceway.
Yeah, and I think DeLucia was very fortunate to have that happen where it did. Fortunately, he got it back on track. Now he's just got to finish. He's got one more turn to go. Looks like he's going to make it. AJ Hartman, a great fourth race to come into second, and James Houghton fighting back from a mechanical issue to come in third. Yeah, and then Calzada is going to come in fifth. With Hans Horpedal, looks like he didn't make the checkered, so Hans Horpedal has pulled in early, same as Tony Barber. So a pretty exciting GLGT race. Patton did drive away. He made it 3 wide into turn 3, got that pass done early, and then Houghton was trying to chase him down before he had a mechanical issue that bogged him down at the exit of turn 6.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for GridLife GT race number 4 from Gingerman Raceway. Things were pretty wild on the start here with AJ Hartman and Chris DeLucia side by side. Then it was the Thunder Bunny car that made a 3-wide pass for the lead. James Houghton had an issue. He pulled off to the left, got into the grass. That's how he filled the grass with the grill with grass. Down the backstretch, got by David Calzada and continued his climb forward, Ito.
Yeah, and from this point on, he was just trying to get back to the podium. And AJ Hartman and Chris DeLucia were doing a really great job of maintaining their pace and kept Houghton behind them for a very, very long time until DeLucia suffered a suspension failure late in the race while Patton drove away.
Yeah, Patton had clear track most of the time. We started to note that DeLucia's car was doing something a little funky. We had a look at that right rear wheel, and something had broken, causing this car to be just a drift missile. AJ Hartman skates on by to the inside, and James Houghton watching the issue from behind as they got the white flag. Knew that he needed to get by, but at what and where? But Alan Patton, once again, precision instrument with speed and aerodynamics, gets it done. Checkered flag, Alan Patton wins GridLife GT Race 4. GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival has been, for the long time, the premier time attack situation here in the Midwest for the last few years. It's continued to grow and grow and grow. This is the last session of the weekend here for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. After 7 heats of qualifying, it's now time for Podium Sprint, and this is where we send cars out, the top 5 from each category, in a group together. They get 3 flying laps, Ito, and whichever car is the fastest gets the big trophy at the end.
Yeah, that's right. This is the jewel of the weekend for these time attack competitors. This new format that we debuted two years ago has really flipped the game on its head. In the past, we've had issues or we've had times where competitors would only run in the morning session, set their best time, and then park the car for the rest of the event. Not this time, not this format. This format forces you to compete head-to-head against your fellow competitors in the same conditions, with the same at the same time, to determine who's going to be the winner of the event.
Yeah, again, this is all about, competing against each other. We've tried to get track records in the mornings when the weather's cool and things of the sort, but at the tail end of the day, you're not going to go faster. The track's warmer. The track is covered in drift rubber and things, but now it's all about competing against those that you've been running up against all weekend long. 3 laps to lay down 1 good flying lap and come away with the trophy here this weekend. So, in Falcon Club SC, those cars are on track again, 25-1 power to weight. Here comes the first driver. It's David Best, the top seed coming into this event, and off into turn 1 here,
Yeah, and David Best reset the Club SC front-wheel drive record with a 50.9. He's not going to be anywhere near that in this session. This is all about how much better he can execute a flawless lap versus his fellow competitors.
Mike Jansen is going to be the second car on the track, but here's David Best leading the way into turn number 3 at the moment. You see the Gold Pass sticker above the door card, a season-long competitor here this year, and now the track record holder coming into this event, and will likely hold it for the next year. There he is.
Yep, that's right. I know he's very proud of getting that track record. We also saw him at CMP, where he was also in the Podium Sprint. Didn't quite perform to the standard that he expected from himself. He's looking for his first win here this weekend.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can get the job. He's never won a time attack event, has he?
I think he did win one event last year, but I can't remember off the top of my head. He's a very, very capable driver, very, very, he has a very good methodology, very calm presence behind the wheel. So it's going to be really fun to watch him compete here. Mike Jansen was only 2 tenths behind him, or even less than 2 tenths behind him in the overall order. So I think we're really looking at the battle between Best and Jansen, and we'll see which one can come out on top.
Well, he came in 5th at Carolina Motorsports Park into the only round he's competed at this year, and that was just qualifying into Podium Sprint. Didn't come away with a trophy here. So we'll see what he's got, and we'll follow Jansen dueling Mukherjee and Rice and see if they can go even quicker here. We're sort of almost in reverse order from what we saw at CMP as far as the ordering is concerned, with Rice at the bottom in the seating here. But here comes David Best to complete his first flying lap. Let's see what he's got. Lap 1. Needs to beat a 150.995 to break the track record. We're unlikely to see that. 52.9 first lap out.
Yeah, that's a good time in these conditions from him. We'll see what Jansen comes in. He's coming through turn 11 now. So now we're going to be comparing all their times to each other in these conditions. Let's see what Jansen can do as he crosses the start-finish line now.
See if Jansen can go above Best, and he cannot. It's close. 52.926, a hundredth of a second between these two cars. Drops the tires in the dirt. Here comes Sam dueling now in the 370.
Yeah, and Sam himself was on his pace for a 150 lap before he got held up with traffic on Friday morning. So let's see if he can redeem himself here in the Podium Sprint.
153.534, not enough to jump up ahead of Jansen or Best. Ryan Mukherjee will be the next driver to come across the stripe. There he is in the 144. Turns it in, throws that Honda Fit in, bouncing wildly over the bumps at turn 11.
Yeah, those shocks doing the work, trying to keep that car in control. Let's see what he does as he crosses the finish line now.
P4. So far, well, actually, that time got deleted. We'll see if it pops back up. But so far, everyone, oh, there it goes, P3, 153.072. And Chris Rice, reigning champ here in Club SC.
And watching Chris Rice drive around here, he really tosses it into turn 5 and 6 and that car gets really loose, skates all the way around turn 5 and 6. Mukherjee is less than a tenth, or just over a tenth behind Best and Jansen for the lead here. Rice, a 56.659, not quite up to pace here.
Sideways at turn 1, too. That car wasn't gripping the way that he needed it to, so we'll see if David Best can improve on his time again. Here he is up the back straightaway now. Nice, clear racetrack, plenty of space, no traffic, no nothing like that. And we talked to Dewey, before this event, and he said that's really one of the best things about this podium sprint. There's no traffic, nothing to deal with. It's just you and the racetrack.
Yeah, it's hand-to-hand combat between the top 5 competitors in your class with no excuses. Best finds 0.7 of a second on that lap. That's a great second lap for David Best. Let's see if Jansen can match him on his second lap.
Yeah, that was a big pickup to a 152.275. If Jansen can do the same in that Honda Civic, it would put him right up close to him across the stripe. And it is this time, looks like no pickup.
Let's see on this last lap, a 53.1, so he slowed up by 0.2 of a second. That's not a good sign for Jansen. He's opening the door for Sam Dooling, Ryan Mukherjee, and Chris Rice to come and take that second spot away from him.
Here comes Dooling across the stripe. Drove this car all the way to Laguna Seca last year to compete. He jumps up to second place, a 152.655.
Huge improvement for Sam Dooling. That's great to see. So now he's got the second spot. Let's see if Ryan Mukherjee can find time. He was less than 0.2 of a second behind David Best after the first lap. So let's see if he also finds some time out there.
Across the stripe for Mukherjee. This time through, what's it going to be? Quick enough to jump up the order? The answer to that question is no. 53.072 stays P4 for now.
Ran a 53.644, so he slowed down. One more lap to go for him.
Chris Rice on the outside looking in on a podium right now. P5 at a couple seconds off. Maybe lap 1 was a warm-up. He knows he has 3. And by the way, David Best is on his final lap, and so is everyone else now. Chris Rice beginning his final lap, a 53.766. It's a big gain, but not enough to move him up the order.
No, it's extremely competitive up top here. Best and Dooling separated by less than 0.4 of a second. Here comes David Best on his last lap. Going through turn 11 now. He's about to get the checkered flag on this for his third and final lap. He's done everything he needs to do. He's hit his marks. He's very much on pace, only about 1.2 seconds slower than his record time. Great run for David Best. Let's see what he can do. Looks like he does not find time.
That's the benchmark, 152.275. That's what's going to win this if no one else can defeat it. Mike Jansen through the last corner in the Honda Civic. Can he jump on top of the podium with a run across the line? Here comes the Honda Civic across the stripe. Needs to beat a 152.275, and he does. 152.126.
Wow, what a great run for Mike Jansen. He must have cooled the car down a little bit on that second lap and really went for it on that third lap. What a great battle here we have for the podium. Let's see what Sam Dooling can do.
Across the stripe for the 370. Is it a pickup? It's a 152.274 by 1,000th of a second. Goes ahead of David Best by 1/1,000th of a second. Here comes Mukherjee. Can he do anything about the podium here? Can he put that 144 Honda Fit right up on top of the podium? Can he knock Dooling off? Can he knock Best off across the stripe for Mukherjee? Here he comes across the line. Checkered flag for the 4th of the 5 seeds, and it will not be a pickup. It will not be an improvement. He will stay 4th.
David Best was by far the best driver in those first 2 laps. He executed perfect laps, and then Jansen and Dooling just did slightly more perfect laps. What an amazing battle here. Chris Rice, let's see if he can knock David Best off the podium here on his last lap here.
Going to need to pick up a 2nd and 6/10 across the stripe for Chris Rice. Reigning champion this time through. It is a pickup, but not enough. Mike Jansen, 152.126 is the winning time in Falcon Club SC. Sam Dooling 2nd, David Best 3rd by 1/1,000th of a second.
Hugely impressive performance from Mike Jansen. He takes the win by 1.5 tenths, and Sam Dooling got the best of David Best by 1/1000th of a second. That's how close it is here at the top of Club SC. These guys are so talented. I wonder if Sam Dooling bolted on newer tires for Podium Sprint. I did talk to him earlier in the weekend, and he said once he got a guaranteed spot in Podium Sprint, he was going to try and save his tires for it. So maybe that's what we see here. He was not in the 52s at any point in the afternoon sessions yesterday. So hugely impressive for Sam Dooling to come in and set that time.
Adam Jabay is pretty stoked out there on the flag stand, just knowing how tight the times were. That is, again, this category. Look, a 10th covering the top 3. That is so impressive. So, well, Chris Rice. I've been disappointed by this weekend.
I think Chris Rice really had a lot of setup issues. He was finding a lot of setup issues, I think, this weekend for him. And just my my thoughts are with David Best here. I know how much he wanted to win this, but he did such a fantastic job. Losing by 1,000th of a second is nothing to be ashamed of. Wow, that is to be in the lead by a good margin heading into the third lap. And he wasn't that far on pace. He did a 52.5 on his last lap. I really think he got the most out of that car, and he was just a little bit outdriven by Mike Jansen. And 1,000th, that's, if he just didn't have that drink before he caught the podium sprint, that would have been the 1,000th there. It's crazy.
And David Best will walk away with an additional point for claiming a track record here earlier in the race weekend. Falcon Club TR on the racetrack now, and Mario Moroni, the top seed in the 727 Honda Civic EG. There he is on the racetrack in the turn number 9 area, on to down to 10B.
Yeah, I saw he didn't run this morning because he had a cut in one of the sidewalls of one of his tires, so it looks like he did get it replaced for this podium sprint session. We'll see if he can take the win. He had transmission problems at CMP that forced him out of the podium sprint. When he had reset the track record at CMP. He was the favorite heading into the podium sprint, and he had transmission problems that kept him from competing.
Yeah, again, track record 137.751 claimed by this car earlier in the weekend. Unlikely to go faster than that right now, but that doesn't matter. All he needs to do is go faster than his Falcon Club TR compatriots behind him. Beginning the flying lap now for this Honda Civic. Big slide into turn 1. Is he going to go off? He does.
Oh, no.
And this is catastrophic for Mario Moroni. And the rule has been, if you go off, disqualification.
Oh no, what a terrible... The thing about podium sprint is, the rule in all of GridLife Time Attack is a 4 off negates your time for that session. So unless you report in normal sessions, you can report in after your 4 off, negate the laps before the 4 off, and try and reset it. That does not apply in podium sprint. A 4 off in podium sprint disqualifies you from podium sprint. What a heartbreak for Mario Moroni. I have my hands, nobody can see this, but I have my hands on my head.
It's just one of those things where you have 3 laps to get it done, which is 1 more than you had previously. So you don't need to go 11 tenths into turn 1, and there's a reason why you shouldn't in some cases, because if you throw it all away, you don't have no chance of recovering. Heartbreak for Mario Moroni.
Complete heartbreak. Podium sprint is such an amazing format because of that. It puts so much pressure on the driver to be inch perfect, to execute a perfect lap 3 times in a row with no margin for error. And sometimes it just bites you in the butt. You try too hard. You have the pressure of the people behind you who could set better lap times than you, and sometimes it just gets in your head just a little bit too much. My heart goes out to Mario Moroni. That's truly heartbreaking.
Yep. Well, Stan Feingold, opportunity here in the 326 in the K-Swap Toyota 86. Again, he is going to now be effectively the top seed. Yep. So we'll see what he can do with this car. Struggled with it a lot last year with just reliability at this event in particular, so wasn't really ever able to focus. Mario Moroni comes across the stripe.
Stayed out there.
Yeah, but it was a 48-1 anyway, obviously, because of that spin. But here comes Feingold across the stripe, and it will be for Stan, a 139.904, puts him top step for now.
Yeah, so just to give context there, Club TR, he ran a 38.3, so that's actually extremely impressive. Well, excuse me, sorry, I misread the number, 39.9, so about 2.2 seconds slower than his fast time.
Mike Bryant has been really good all weekend long, jumps up to second place to 140.898.
Yeah, just about 2.1 seconds. The Club SC competitors were closer to their fastest lap times compared to these Club TR guys. So it could be that they're just taking a little bit of more time to warm up those tires, as we see Jeremy Bailey come through turn 11 and through the start-finish on his first-time lap.
Yeah, winner of the Carolina Motorsports Park event in podium sprint in this format. A little bit of an upset there. Jumps to third quick, 141.013.
Yeah, about 2.3 seconds slower. And Peter Granberg, your 5th place qualifier, now coming down to his first lap.
And Peter Granberg was 5th at Road Atlanta last time out, and 4th at the moment, 141.548. He's been chasing things a little bit here this weekend.
Yeah, so again, about 2.5 seconds. So everybody right now is about more than 2 seconds, but they're coming up to pace slowly. They got to come up to pace slowly. For Mario, he could just be thinking, I'm just going to put the time out there. I just want my time to speak for itself. Even if it doesn't count, I want my time to speak for itself. And let's see let's see what he can do on his second flying lap with no offs this time around.
Yeah, just see if he's gathered it back up enough to knock a good time on the board, and it will be a 140.207.
Yeah, a decent effort, but Stan Feingold.
Oh, he's going to go off track again.
That car
almost
is diabolically loose on entry.
And we've seen this before. CMP a couple of years ago, he spun at turn 1. We've seen him spin here at turn 9. I mean, it's so quick, but it's so darty.
Yep, and front-wheel drive cars, sometimes you have to set it up that way to get it to turn in on entry, and then you really rely on the front-wheel drive drivetrain to stabilize you on the exit as Mike Bryant now comes to the line in that NC Miata.
And Feingold did improve slightly. Bryant did not. 148.98 is where he will stay. And here comes Bailey on the backstretch in the blue, number 13.
Yeah, and excuse me, Bryant slowed down by about half a second there. So let's see what Jeremy Bailey can do on his second run. He goes to the top, a 39.820. That takes the lead by less than a tenth of a second, 75 thousandths of a second. Let's see if Peter Granberg can also find some time out there, but we've got a battle here for the top 2 spots.
We do, and this is going to be their last lap around as well. So Granberg a 141.57. It's going to, again, bump him back up ahead of Maroney.
Yep.
But Jeremy Bailey, again, in a position where he could potentially win a second race weekend.
Mike Bryant is only 0.2 of a second behind Jeremy Bailey here, so we do have an all-out battle here for the top 3 as we see Mario Maroney come back in for his third lap. Let's see whether he can put some sort of asterisk next to his name to see if he can get a faster time, at least on raw pace.
Across the stripe that time, and it is a 39.707.
But
so
it's not going to matter.
It's going to be so frustrating. Here comes Stan Feingold out of the final corner. And checkered flag here for Stan Feingold. What does he have? Is it going to be quicker than Bailey? It is a 139. It will update here shortly. There it is, 139.658 for Stan Feingold. So that is good enough to go to the top of the board. Here comes Bryant.
A solid improvement in this format. Let's see if Mike Bryant can find more time himself. It's not that much of a gain, so he's leaving the door a little bit open here.
Bryant does not pick up.
No, looks like a 41.366 for Mike Bryant.
Okay, here comes Jeremy Bailey now. 1 at CMP in the final moments. He won't be the last car across the line this time, but he's going to stand a good chance of winning his second event of the season if he can just pick up a couple of tenths of a second across the stripe for Jeremy Bailey. What's it going to be across the stripe?
All eyes.
Nothing.
No help, a 41.277. So Peter Granberg is about to finish his third lap. Let's see if he can find any more time. They're still very close. He's not that far away from the top 3 here.
And across the stripe for Granberg, 140.157 is where it's going to stay. So P5 like he did at Road Atlanta. Stan Feingold picks up not only the track record in the rear-wheel drive subcategory this year, he's also going to win the weekend and grab a podium trophy.
Yeah, a great drive from Stan Feingold to take the win here with Jeremy Bailey coming in second with a 39.820, just about 0.165 seconds behind Feingold, and Mike Bryant taking that third place spot in that NC Miata. And now we're going to switch our attention here to street, where we have Spaz Miller out there. Well, he's out there first. At least he's on the timing display, but I don't see anybody out there, so we haven't released street quite yet.
Yeah, I think if they roll by the timing loop, sometimes they can trip it, but again, street class will be up next, and Stan Feingold in that K-Swap 86 is going to head back to pit lane. And the fun thing about this too is the drivers don't know. They can roughly guess where they're at, but you don't know until you come back to the pit lane where you are.
Yeah, I would be curious to know if you can hear it on the PA going down the front straightaway, especially with my voice being as loud as it is. I get a little bit too excited on the microphone here. And now out on your screen here, you see the start of street. Your leader, Andy Holst, who kind of came out of nowhere and surprised everybody in street. He set the new street all-wheel drive record at 34.859, which is blistering. Just for context, the Street GT leader ran a 34.3, making probably 100 more horsepower and weighing probably 100 pounds less with more tire. 315s versus 255s on the Lancer. That's a hugely impressive time from Andy Holst. So, but it's a different format now. He's got to put it together in 3 laps. This isn't all about just throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks. This is about consistency, cleanliness. So all the pressure is on him. Let's see whether he can perform in these conditions. And then there's Brad Moore, who reset the rear-wheel drive street record in that Cayman. Josh Halka is ahead of them on the road, in between them in that Subaru. He was your leader until Andy Holst came by. And then Mike Coons there in that WRX, and then Spaz Miller is going to be in the Evo behind him. So let's see what we can do. Again, Andy Holst coming out of nowhere to reset the street record by a large margin over Luca Barberis. I think it was 0.8 of a second, and Luca is no slouch. So very impressive, but let's see if he can do that again in this podium sprint format. We've already seen it bite somebody in the butt with a 4-off. So let's see if he can do this cleanly and consistently to take the win here.
Yeah, and again, Spaz Miller impressed us this morning with the time that qualified him into the podium sprint, last possible moment. Andy Holst throttles up towards the start-finish line to begin his 2.2-mile excursion of Gingerman Raceway across the stripe. And we'll see what he's got. And again, you don't need to lay down a track record time. You just need to be better than everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice clean turn 1 for him, setting up well for turn 2. Hits the apex and powers out of it. That neutral steer rotation from that car, beautifully done through turn 2. Here he comes into turn 3, brakes at around the 2.5 marker. A little bit of a late turn in, misses the apex of 3 a little bit, but stays out on track. Again, it's all about the fastest time you can send the session, so he doesn't necessarily have to do it here on this first lap. Here it comes into turn 5, a very, very tricky set of corners. You're constantly on the brakes, the weight shifts forward, you lose grip in the rear. Again, misses the apex of 6. He's pushing really hard out there.
Yeah, and this track is so flat that these all-wheel drive cars just love digging out of these corners. You can power slide out of them. You can really get grip down. There's not a lot of camber in a lot of these places, so it's ripe for all-wheel drive domination we've seen here in the past. Have a look to the street class truck records at the top of the screen, just the difference between the three different subcategories. But Holst tracks nicely through turn 9 into 10B, and then the dig out of 10B to 11. This is really where this car is going to shine.
Yeah, he's cleaning it up now as he picks up the inside rear wheel and now powers out of 10B down the back straightaway. These cars can hit 140 miles an hour down the back straight, which is absolutely insane.
It's not a long straightaway.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I did in my C6 Z06. These cars are so fast around here.
Andy Holst, last corner on lap number 1, bouncing and bobbling a little bit. Let's see what the lap time is going to be. The benchmark time to beat in street class here at Gingerman Raceway, it is going to be a 1:35.730.
That's only 0.9 of a second slower than his record time.
Wow.
That's hugely impressive. Man, he's really taking the fight to Halka and Moore, who are more seasoned competitors here in street. Let's see what Halka can do.
Halka across the line this time, and it's going to take it a moment to
36.0 is what I see on Speed Hive, so only about 0.3 back. That's still very impressive from Halka to be that close to his pace in these conditions. And now we see Brad Moore in that 718 Cayman.
Here comes Brad across the stripe with a 193. See what he's got. And it's a 138.365. Stays P3 for now.
Yeah, so a little bit further off the pace than Halka and Holst. Let's see what Mike Coons can do in that WRX. Coming to the finish line now. Let's see if he can take the fight to Brad Moore at least. A 39.8, so not quite there. And let's see what Spaz Miller can do. He hasn't had that many sessions here. No. He got here, I think, Friday night.
There's only a couple laps on his motor. He said he was averaging about 7 laps an engine. Across the stripe this time, though, and it's a 39.821. It's going to put him, 37.305. Puts him third quick. That's impressive.
Yeah, very good job. About 1.3 seconds back from Halka, but we'll see if he kind of comes into his own here on these next couple laps as Holst is now coming to turn 11 on his second lap. Let's see if he can find some more time out there.
Turbo sounds cool. Down into the braking zone here for turn 11. And 35.730 is going to be hard to match. You also wonder about tire temperature on these all-wheel drive cars, even over the course of a few laps across the stripe. And no pickup, it looks like.
36.402 looks like, so he slowed down by about 0.7. That leaves the door open for Josh Halka to try and find some more time out there and take that top spot away from Andy.
And Halka across the line. 36.0 was his best time last time.
36.2 looks like is what he slows down by about 0.2 of a second. These cars probably aren't on Falcon RT660 pluses. I think most of them are on Yokohama's AO52s or Bridgestones. So those tires don't like as much heat as the Falcon RT660s do. They don't tolerate that heat as much. So a lot of the time they set their fastest laps on the first lap.
Here comes Brad Moore again. Is it going to be an improvement on a 38.365? And that time, it seems like everyone's
41.878 for Brad Moore there.
First lap is going to be the better one, I think. And let's see if Mike Coons can pick up. Maybe had some left on the table in that 310 car, and he did, but not enough to make up any spots. 139.060. Here comes the 55 of Spaz Miller.
Yeah, here comes Spaz Miller. He's been warming up to this slowly, so we'll see if he can put down a faster time here.
And 37.305 is what he ran. It's where he's going to stay.
3.39, so very, very consistent, but not picking up any time. We'll see if he can set something up here for his third lap.
I think he'll be stoked with the podium regardless because of where this car was a day ago. So
absolutely, he just swapped an engine since Road Atlanta, so I'm sure he'll be somewhat happy with that consolation prize.
And Holst getting after it, dropped a tire in the dirt. This is his final lap coming to the checkers, and Holst across the line. 35.7 is going to be the benchmark. That's all he's got.
36.402, so he slowed down by 0.7 there. Pretty consistent. Let's see if Halka has something in his bag. It's going to be hard to believe with the tires that they're running.
And Halka across the line. 35.884 picks up, but it's a 10th short of Andy Holst.
He found a ton of time there, but not enough to usurp Andy Holst for the win there. Only separated by 1.5 tenths of a second. Let's see if Brad Moore can do anything about it. He's going to try and get that last podium spot away from Spaz Miller in that Evo, who's going to come around a couple cars behind him.
Here comes Brad Moore, final corner here. Currently fourth, not a trophy holding position across the stripe. 38.176 picks up, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough for Brad Moore there. Unfortunately, he'll stay in that fourth place spot. I'm sure a little bit disappointed with that as Mike Coons comes to the finish on his last lap.
And Coons picks up, again, not enough. P5 for the 310. So Andy Holst in the gray Evo is going to get the job done here. Impressive drive.
Yeah, Spaz looks like he's slowed down the back straight. So, yep, hand out the window. So Andy Holst comes from out of nowhere in this strong street class this weekend to take the win in the podium sprint with Josh Halka in second and Spaz Miller in third.
Yeah, really impressive drive and pretty close there at the top, about a 10th and change between Andy Holst and Halka over the course of 2.2 miles here in street class. That is really fun. And again, the Evo versus Subaru battle continues. The legendary fight between these two makes and models of cars in GridLife Street Class. Year after year after year, the names and numbers might change, but it's Evo versus Impreza.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yep, the titanic battle of the last 2 decades in Japanese all-wheel drive rally cars.
Street GT up next. Here comes Ryan Matthews, top seed in this category. It's going to be, is Luke McGrew still here? He sure is. Luke McGrew versus Ryan Matthews is going to be an epic brawl between these two guys.
Yeah, two, honestly, drivers that drive in a very similar style, both extremely clean in how they approach setting fast lap times. And they're going to be chased by Nick Hendricks, Dallas Reed, and Seth Brown. Nick Hendricks, he just bought that car. He changed from a C6 Grand Sport to C6 Z06, hoping to find more pace. And he's saying that he's having his clutch slip this weekend, and that's been really preventing him from setting down more competitive lap times. He's hoping that he can eke something out here in this unique format.
Well, Ryan Matthews won at Carolina Motorsports Park and had a track record there, 26 points to his name so far. Luke McGrew won at Road Atlanta and had a track record, 26 points to his name there. So it's going to be those two drivers going head-to-head, and I guess 3's the tiebreaker, huh?
Yeah, and it's they're going to be fighting it out throughout the rest of the year. What a great battle for us to watch. Ryan Matthews with a 34.375. He set the pace by almost a second over Luke McGrew during the qualifying sessions, but none of that matters now. It's all about what you can execute here in the next 3 laps.
And the 30 car out on track is
Seth Brown.
Yeah, I'm impressed by this. This is a name that's relatively unknown to me in the GridLife TrackBattle Championship, at least with this car in this configuration. So to be a podium sprint shower in your first event, pretty solid.
Yeah, very impressive. An all Corvette podium sprint.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is. Mark Kilgore is he was racing in Road Atlanta, and I think he got second to Ryan Matthews. So he's going to be at Mid Ohio in this next round of Road America as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Ryan Matthews, another clinical driver running 2 cars. Yep. Street Mod Corvette and a Street GT Corvette, 2 different machines also.
He has to finish this and then hop back into a C5 Corvette in Street Mod, which is the next class up. So yeah, a little bit stressful for Ryan Matthews. He's getting a little bit sideways.
Where's he seated for Street Mod also?
He is seated in 4th. So
okay, so he has a little bit of time.
Yeah, I bet his car is parked here in the pits. So anyway,
I see it. It's actually right down the way from us here.
Yeah,
so you're right.
It'll be interesting to see whether he decides to run all 3 laps here. He may not. It's been a little bit of a rough first lap. He got pretty sideways on the exit of 3, a little bit messy. So we'll see if he gathers it back up and sets a competitive time here for his first lap. Coming into turn 8, the 8-9 complex now very, very tricky in this car. Trying to handle the power. You're in the top of 3rd gear, carrying so much speed, and then you can hit almost 110 miles an hour heading into 10B, which is pretty, it's sufficiently fast, let me tell you. Very, very difficult to keep it on the track. As he goes into, comes exiting out of 10A, again, you're trying to go as early on throttle as you can, and you're feathering it so you don't lose traction coming up that hill.
Down into turn 11, Ryan Matthews, championship leader in both Street GT and Street Mod. And at Road Atlanta, finished in 2nd to Luke McGrew. Well, he doesn't want to do that again today. Benchmark time, 1:35.736.
About 1.4 seconds off of his best time, but a solid lap for him. Let's see what Luke McGrew can do. He ran a 35.206, so if he can get anywhere near that, he'll have the lead here in Street GT.
McGrew across the line in the 717 car. Top of the board, 1:35.672. So that is by 1/10 of a second quicker than Matthews.
Solid lap from Luke McGrew. Let's see if Matthews can put something together on his second lap. And here comes Nick Hendricks, who's going to try and see if he can come closer to these guys with a slipping clutch.
Here he comes into turn 11. Looks a little tentative, if I had to say. See if he can throttle up. Again, these cars don't have a lot of over-body aero. They're very slick cars in a straight line.
Yeah, absolutely. They're little wedges that just kind of cut through the air there. Nick Hendricks, 38.810. Probably not the lap time that he was hoping for, but nonetheless as good as he can do. Here comes Dallas Reed in the C8 Z51 car.
More aero on this car, just evident by the rear wing on the back, but is it enough? No, it is not. 1:41.670, drops tires on the corner entry on drivers right. Here comes Seth Brown in the C5, the oldest of the Corvettes on display here.
Yeah, a very similar pace to a C6 Grand Sport. Let's see what he can do here. As the time, waiting for the times to update. Nothing quite yet. There it is, a 39.388. So he's into the 40s. So he takes that 4th spot away from Dallas Reed. As Ryan Matthews comes through for his second. No, he's pitting in.
Wow.
Matthews is pitting in. He doesn't think he can go any faster on his second lap, whether that's because of the tires or some other mistake he's made. He's pulling in. He's going to hop into a Street Mod car. That means Luke McGrew is effectively doesn't have to defend anything. We'll see if he finds any more time regardless.
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me because this was the category that he was leading more comfortably.
Yep.
You'd think that he would focus on the trophy that he was likely better off to win, but McGrew doesn't improve, not this time.
No, it looks like he Luke seemed to he slowed down by only 1/10 of a second there. Actually, even less, so 1/2 of a second. So that leaves the door a little bit open for Hendricks to see if he can find any more time, but it's going to be very, very difficult with a car that's slipping its clutch like his car is, unfortunately.
And out of turn 11, here comes Hendricks across the line. Needs to beat a 35.736 to move up the order. He will not. 38.334.
Did find 1/2 a second, but it's not enough. He's got to try. It's a big gap to get back into the 35s. We'll see what Dallas Reed can do if he can find any more time on his second lap.
Dallas Reed throttling up now across the stripe here, and 1:41.670 is his previous best. And Seth Brown jumped ahead of him, but again, Reed no pickup this time. Will Brown find some more?
Yeah, let's see what Seth Brown can do.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hendricks' 38 is not that far off of his qualifying pace, so it's possible that Seth Brown could overtake him for that 3rd place spot.
Yeah, just got a 1/2 or so.
And Luke McGrew is still out there. He's about, wow, getting real sideways at 10B. No grip left on those tires. Midway through 10B, just sliding laterally through 10B, trying to put power down. We'll see what he can do on this last lap.
Yeah, he's already seated now at the top of the order. This will be coming back to the checkers. Luke McGrew gave up an opportunity to win Eibach GLTC last year to buy a C8 Corvette, then bought this to continue competing. Does not improve, but he didn't need to, at least not yet.
35.992, again, just so consistent. Only within 3/10 of his first lap. That's the epitome. That is Luke McGrew. Really impressive. A great job in this podium sprint in Street GT.
And here comes Nicholas Hendricks. Again, I don't know that he's got anything for Matthews or McGrew, but sitting on a podium spot right now, so defend from Brown.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be happy that he's stayed on the podium. If he stays on the podium with these last two competitors, he finds more time, another half second, 38.030. So that's very impressive from him to be able to keep improving on his time. I think he's on VTORs, which can tolerate more heat than some of these other tires.
Yeah, Dallas Reed pushing in this C8 Corvette. A lot of technology difference between his car and Seth Brown, the one that's trailing.
And you could hear the traction control on exit for that car as he was coming out of turn 11, but no improvement for Dallas Reed. Let's see what Seth Brown can do. 39.1, so he found 0.2 of a second, but not enough to take that third spot away from Nick Hendricks. Your podium in Street GT is going to be Luke McGrew by less than 1/10 of a second over Ryan Matthews, and then Nick Hendricks behind them in third.
Impressive drive by Luke McGrew and Ryan Matthews. I know that he's focusing as well on the street mod situation, but again, I think he might have been better off doing one more just to make sure. But if he only felt like he could go fast on one lap, then maybe that was the wise move.
They both have data systems in their car. They know how far they are from their optimal time, and it's totally possible he made another mistake somewhere on that second lap where he felt there's just nothing left here. So he just doesn't want to risk his performance in the street mod category, so he decided to pull in early. As we see Dewey DeWitt, your first street mod competitor coming out there now.
Yeah, street mod has always been a battleground here, and Dewey's so passionate about the sport of time attack, and he always, talks on his heat exchanger podcast with Devin Giles and occasionally Jamie Santos about, growing the sport and how to make it a spectator experience and how to get people involved in it, making the cars look good, throwing down the records, making people really understand how much work goes into this. Well, Dewey DeWitt is doing the work, ground pounding, making his voice heard, which, if you know Dewey, isn't all that hard.
No, it's not very hard.
But Boogeyman is that Subaru Impreza L, and he's on track top seed. There is Kyle McHugh, track mod winner and second place finisher in street mod last year in that Super. There is Andy Smedegaard in the Super K Honda S2000.
Only separated by they were only separated by 0.3 of a second in the qualifier. So both of them reset street mod track records. Andy Smedegaard in the rear wheel drive and Dewey in the all wheel drive, as we see Ryan Matthews there hopping out of his After Dark Speed C6 into his After Dark Speed C5.
And there's John Rode qualified in. I'm excited to see what this car can do. A little kick up of the rear. Pit lane looked a little slippery. I saw a couple other cars sliding tires leaving there.
Yeah, you're always a little bit surprised when you come out of pits.
I've looped it there in a Miata, an NA Miata with 80 horsepower I've spun out there.
Yeah, I've done it where I've spun the rear tires coming out of pits, and I'm like, I was barely in the throttle here. What's going on? And here comes Dewey DeWitt on his first lap. Let's ride along with him as he comes into turn 1, gets the car nice, rotated, nice and early apex, powers out of there, uses a little bit of the track out to set up for turn 2 here. Nice and clean, nice tight line, takes that late apex as you see the car rotate on power beautifully as he's coming into turn 3.
That line was carved so nicely into turn 3 as well. A little bit of understeer on initial turn in, but he got it rotated and now throttling out. Everything has looked pretty nice so far.
Looking nice and clean, nice and tidy. That's exactly how you want to be driving in this format. Coming into turn 5 now. Again, nice and tidy, good line through there. Gets to the apex of 6, key there, powers down the small straightaway into turn 7.
Yeah, looking very good in the first 2 sectors here for Dewey DeWitt. Now tracking out to turn 7, ride the rim here, let this all-wheel drive system accelerate this car on the wide radius, tuck it in for turn 8. This has been a very nice lap, but the challenge, Ito, is sometimes nice laps are slow. Sometimes they're just delicate and they're done nicely, but sometimes they're a little bit conservative. Dewey will turn up the knob next time around if he needs to.
Yeah, but honestly, this looks like just the right amount of conservative. The car is slipping under him, got a little bit early on throttle there, but the rest of the lap, the car's been slipping underneath him, but he's hitting his marks. Very impressive driving so far. Let's see what his first run can do. He's not that far behind John Rode up the road here, so hopefully that doesn't play into it for these next couple laps.
Dewey DeWitt leaves turn 11, setting the benchmark time here for street mod. Top seed, what's it going to be?
See what he can do. A 30.6 is what he run before, 31.9, so 1.3 seconds slower. That's about on pace for what we've seen in Street GT. So let's see what Andy Smedegaard can do. These guys are bitter rivals. They've been fighting each other in street mod since the beginning of Grid Life, so it's going to be really fun to watch. This Super K, as it's called by ASM, driven by Andy Smedegaard. Let's see what he can do on his first lap.
Across the stripe for Andy Smedegaard in Super K, 33.1. That he's going to need some more.
Yeah.
And if you look at the top of the screen, you see the track records from this weekend.
Yep.
Andy's time's not far off from Dewey's, so I think those cars are capable of battling each other on pretty level ground.
Yeah, Smedegaard, you know, Dewey has a little bit of an advantage here in these conditions. There's less grip out there, so the all-wheel drive really helps him power out of corners. And as Kyle McHugh goes 32.526, he takes that second spot away from Andy Smedegaard, as Ryan Matthews is going to be the next to cross the finish in that C5.
Here comes Ryan Matthews, fresh out of the street GT car where he placed second in Podium Sprint. Going to try to do the same or better in Street Mod. Across the stripe for Ryan Matthews.
34.
That's not exactly what he wanted to see, I think.
He's a little bit less off pace than some of his competitors, but it's still not enough. He ran a 32.8, so about 1.2 seconds slower, but it's not going to help him to move up in these Street Mod standings.
John Rode across the line in the MX-5, 134.1, about a 10th behind Ryan Matthews in the Corvette.
Only a 10th behind of his qualifying time. So John Rode is on pace here. Let's see what Dewey can do on his second lap. We didn't see as much of it here, so it'll be interesting to see whether he finds any time here.
And it'll be one more lap for Dewey, but this lap, is it a pickup? Is it an improvement? The answer to that question is no. 131.937 is where he will stay. Can Andy Smedegaard pick up?
He slowed down quite a bit there, Dewey, 38.7, so I wonder if he cooled the car down to try and see if he can set a better third lap.
Well, he might be vulnerable. Kyle McHugh only 0.6 back. Smedegaard this time through picks up 132.7, but not enough.
1.5 tenths behind Kyle McHugh, but he's going to be the next to cross the start finish on his third lap, coming into turn 11 now.
Kyle McHugh hard on the brakes here in the 29. Almost saw a little glowing from underneath the front tires. A little kick out of the rear. Flames shooting out the back. Here he comes across the stripe. Kyle McHugh hunting Dewey DeWitt. 131.655.
He gets him.
Top of the board.
131.655 by about a quarter of a second. So now Dewey has to put it together on his third lap. That's he doesn't know that this is what's happened, though. I'm sure he has radios. His crew must be radioing him now. Ryan Matthews goes wide at turn 11. I'm not sure he's going to improve on his 34.0 here.
Across the stripe for Ryan Matthews, and he does not. 134.027. John Rode in the 51.
Yeah, let's see what he can do coming into turn 11 now. Needs to be a 34.191.
And it will be no pickup that time for John Rode. Here comes Dewey. He'll be coming back to a checkered flag. Dewey DeWitt, top seed in Podium Sprint. Currently 0.3 he needs to defeat Kyle McHugh, who knocked him off the top step a moment ago. Here comes Dewey DeWitt across the stripe for the number 70. Is it going to be a pickup? It is not. Dewey DeWitt.
32.280, so he cannot beat Kyle McHugh here. Smedegaard is going to be the last to see if he can beat Kyle McHugh's time. Looks real rowdy through turn 11.
Here comes Andy Smedegaard across the stripe now, and it is not going to be a pickup. I don't think 132.7 will be where he stays in P3. Kyle McHugh has already claimed the top step unless Matthews or Rode can somehow find a couple of seconds. He's off pace.
He's slow.
He's done. I think he'll look at that time and know that that's going to be pretty solid. I don't know that he knows it's as quick as, but that's pretty solid.
Hugely impressive. That's only 0.3 of a second slower, or excuse me, half a second slower than his qualifying time. So he was on pace there. Dewey's going to be definitely disappointed to lose out the Podium Sprint to Kyle there.
John Rode in the 51 and Ryan Matthews, the last two drivers here in Street Mod before we get the track mod cars on track. And I think Ryan Matthews is also pitting in.
Yep.
Has nothing left. And here comes Rode.
Yeah, Rode is going to be the last car out on the track now. Let's see if he can find any more time. It's unlikely that he's going to reach into the podium here, but we'll see how he finishes this lap.
That needs about second and change to do it. And Dewey's still sliding around. Here comes John Rode across the line. And no pickup. He will stay 134.191.
Yep.
Man, for Dewey, 0.3 of a second. And losing out to Kyle McHugh.
Yeah, he, you know, I think he was just a little bit too off pace as Andy Smedegaard is drifting out there, showing off that S2000 rear-wheel drive. That's one of the OG Street Mod cars. It's a DCT with a turbo K24 being usurped by the new era of Street Mod cars driven by Kyle McHugh in that A90 Supra.
Yeah. 2 classes left to go, Track Mod and Unlimited. And this is sort of what we've been waiting for, the throwdown for Alan Patton. Now, track records have already been set. Alan Patton is now the holder of it, and I don't think anyone's going to touch it. I don't think even he's going to touch it today. But just to watch this car for a lap is always a treat. We'll see what he's got left in the tank here to put on display.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. He's going to have the track to himself, mostly to himself. Not going to have to be dealing with any traffic. The speed delta between this car and every other car out there is so big that it's really difficult to get clean laps in it. So he's gonna, I'm sure he's gonna revel in the wide open track he has here right now.
Leaving turn 3 now, warming up. Tires and brakes. There's a 299 Colton Druskowski.
Yeah, I didn't see Austin Barnes ahead of him, so it could be Austin Barnes did not manage to keep his car together for the podium sprint, unfortunately for him. So, and then there's Justin Peachy, who was your 4th place qualifier here. And then Chris Smith is the last to be released off the pit lane. He is your 5th qualifier for podium sprint.
Yeah, Chris Smith in the 212, looking to sort of undo the issues from CMP, where he was really a front-running car, could have won that event, but things didn't quite work out for him there. So trying to improve and get back up on the top step. But again, Alan Patton. Remember that Alan Patton has a track record, but Alan Patton could lose this race weekend right here. This is what this podium sprint's all about. You need to get at least 1 lap that's faster than everybody else. If you don't walk away with the trophy. That's how this works.
He, in the qualifying sessions, he put 3 seconds on Austin Barnes. He put almost 5 seconds on Colton Druskowski, but he's got to get it done here. He's got to put 1 solid lap in this session to secure that win.
Here comes Alan Patton. Slow warm-up lap. Throttle down. Here we go.
Sounds so good. I was just leaving it so you could hear the noise. Here comes into turn 1, a nice clean turn 1 entry there. Tracks out on exit, sets up for turn 2 beautifully, nice and neat. He's been having troubles with turn 1 a couple times this weekend, so he executes those well.
Much tidier line, and Chris Trump telling us that he had swapped out the rear bar, and a damper change should help the mid-corner on this car. It was really struggling with balance earlier in the weekend, but they've been chasing it all weekend long. Doesn't struggle with power, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is a very, very neat lap. Very understated lap from Alan. I wonder if he's just building up slowly to it. It definitely doesn't look like he's 100% on pace compared to what we've seen other laps from him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that he's completely all the way to the wall here, but he doesn't really need to be. Druskowski in that Viper, I think, is going to be competitive, but maybe not a 128.8 like Alan Patton ran.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect him to be in the 128s. I would imagine he's looking for a low 30. So we'll see whether he gets to that pace on this lap. It definitely looks a little bit more calmly driven, a little bit underdriven compared to what we're used to seeing from him in that car.
All right, now unleash all the horsepower on the backstretch. And we'll see if he can do 2 laps in a row. I don't, typically cars like this, true time attack builds, are really good at 1 lap. But we'll see what he's got. Last corner here for Alan Patton. Throttles up across the line. Track record, he said earlier in the weekend, a 128.894. It will not be that. What will it be? 32. A 132.1. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
That might leave some door open.
Yeah, it definitely does. That's definitely more further off the pace than we've seen in these other classes. It looked like it, so we'll see what Colton can do in that Viper, whether he's got anything for him, a 34.293. I can't say I'm that surprised, but to see Alan drive at that pace is surprising, I think.
Yeah, and again, you don't need to match your pace from earlier. You just need to be better than everybody else. So if he knows he can be a couple seconds off and still claim it, there's not really a point to go much faster. Again, conditions are not optimal for a track record right now.
As you see Chris Smith lose the rear end and have to catch it midway through 10B. It's Alan's thing could be he's just trying to conserve the machinery for upcoming weekends. So we'll see what Chris Smith can do here. I didn't see Justin Peachy. I'm not sure if he made it through an entire lap or not.
Chris Smith across the line, and the 212 BMW 135 flat that time through.
Yeah, so he's going to give Colton Druskowski a run for his money for that second place spot.
Patton's knocked off. Yeah, he's not going to go anymore.
Yeah, it looks like he's just taking it easy there. That car was doing consecutive hot laps earlier this weekend, which we've never seen it do before. Interesting strategy, but he must feel like he has enough in the bag that he doesn't really have to push it in this session.
Yeah, we've only had 3 cars trip the timing. I don't know where Peachy has gone.
He did leave pit lane. I saw Peachy leave pit lane, so he might be stranded out there somewhere. Okay. Yeah.
Hearing you had gone back to the pit lane, thanks to the production truck for giving us that.
Yeah, so we basically have our podium fixed here. Alan Patton takes the win in track mod. Unless Colton Jaskowski, he's going for a third lap, so he's probably cooled down the car, and now he's going to try and go for a faster third lap. Not sure if he has anything to worry about with Colton right behind him.
No, well, Colton did pick up a little at 133.327, but again, I think you need a little bit more, and Chris Smith is stopped.
Oh, no.
Where is that?
Looks like it could be exit of 10.
It's exit of 3 right in front of us here.
Yep. Yeah, on the inside of it, but yeah, right before the kink of turn 4. So yeah, I think this effectively neutralizes the podium sprint session for these guys. So Alan doesn't get a chance to set another fast time here, and Colton gets slowed down as well. Both of them on their third laps, so that's going to be it for the session. Alan is going to take the win in track mod, followed by Colton Jaskowski in that V10 Viper, and Chris Smith in third.
All right, Alan Patton gets it done, maybe to no one's surprise. He's been pretty solid all weekend long, not only in GridLife GT, but also in track mod. Gets the record, gets the win, and he'll walk away with a trophy after this one.
Yeah, he just did a nice, solid, no drama lap to secure a win that he must have felt he would only lose the win if he had a really huge mess up, like a 4-off. So he didn't take any chances there.
I would like to point out that the street mod times were quicker than the track mod times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Definitely, Kyle, Dewey, and Andy pushing each other to be as fast as possible. Yeah, they definitely left it all out there. And I'm sure Colton and Chris Smith feel the same way. I definitely suspect that Alan definitely drove that car at, maybe 80% of its full potential, which is totally understandable given the gap that he had built up in qualifying and the danger of putting 4 wheels off automatically disqualifies you from the podium sprint.
Well,
so
80% of that car was good enough to get a first place trophy, so that'll do. Rescue guys are on their way to go grab Chris Smith. In the meantime, we've got Unlimited queued up, and there's only a couple of these cars, so this should be a pretty quick go here in just a moment's time. Full course yellow displayed. So again, they're going to send out some safety trucks to go grab Chris Smith. Should be a pretty quick flat tow. Hopefully there's no fluid or anything, and we'll carry on. And it looks like we've only got 3 cars displayed up here.
So Lauder is back there as well. So Luis Endejas didn't show up to the grid position. So we only had 4 unlimited competitors this weekend, so we have 3 of those 4 there. But it was a close battle for a bit between Andreas Bertulis in that RC4 he's out of the car right there, getting back in, and Ernestus Pazulis in that Corvette. I wonder if Ernie's going to try and beat Alan's time during this podium sprint as a little bit of a brag, So maybe he's motivated to put it all out there, but it'll be interesting to see whether they do all 3 laps. I think that Ernestus, is on Michelin SM9s that do take a lot of heat to come in. So, yeah, I'm not sure what Bertulis is on or Lauder. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do that in Unlimited.
Yeah, Chris Smith, he stopped on the racetrack, too, so I guess he couldn't have been trailing any fluid.
Well, it could be that he was afraid that he was, and he just decided to stop. Hopefully not. That would involve a more lengthy cleanup than than this. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
They are lining up the track mod cars.
Unlimited. Oh no, they're not going back out. No way.
I wouldn't think so. That was their 3rd lap, so it would make sense to me that they wouldn't be let back out. But it looks like they're lining up to. I think it's fun that Alan is, he doesn't really need to be putting another lap in, but he's like, hey, if you're going to give me another lap, I'm going to take all of the track time that you offer me.
Yeah.
They get one more.
So, looks like the BMW is getting pulled. They're going to give the track mod cars one more go, but I imagine Unlimited is going to be pretty quick after.
Yeah, it'll be one flyer. They're going to come out for the out lap, get themselves all warmed up, and then go out again for another flyer. Alan's just out here putting on a show in that car, I think. I'm not complaining. I get to hear a jet engine fly around the track for another lap. That sounds fun. We'll see. We'll see if he can beat a 32.124. If Alan can hear me, I'm going to throw down the challenge. I want to see a sub 30 in podium sprint, Alan. No excuses.
We'll see what he's got. Safety boy is going to bring the BMW back to the paddock, and we'll get the track mud cars one more go, and then the unlimited cars shortly thereafter.
Yeah, we'll see where they drag Chris Smith. You take a look there at that's Alan Patton in that C7, gridded up ahead of Colton Druskowski in that V10. Both of them getting best value for dollar in terms of lap time in this podium sprint. And then behind them is our last class to go, our unlimited competitors, Ernestus Pazulis, Andreas Bertulis, and Jeremy Lauder in that Camaro behind them. Lots of American muscle here. Only American muscle, these last 5 cars out here. Colton Druskowski with that big, I think those are like 8-liter V10s. That's a lot of fun. Those sound very unique. And then, yeah, Alan with that, it's a stock C7 Z06 motor, LT4, I believe, so supercharged small block. Well, technically not a small block. I'll get beef from small block enthusiasts about that. It's a push rod with a big supercharger on it, and it makes cool supercharger whine noises. What more could you want? Yeah, as they drag Chris Smith back up the pit lane here. So as soon as he gets by, we're going to release the track mod cars. They're going to get their warm-up lap in, and then they're going to get their flyers in. It also wouldn't surprise me if they release the unlimited cars right behind them in this session in order to keep it going here. There's only 3 cars, so it's still only 5 cars out on track. I don't think that would be, and they're all very similar pace, so it wouldn't be a huge deal if all of them were released at the same time. We still have track mod first, the first 2, so the order will be a little bit more clear once these cars run. So here comes Alan Patton, released first out of this pit lane.
All right, so Alan Patton's going to go back out for another lap here, and Colton Druskowski goes again. Ernie Pizzellis, Andreas Bertulis, and Jeremy Lauder waiting to go in unlimited for their podium sprint run here. The Viper, we'll see what he's got, but again, Patton about a full second quicker, but there's so much more on the table for that 304, but already claimed the record, already has that point, already leading the category, so I don't know that he's going to go quicker.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reward on the other end of the risk equation here for Alan. I don't think Colton has anything in hand to try and beat him in the podium sprint, and any 4 off is going to negate all of his time. So plus, track mod cars are very expensive to maintain and replace parts on. So an off where it could rip off a carbon fiber splitter or carbon fiber diffuser would not be a very worthwhile task, considering he has the lead clearly here.
So Patton working his way around the course, Druskowski as well. Again, I don't know that this extra lap is going to change anything here, but they were already on lap 3, so I guess question that, but we'll see.
It's for the show. Alan Patton in that supercharged, that turbine sounding car. It's great to watch it. Any lap that we get to watch Alan Patton drive around in this car is a reward to me, Kyle. Yeah, let's see, here he comes into turn 11. Let's see if he goes full tilt. You see here the supercharger whine on the downshift from that sequential.
Well, here comes Alan Patton again. We'll see if he's got anything more to go quicker than a 32.1.
Sounds so good. Into turn 1 now, nice and neat through there. Not using all the track out on exit, still neat and tidy, keeping it tight around turn 2. You can hear the traction control pulling spark back to try and keep the rear wheels hooked up. Turning into turn 3, a nice late apex, hits it right, and then he's off down the 3-4 straight, or the 3-5 straightaway through that little kink in turn 4, which in this car is probably flat because of the aero, but without aero, it would definitely not be flat. Colton Druskowski is definitely catching him though, so he's definitely even further off the pace, I think, than the 32, and Colton seems like he's actually on a very good lap.
Yeah, we'll see Alan Patton here down into turn 7 with the Corvette.
Let's see what he can do. He's, again, just setting up for that turn 8. Very difficult visuals there as you're trying to late apex to set you up for this turn 9 into 10A complex here. Tracks out nicely from 9, hits that apex at 10A on his way to 10B here. Nice and tidy through there. A little bit of a tighter line through here. Struggling to put power down on exit. He's pitting. He's giving the point by signal to Colton. Let's see what Colton can do here. Yeah, Colton's on a flyer here. He's looking really good. If he can get into the 32s, that would be extremely impressive for Colton Druskowski. Coming through turn 11 now on exit. Here he comes. Let's see if he sets down a flyer here on this bonus lap, so to speak, for Colton Druskowski.
Nothing.
34.352, so no improvement for Colton. Conditions definitely coming away from these drivers as we're about to see our last class, our 3-car unlimited class here up next. Starting out with Ernestos Puzelis in that C6 Corvette with big aero on it. And slicks. In unlimited, you're allowed to run zero tread wear race tires compared to the rest of our classes, which are 200 tread wear limited. So it's a little bit of a different beast. These cars are can be faster. Famously, Ferris Khartoumi is probably our most famous unlimited car, has set many lap records here in that car as Ernestos Puzelis gets released from the pit lane. He's going to be your first unlimited competitor out there. Blows the blend line a little bit into turn 2, but that's okay. There's no other cars out there. Colton Druskowski here coming in on his in lap here. We'll see when they release Andreas Bertulis. It looks like they're about to release him now. Yep,
so
there
there's
he is.
Alexis.
Yep, and Jeremy Lauder just got released from pit lane in the Camaro. So 2 coupes and a sports car here in Unlimited. Let's see whether let's see how this shakes out. It's unlikely that we'll see a shake-up in the order, but it'll still be fun to watch these cars go around the track here. Jeremy Lauder there. That car was actually rolled at Pikes Peak, and they did a ton of body work repair to that car, and it looks great. Hopefully he gets a rewrap here soon as we watch Ernestos Puzelis. Big arrow on that car coming through the 789 complex now. The white sidewall there makes me think they are Michelin's. The Michelin branding is white and blue on the sidewalls of those cars, so it's very likely an SM9 Michelin compound on that car. Ride height looks a little bit high, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, but you know, we're listening to the rush cars also like scraping into turn 11. Yep. There's so much compression going in there. It's not necessarily downhill, but you're going from super high speed. You're leaning on the brakes so hard that it just grinds the nose into the ground.
Yeah, and there's definitely an optimal height for the splitter to operate in its best performance. He seems a little bit high from that, but again, this track is a little bit rougher than some of the pro tracks we go to, so it's understandable that he's got the car set at a higher ride height. As he comes through turn 1, doesn't use all the exit of turn 1. Digs in nicely on the inside of turn 2 and powers out nice and tidy for Ernestos Puzelis.
That car rips, and it reminds me a lot of what Ferris Khartoumi's car looked like for a year or two before it really got wild, before he built the second one. There's a lot of similarities there. Yeah,
this is only a little wild. Ferris Khartoumi's car is extremely wild, and it's kind of interesting because this aero package looks dimensionally similar to Alan Patton's track mod aero package, and Alan is going faster on 200 treadwear than Ernie is here. So yeah, definitely, you know, that C7 is arguably more prepped for its class and overall than this car is. So it'll be interesting to see how his time compares to Alan's very dialed back time here in this session. Here comes through turn 9, hugs the apex, and then sets up for turn 10B. Nicely on the outside on the entry, comes in, hits the apex in the middle of the corner, and then uses the hill, catching him on the outside to power down and come down the longest straightaway on this track from turn 10B to turn 11. Here he comes into the braking zone, brakes nice and early in the 3rd brake marker, turns and hits the apex nicely, and then tries to track out as much as possible. Does not get onto the curbing on exit. Nonetheless, a very neat and tidy first lap from Ernie here. Runs a 32.
The 32-2. So Bertulis, I think, where is he seated at? Bertulis.
He's first, or Bertulis, excuse me, is second.
33.06.
33.608 is his best time. If he finds some more time out there, he could give Puzelis a run for his money, but it's a little bit unlikely. 35.863. So yeah, unfortunately, just doesn't have the pace there. Ernie is really only half a second back from his qualifying pace, so he's definitely threatening Alan's 32.1 lap time that he set earlier. A lot more conservatively, I would say.
Whoa,
Lauder.
Oh, wow, Lauder just had a big wiggle there. Something looked like something just got all crossed up. But he got it sorted, and he'll go straight again, but that's going to be a throwaway lap for him.
Yeah, let's see what he does on his second lap here as Ernie has gone by 7-8-9, and Bertulis is now into 5-6. Let's see what Jeremy Lauder can do on his first lap. Coming through the exit of turn 11 now, coming down the start-finish straight and crosses the start-finish line of 45.643, so definitely not on pace. Had a couple of issues at turn 10B with that car. So let's see what Ernie can do here. Next up, I think he's, coming down the back straight now into turn 11.
Last lap of the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Podium Sprint next time by. So this will be the final lap that Ernie is about to begin. 32.2 last time by across the stripe. Ernie Pizzellis, 130.973.
That's his best time of the weekend. 30.973, so he found more time than his qualifying time. He's definitely gotten more comfortable with that car at this track, and these tires love heat.
Yeah, here's Andreas Bertulis. 135.863 is not going to get it done this weekend. It'll be second place, but not a first. Can he improve this time? He'll begin his final lap now. Across the stripe for the 171 Lexus RCF, 135.758. It's a pickup, but not good enough for a P1.
Yeah, not enough for Bertulis. I think he knows he's just here to. He's just defending his second place position, trying not to get any 4-offs. Oh, gets real sideways on the exit of 10B. Let's see what Jeremy Lauder can do with a little bit of a cleaner lap here on his second lap. Coming through into 10B now. Let's see if he can keep it neat and tidy. Last time he got all sorts of crossed up here. A little bit of lots of turning there, a lot of inputs to make that corner. So that car maybe not handling as well as it should be, but he's coming down the back straight into turn 11 now. Let's see if he can improve on a 45 second lap time here. His qualifying time was a 39.789, so he's going to be aiming for that sub-39s here in this session.
Yeah, Jeremy Lauder's just not
42.758, so no help there. We'll see what Ernie can do on his last lap. It's kind of a good thing it's his last lap. He could catch Jeremy Lauder if he had one more lap here.
Checkered flag for Ernie Pizzellis in Podium Sprint at Midwest Festival, a 130.973, 130.656 goes to the top of the board, stays there. I think Bertulis will have to find 5 seconds to defeat him. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, we caught Bertulis in the middle of correcting, in the middle of as he was leaving 10B, so this lap probably not going to be any faster for him, but nonetheless, a great effort for him. He's going to come in second place here in track mod, very likely, as he crosses the finish line now.
Checkered for Bertulis, and it is no pickup. He stays second place, and Jeremy Lauder, I don't think, is in any position to go quicker, but we'll give him one more opportunity here. This car, again, Pikes Peak Hill Climb car last year. It's been a fun weapon to watch in on the limited category, but just this weekend has not quite been set up. There's Ernie Pizzellis in the 338, a 130.656. That's a first place trophy on Unlimited.
Yeah, takes the win in Unlimited here with Andreas Bertulis in second and Jeremy Lauder in third. A very small Unlimited category class for us. I think we had a pretty large Unlimited class in Road Atlanta and CMP, so a little bit fewer competitors showing up, Unlimited competitors I should say, showing up here for GRIDLIFE Midwest Fest. So nonetheless, really happy to see everybody get out there in this session, and Ernie setting personal bests in the last session of the weekend.
So with a podium sprint complete, we'll have a look at our results here in a moment's time, but the Track Battle Championship, round 3 of 9 in 2025. Have a look at Club SC. Mike Jansen steals it from David Best. Sam Dooling splits the difference, second place there. Ryan Mukherjee and Chris Rice. Wrapping up your podium sprint results here at Midwest Festival. In the Falcon Club TR category, it was a pretty spicy fight because Mario Moroni went off at turn number 1.
Yeah, Mario Moroni had that 4-off, which negated his entire podium sprint session, unfortunately for him.
And again, seeing the Club SC results here, Jansen, Dooling, Best, Mukherjee, and Chris Rice. Again, 1/10 of a second between the two. There's the Club TR results there. The internet's real slow over there. Stan Feingold, Jeremy Bailey, Mike Bryant, top 3. The 326, 13, and 94, your podium. There's Street Class, Andy Holst, Josh Halka, and Charles Millerito.
Yeah, your surprise winner with Andy Holst, Brad Moore in 4th, and Mike Coons in 5th.
Yeah, great results there. Street GT, Luke McGrew steals it from Ryan Matthews, who had to pit in early to jump in his street mod car. Nick Hendricks in third, then Brown and Reed, fourth and fifth. In the street mod category, Kyle McHugh by 0.3 of a second defeats Dewey DeWitt over Andy Smedegard, although both Dewey and Andy set new track records in street mod. In track mod, Alan Patton, no records there, but beats Colton Druskowski by about 1 2 and 2/10. Chris Smith third, grabs the third place trophy. And in unlimited, Prezelis defeats Bertulis and Jeremy Lauder. And we'll take a look at highlights from the track battle podium sprint. It was David Best out early, top seed in Club SC, but he and Sam Dooling and Mike Jansen battled it out for a couple laps. Mario Moroni goes 4 off, and just like that, disqualifies his hopes at a trophy this weekend. Peter Granberg gave it all he had, but it only could match the 5th that he had at Road Atlanta. Stan Feingold wins in Falcon Club TR with a solid lap. Andy Holst, top seed in street, kept it there all weekend long.
Yeah, a very surprising competitor in street takes the win here, and Ryan Matthews in his first car this weekend gets beaten by Luke McGrew, who beaten by about 1/10 of a second in street GT.
Yep, and then Kyle McHugh does a nice job in street mod. Solid lap, was able to chase down Dewey DeWitt, who was sliding his car around Alan Patton, about an 80% lap, but was able to get it done regardless. Broke the track mod record earlier in the weekend, and then Ernie Pezelis out there in his Corvette gets the job done in the unlimited category. But yeah. Ernie Pezelis fills out unlimited. The track battle podium sprint round 3 of 9 from GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival is complete. And again, Kyle Heyer, Ito Waxman wrapping things up here from Ginbrin Raceway. Ito, quick final thoughts on a wild race weekend here.
Yeah, we broke lots of records, lots of classes. I'm pretty sure most of the classes had their records broken. Some surprise winners in these classes and some very tight battles in podium sprint. This is what we love to see. I can't wait for the next streamed round at Road America.
Can't wait for it. Road America National Park of Speed, July 26th to 28th. And again, the Eibach GLTC Series, GRIDLIFE GT, the Rush Series, and Track Battle, along with Drift, will return in a couple of months at Road America. Thanks so much, and we'll see you next time.
Tell I'm to stay in fact. You want me to take you back. You want me to take you back. You want me to take you back. You want me to take you back.